worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids
Sa MCC
Season 2.
Hindi aabot ang data! Nice!
Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids
Sa MCC
Season 2.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kits
Sa MCC.
Season 2.
Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset. Built na katang buhat ni Hill, that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. So what I would proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi ko aatras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi ko aatras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng MLBB. Golden month na ngayon, huwag kang magpahuli. 1 minute, 1 phone mula sa MLBB. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone.
And there we finally have it. What an energizing start para sa panibagong simula dito lamang sa MPL Arena. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Hans Galleria at kasama ko dito, welcoming back also, Miss Jamie Fournier.
It is so great to be back here at the MPL Arena. Hans, alam mo, sobrang init ng pagtanggap sa akin last week. Kaya nga naman, I'm so happy to be with all of you here once again.
At ito ang mainit. Because again, we started off the Golden Week celebration from last week. At sisimulan natin uli yan ngayon. So I know you guys have already danced, right? But can we do it one more time? Can we do it one more time? Come on guys, tayo tayo, tayo tayo. I wanna see everybody up on their feet, okay? Kasi ginawa na to kanina ng ating mga maintenance, ginawa na to ng ating casters, all of the staff, all of the production. And now we're gonna do it, okay? So we started off in 5, in 6, in 5, 6, 7, 8.
Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone.
One more.
Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone.
One more.
Maglaro ka lang ng 10 p.m. kada gabi. Hanggang sa 3 a.m. tayo mag-MLBB.
Ay, okay, do it. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, okay, do it again. Okay.
Energy.
Mamimigay ng cellphone.
1 minute, 1 phone.
Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone.
Let's go.
That is right, Hans. Sobrang energizing. Okay ka pa ba?
Okay pa ako.
Kayang-kaya
Okay pa ba
to.
ang lahat? Okay pa ang lahat? Alright, you may now take your seat.
Good job,
Pero kami,
everybody.
mananatili tayong nandito because again, we're just getting started. Pwede kang makinood, pwede kang makisali, pwede kang makisayaw, at pwede ka palalong manalo ng napakarami nating prizes.
You said the magic word, pwede kang manalo. That is right, Hans, because we have the Golden Month celebration ulit today. May mga papremyo na naghihintay ulit sa atin for today, Hans.
You know what? I guess that leaves us with one thing, right? It's about to start this all of the thing.
Yes, yes, yes. Saksihan ulit natin ang lakas ng Pinas sa
MPL Philippines Season 15!
Man, I'm so glad we got a little breather after all that dancing because we're ready to kick off day number 2. It's week 2 here. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, and I'm joined here with, is it Ingan and Ingan or Renmar and Renmar? I feel a little left out here, boys.
Yeah, someone didn't get the memo.
Guys, comment down below, Naisu, Kalbo. You know what it is.
No. No. I have spoken with my fellow chat out there that, you know, the equivalent to that would be me shaving the beard. But I'm not going to be as abrasive and make bets on the live just yet.
No, Naisu, you know, the longer we stay together, I'm pretty sure I'm going to influence you to do something crazy like that.
Nope, probably not.
Nope.
I also don't think so.
Well, anyway, again, guys, we have a triple header to go through for all of this Saturday here. Again, week 2. If you missed the action yesterday, it was amazing. There's a running joke, by the way.
Yeah.
It started, I think, over on the Tagalog stream. But it's the mother of all series is what we basically call it. And also the daughter, right? Brigida was over here. Chantel was over on the other side. And we got 2 series, 3 games each. We'll see if we get that today. They're not here, but let's see. But first off, before that, we do have to say thank you to our sponsors. Infinix, you can play like a pro with Infinix GT20 Pro, the MPL official tournament phone. Grab yours now and use a voucher, MPL, to get up to 1,000 pesos off for you guys watching. And of course, exclusive freebies. Don't forget the hashtag Lacoste Solaro.
Whoa.
You're welcome.
Make it sound so posh.
Yeah,
Lacoste Solaro.
Lacoste Solaro.
And you know what's better, Naisu?
What's better?
You can get more data for maximum gaming with Smart's Powerroll 149 and make it look easy with 16 gigabytes for all apps, plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram, or only TikTok, plus only calls and texts to all networks, bound to be OP for just 149 pesos for 7 days. So load now.
That's a whole lot of words there.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
I was trying to catch up with the Filipino broadcasters. I was hearing them. They were already on TikTok. I was on Instagram.
He's also still breathing from all the dancing because I think he had the most energy out of all of us. Renmar definitely was there too.
I was dangling.
He was dangling. I got some catching up to do. I apologize about that. I have 2 left feet. Okay. But of course, for our first match today, guys, as you can see it, we're 10 minutes away from getting started here. It is going to be Smart Omega and TNC Pro Team. I can't wait to see that kind of unfold because if you caught the games even last week, there was some upsets that happened, of course, throughout the week. And already, I think, just real quick from yesterday, at least I was surprised.
Yeah.
With AP Bren taking game 1, that we had against
Aurora. Yeah.
Like, that was pretty impressive. And I think my favorite thing so far about the early portion of a season is when you have these quote-unquote upsets happen maybe, but that's the thing. The beginning of the season, you have so many things that can fall into place with that, and I love to see it happen. I'm hoping for AP Bren they can continue to make things happen for them and improve and then get that win because Aurora still, they remain undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for me, it was a win-win situation for both of these teams. Again, Aurora was able to stay on top. At the same time, AP Bren was able to show that they belong in the big leagues.
Yeah, and in the big league standings right now is Aurora, TLPH right there at the top. Of course, Falcons, Philippines were able to take down Onyx in a revenge match after losing their previous 2 series against Onyx in the previous tournaments. TNC in the middle of the standings, and yes, I am one of those people impressed by TNC Pro Team. After their week 1 performance, I already made an entire video saying about how I already see them as a playoffs team. I will die on that hill.
TNC.
Yeah, man. TNC, that's how much they impressed me. 3 teams that struggled though, Omega, AP Bren, and Twisted Minds last week. Yep. Omega only had 1 series, Twisted Minds played 2, and they all looked so tough. They went up against Aurora and TLPH. While, of course, if you missed it, we were just touching on it. AP Bren looked impressive yesterday against Aurora.
It did, and I think part of this too, again, for TNC, I'm wondering if, at least for me, TNC, I want to believe that they are also going to be a playoff team. That's why I think, like, at least this first match that we have for today, a lot of the eyes are going to be on TNC to see if they can continue what happened, at least for that first victory, that momentous, I would say, historic victory they had last week. And again, for today's schedule, this is what we've got in store for you guys. 3 games, TNC versus Omega, Twisted Minds versus Team Falcons, and then TLPH versus AP Bren. What are you looking forward to the most hearing on?
I mean, I'm looking forward to at least one of the 3 teams that haven't won a series win at least 1 game, and it could happen going up against TNC for Barangay. It's going to be a classic Yawi versus Chakni once again.
Well, for me, I'm looking towards TLPH and AP Bren. Something about that tells me that hopefully AP Bren can continue what they showed yesterday and even force a Game 3 against TLPH, who have looked undeniably maybe even sharper than their previous tournaments that we have seen them play in.
They have, and it makes me wonder if TLPH is going to be that team, that to beat this season, because there's been a lot of questions, honestly, all around online on what's kind of going on with Onyx Philippines, and what kind of adjustments they need to make coming off of everything they did last year and even to open up the year. But you can see here, finally, the rise of the Phoenix Army. I feel like, personally, it might be a little too early, but I do want to go ahead and throw my hope. Like, if I had, my hands up in the air, like the old anime over there, and I was raising up all the hope from around the world, I have that too. I am hoping that this is the rise of the Phoenix Army because they need it. Because look at these numbers here, Renmar. Let's make sense of it.
So it's been 301 days since TNC's last MPL PH win. Again, before they won last week, the last time they won was in MPL Philippines Season 13. It's also been 538 days since TNC's last win in Week 1 of MPL PH. The last time they won in the first week was in Season 12. And it's been 706 days since TNC's last win versus the AP Bren franchise, their last one being in Season 11. So we're just putting that up there to put things into context as to just how long the Phoenix Army and even non-Phoenix Army members, just people in general saying, hey, when is the Phoenix finally going to start rising? And hope is high this season already.
Yeah, I mean, all throughout the days that you mentioned, it's all different iterations of lineup. I mean, during S12 even, that was the time when King Kong and Innocent was together for TNC.
And not only that, but that's the thing. It's like, it seemed to be TNC was that team where some of these like newer players, so to speak, went through some of their rookie seasons, and then they went off to do amazing things, you know, to see where they are now, and even in other countries and other regions. Now, part of that again is TNC. What is making them have this kind of rising potential again? Is it the fact that yes, the clear cut there, that like, is Yawi the biggest impact, or like, is it just the team synergy here, Renmar?
I think it would have to be a combination of both. Undeniable, you can see Yawi's presence. The fact that they're moving and playing, from my eyes, it remind me a lot of the early days of Team Liquid Indonesia and MPL Indonesia Season 14, when we started getting a little bit more familiar with Widdy, Hezkiel, and Fabian. I'm seeing shades of that in this TNC Pro team, but then at the same time, it's like you're finally seeing the long-held potential of Lord JM Kozen. Feels like they're finally just let loose. Zaida especially finally let loose after being, of course, within the same organization as the young GOAT Carl TZ. He's like, you're going to be the main 5 guy now. Show us what you got. And in the win last week, he was able to show them what he got.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that too, again, is just it's all coming together for a point with, you know, all their stories. And that's why I liked week 1, where we looked at the history of a lot of the players, you know, when we introduced the lineups there. But before we get further into the matchup, we do have to go ahead and throw it over to our host for this all-access segment. Let's take a look at this.
Maraming salamat muli sa ating mga casters. Nandito tayo ngayon sa isa sa mga player rooms represented by TNC Pro Team. At kasama natin ay walang iba kundi si Yawi. Yawi, congratulations ulit dahil after a very long while nakuha niyo yung panalo para sa Phoenix Army. What does this say last week? Gaano ba naging ka-importante yun for you guys as a team na nakuha niyo yung panalo, your very first win against one of your opponents this Season 15?
Malaking bagay po sa amin yan kasi pang-start po ng momentum po namin yun eh. So, yun po.
Alright, momentum-wise, it's pretty cool. Hindi ko alam kung bakit sila natatawa. Siguro pinafigure out nila ng konti. Uy, Benny, nandiyan ka pala. Kamusta? Alright, now to continue, I feel like you're gonna be going up against one of the contenders. Matagal mo na rin tong hindi nakita sa laban, si Chakno. Nandiyan siya sa kabila, actually. Pwede ba nating makita? Para lang sigurado. Okay? Lalabas na yan. Malalaman mo. Ayun. Alright, kasama siya ni Ms. Jamie Forney. Parang kinilig si Chakno. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. May mensahe ka ba kay Chakno bago magsimula yung laban?
Good luck sa atin. Pag talo, inom na lang.
Magkamukha daw. Magkamukha daw sila Chakno tsaka si Yawi, sabi ni Boss D. Pero alam mo, ano na naman yung sinabi mo? Pero okay lang.
Hans, ano nga yung masasabi niya kay Chakno? Pakiulit nga. Ano yung message niya kay Chakno, Hans?
Ano
Hi,
daw?
Yawi.
Galingan na lang daw nila parehas.
Narinig mo yun?
Galingan
mo daw.
O sige, ikaw na dyan, Jamie. Kamusta kayo dyan?
Yes, Chakno, narinig mo yung sinabi ni Yawi, di ba? Galingan mo daw. Ano naman yung masasabi mo sa kanya? Ano yung message mo para sa kanya?
Same lang din, galingan natin pareho.
I love that. Galingan nilang pareho. We have yet to see what will happen in this matchup. Now, matagal na kayong naglalaban, no? So, ano yung masasabi mo na kailangan mong gawin para magkapuntos din kayo sa rankings, lalo na for Omega?
Siguro yung mga pre-practice namin, kailangan lang namin i-execute ng tama. Ayun.
Okay, so execution ng mga practice nila. Okay, so thank you so much, Chakno. Ano yung message mo sa mga ka-teammates mo, no? Kanina, we had a message for Yawe. Dito naman sa grupo natin ngayon, sabi mo kailangan lang yung execution dun sa mga pre-practice nyo. Ano yung kailangan nilang tandaan as we have the matchup today?
Tandaan nyo lang, hanggat may buhay. Okay lang yan.
I love that. Hanggat may buhay, okay lang yan. Okay, casters, ano yung masasabi nyo doon? Over to you.
As long as there's life, as long as there's life, it's good.
It's all
Everything's
okay.
good. All good. All good.
It's all good. From the Mamba himself. You know, sometimes I wish I had him to just like wake up. You know, when you wake up in the morning and you have, maybe some of you guys have those quotations to start your day.
Yeah.
I wish I had just a whole bunch of quotations from Chakno.
Chakno, words to live by.
Words to live by to start my day.
I thought you meant like when you wake up in the morning, he's just there already by your bedside, ready to dish out some wisdom. Hey, Naisu, as long as you're alive, you're living.
As long as you wake up, you're good. All right? So, again, great to hear from both of them. Yawi there, of course, then Chaknu. They are, familiar players for a lot of people now. Again, Yawi is back in the MPL Philippines after spending, was it 2 seasons? 2 years? It's 2 years, and how long was he in Indonesia?
At least a year.
At least a year.
Yeah,
It was for a while, definitely.
Been there for a while.
This has to be the question here. Will this be the season the Phoenix Army finally rises? A, yes. B, no. C, hope so. And D, they have always been rising. How do you feel about this?
I think, honestly, I would say A. Because, what's the criteria? If they rise, go inside the playoffs.
You can only go up from here, is that what you're saying?
You can only go up from here. I believe they're a strong team that could make it into the playoffs to the point that I could, stake something else aside from my hair. But soon, I'll come up with something new.
No, Ingan, it's okay. You can just say you've seen my video now available on all my channels online. Check it out. I made a video about TNC Pro Team and about why I think they are a playoffs team. So yes, it is A for me.
So you're an A?
Yeah, I'm A.
I think it's D. It's always been rising.
It's always been D for nicer, yes, yeah. Because they've always been rising, yeah.
It's always been rising, and we hope that they are able to rise and rise and rise and hopefully get flight.
Yeah.
And it starts here. Starts today if they can rise above the barangay.
Yeah. Above the barangay. We'll see what happens because, again, Omega, on the other hand, is looking for their very first win. If they could do it, now, that's going to be better because you don't want the barangay timers to happen during them catching up to the standings.
That's the thing, though, Ingan. And we were casting this last week, and we were wondering, where is that momentum or where is that timing for Omega this season? Because for a lot of teams, it's all over the place, But game 1, it is going to be TNC picking blue side. Are we statistically still heavy blue side favored, Renmar?
Yup. In terms of the drafting, blue side should really eke it out. I think there were some results yesterday wherein red side won a little bit more, but at the end of the day, teams should always want to choose blue side. It is the preferred side of drafting now because it takes you away from that red side priority of always having to ban Matilda, Juicin, and Fanny. You're stuck with those 3 bans on the red side. On the blue side, you can get creative with your bans, either the 3rd ban or the 2nd ban in the first phase, that you can move the draft a little bit more differently. Red side, you're sort of stuck.
Yeah. Simple solution, like we saw yesterday, and I scratched my head a little bit. Just bring out the Lucas Jungle. seems to work in ranked games. Bring it out here, But first, we got to bring out the marshals alongside the players and teams. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, Chico, David, and JJ. The Phoenix has risen, but will they continue to soar above the line of dawn? Opening the first match of the day, TNC Pro Team. The EXP laner, Lord JM. In the jungle, Saita! In the mid lane, Lancy! The roamer, Yawi! And in the gold lane, Kozin! And their opponents, looking above the skylines of the barangay, ready to take the Phoenix back down, it's Barangay Smart Omega! In the EXP lane, Luis! In the jungle, Andoryu! In the mid lane, Ukir! In the roam, the Mamba, Chaknu! And in the gold lane, Big J, Joom! And their coaches, Coach Imba DJ, and Coach Lembot. MPL Arena, welcome to day number 2 of week 2. It's TNC Pro Team versus Smart Omega!
And okay, let's take a look at the lineup here. Once again, after the introductions, it's TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, I mean, this 5-man lineup, if they get the ball rolling, especially the catalyst of their rotation, Yawi, they're going to have an easy time going up against Omega. And not to mention the combination of Lancy and Lord JM, you know, Titan-like rotation from these two teams. Again, if they show up today and they wake up with a good smile on their face, they can actually go for a 2-0 sweep.
I'm also looking forward to the gold lane matchup, man. Kozin and Big J. You know, Big J, I feel like didn't get to shine last week, like we're used to seeing, and maybe this is his moment, at least, for their matchup for week 2. And Kozin as well, you know, he had some pretty risky plays and decisions back in week 1. I'm wondering how that carries over here, because against them, like I said, it's Smart Omega. Renmar, who is it?
Yeah, well, we haven't really seen the Smart Omega of MPL Philippines Season 14. The Omega that a lot of people thought would make it into the top 4 of the playoffs before they got swept in the first round. It's the lineup that you know from that season, but again, it's Luis instead of Ryota playing. And Luis needs to step up against Lord JM, who has been the secret sauce for TNC Pro Team. There's been something about how Lord JM's been handling the EXP lane that Luis needs to solve. And I agree with you there, Naisu. Big J really needs to step up, and Omega needs to supplement Big J better.
Yeah, I think in a way, he just needs to be able to be protected, but also just allowed. It's not so much, I mean, protection is part of it, but also obviously positioning. And we've seen Big J do that, especially even last season, where he made some amazing plays, but it's also just not losing control of that early game so that the pressure isn't so much on Big J. And I think that's why you mentioned, you know, even in the XP lane or that mid-trio rotation is so important here. And even for the Mamba, he's got to bring back the Mamba mentality in a way, you know, for this matchup. So before that, let's take a look at how the players prepare for the game of the ping test.
Nasa akin yung mic check, mga Erp. Setting muna tayo, guys, ha. Pwede sa pag-check ping chicks, may katrailan akong hero. Dalawa, nice. O, tara, sunod na to. Bas ka. Hello, M. Tikin sa M. Ready agad, ready agad. Wag niyo ba yung ano, gagamitin ko mamaya? Gagamitin ko, pipito ko ngayon. Wait lang, kaya. Ito kaya skin ko, para tumatagilid, Di ako nagsasalita, pare, wala silang marinig sa mic check. Tapos yung headset na, naka-face mask. Hello, guys. Hello. Manig ba ako? Invite check din guys. Full ba natin yan? Parang pang billiard. Ano man tawag doon yun sa yung pantantas ng billiard? Pinapahid, Tisa na lang kulang.
And again, the ping test there, of course, for the tournament integrity and also just for us to get a glimpse at how the players prepare for the matchup again. Usually when you guys do see that, I understand it is in Filipino mostly or Tagalog unless they're King Kong and he's, you know, talking in pure English. But yeah, great to see them get situated. Now the Infinix keys to victory. How is this going to work out, Renmar?
Well, all aboard the Phoenix Express. I mean, Yawi's there. Make the most out of Yawi's aggression and rotation. Lancy's been doing stuff and showing things in the game to actually match that. Make sure that the rest of TNC Pro Team will make the most of what Yawi brings to the table. So deal with TNC support duo. Smart Omega, I mentioned Lancy, I mentioned Yawi. Chaknu, Ukir, you guys really have to step up compared to what you showed last week against Team Falcons Philippines. Lead your EXPs to faster pacing. This is what we touched on earlier. You can just play center of the map and then supplement your gold, but sometimes you can actually send your mid or your roamer, at least just one of them, maybe sometimes even the jungler, to go to the XP lane, make sure that they can win a substantial trade so that the EXP lane can rotate out of lane and have more of an impact in the map.
And actually, that's the thing I want to touch upon, because looking back at Lewis's career, the Cebuano, back when even he was in MDL for Smart Omega Neos, he was actually dominating with those proactive XP laners like the Arlots, who are other, the Yuzongs, etc. And I think a Badang would be a really great pick for Lewis right now, compared to the Ediths and the Hylos that we've seen him used last week.
Yeah, Badang has been such a hot pick lately, and it's such a good disruptor. I mean, that's really what it's for, and you know, you're able to go ahead and cause the momentum just to stop, really. Like, that's how it's played, and especially if you pick it against some of the hyper-focused or mobility-focused lineups. So we'll see what the plan is here. We're going to jump into the draft for game number 1 in our first best-of-3 for the day, the triple header between TNC and Smart Omega. Once again, TNC chose the blue side, so they're over here for the blue side, and we got Smart Omega on the red. The bans are coming out like we already mentioned, nothing probably too crazy from this. The Matilda Joy are taken out from TNC. Jushin, maybe, of course, they also take the role of taking out that Fanny.
Yeah.
And we'll see some of the first priorities. I'm honestly thinking, because the Joy is taken out already, what has mostly been that first pick on blue side? Is it towards that Granger?
Suyo?
Yep, it's always the Suyo.
Yeah.
Suyo Joy is the usual priority right now on the gold when one of those two are open. But with them taking it away, I think they want to rush the Harith or the Granger this time around, especially with the Juicin off the table. So now this is TNC. Again, this is one of the benefits of the blue side draft. You can have much more room to pull off some crazy draft strategies to catch your opponent off guard. And any team drafting against a blue side team that took out Joy and Suyo will get caught off guard. At least you know you're trading for either the Harith or the Granger, most likely, and they decide to go for the Selena. TNC, what the hell is going on? Swerve, swerve.
I mean, it's in the keys to victory. You mentioned it yourself. Ride the Phoenix
I did not
Army.
mention the Selena.
I wish Chove Skirt was playing right now, because I'm like, skirt, skirt. Like, this is a total swerve right now with the Selena first pick.
But again, that opens up for a Granger pick for the side of Smart Omega. They can choose between the Harith and the Granger. But this is what I was saying. The Badang that could go in the hands of Lewis.
What?
And so far, debut pick, Redmar, it's a Baksha!
TNC Pro Team are completely just changing draft priorities right now, except for the third pick blue side CC. That I really, really appreciate, by the way. Best EXP laner right now, you can sort of tie that up with Badang, but in terms of dominating the EXP lane, it is CC, but Badang is very high impact. So with the lineup surrounding Selena Baksha, Omega decide to go for a Hayabusa. Now, where TNC will place this Baksha, we don't know, whether in the roam or the jungle. However, a part of me is thinking we might actually be seeing a roam Baksha, something that TNC brought out last season, just it didn't work out well for them.
I mean, after the adjustment, it's easier to cast the shield. Even if you miss, the cooldown's been reduced. But at the same time, the last time I saw Baksha recently was actually from Team Falcons in Snapdragon Pro Series, wherein they paired up the Baksha with the Barretts, and Baksha was actually the jungler for that game.
I like that they went this, though. This is a nice kind of change of pace, I would say, honestly, from what we've been seeing, at least from week one and then even yesterday. Do you think this kind of unorthodox picking right now from TNC is going to work out for them based on what we see already from Smart Omega?
Well, it might come back to bite them. The Hayabusa might actually be able to just hunt down for the Selena and make it a tough time for Kozin. So whatever they pair with it in the center of the map has to be something that can soak up a lot of damage, especially after Andoryu hits level 4 and gets his first item early on. If that does happen, you're going to be seeing a Hayabusa that won't be shy with using the Shadow Kill once he gets to see the Selena. So we're actually seeing a little bit of a throwback to Season 8 priorities. Back in Season 8, if one team gets Selena, they want to make sure the other team does not get Jawhead. So just a little bit of throwback, and just seeing the Hayabusa again, the bans of the Jawhead Selena, my mind goes back to those days.
Yeah, Season 8, man, that was my first season.
Oh, right, it was.
You know, and I remember constantly kind of seeing that battle between those two picks, and that's one of the things, though, as this Vexana does get picked up here, is it's still risk-reward for Selena. We've seen some of the priority from other teams go for this, and you have to really be able to play around it. And then it's another debut pick. It's a Novaria, but this is also a signature pick for Lancy that we also saw last season, where he was getting some insane numbers statistically.
You know what? I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to be that guy for TNC Pro Team this season.
What?
Selena, Novaria, TNC in 5. I don't mind.
TNC in
Trust
5?
it. Trust it.
What's 5
Trust
mean?
in
What's
them.
5?
Trust in them right now. They will make this work. It's risky, but they will make this work.
So
because our hands are aligned and we're saying TNC in 5. Is that what that means?
No. So wait, assuming Redmar, this is the best of 7 series, you're actually giving one game to Omega.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
All right. You know what? So that we don't have to explain it. TNC in 3.
I still don't know what it means. What does it mean, Redmar?
In 3 games. 3 games. TNC in 3 games.
I'm sure people at home, too, were like, dude, what? Are we putting our hands in and we're going to be like, all right, TNC in 5. 1, 2, 3, TNC. You know, but anyway.
Selena Novaria, that's Poke, that is Vision. This is a throwback to when Popol and Koopa Selena. Again, the idea of MPL Philippines Season 8, except at that time it was Selena paired up with something a little bit tankier. Koopa and Popo were a little bit tankier, but this is so risky for TNC, man. Like, as much as I want to say, hell yeah, this will work, the analyst brain tells me, bro, they got to chill.
You got to put the analyst brain aside, look at the index, and just say, you know what, if you want to rise, you got to be a little risky. And that's what TNC is doing for game one with this lineup. You get one last look here at what they're bringing to the table. This is crazy, but it might work for TNC. And now on the other side, can Smart Omega bring a game one victory under their belt? We're jumping into the land of Dawn here. TNC and Smart Omega. Taking a look at this, I mean, it's been a minute since we've seen a Boxer jungle.
Yeah, and it's Yawi on the Selena. Wow, how they're going to be faring against a Badang and Vexana partnership in the roam mid. High burst, high crowd control might be tough to get vision traditionally, so you'll have to rely on the traps to get vision in the center of the map. While in the EXP lane, Lord JM will have to handle an Arlot. Lord JM, I hope he looks to be aggressive because that is not a favorable lane for an Arlot, and he could definitely be more impactful in the map if he plays this well.
You know, I'm actually happy for Luis because I mentioned this a while ago. I want to see the proactive XP laners coming in from the Cebuano himself. Arlot has now been in the picture, so we can expect a lot of game-changing plays from Luis himself. And paired up with the rotation of the Badang and the Vexana, we've seen this a lot yesterday, and it works. The Badang Vexana.
There's a lot of crowd control from this lineup for Smart Omega, and the only thing is, you know, how are you actually going to utilize those ultimates? You've got Chaknu with the Badang in his hands. You know, you got that great just utilizing of even the fist crack. It does good enough damage, but just using getting the walls off, and then you have a swooping effect, right, with the final slash for this Arlot. I'm wondering how they're going to layer those when it comes to the team fights, especially later on. But it does give them a lot of threat around the objectives. Lord JM?
Okay. First initiation forced out by Omega, but Lord James fine. He doesn't care. He has the mobility.
And again, Omega reading the laning advantage that ACC will have against an Arlot, their first major rotation to actually help out their EXP laner. They weren't able to threaten Lord JM in any considerable fashion, so TNC Pro Team have started the turtle, and it looks like Andorio, though, will be able to get there in time to contest it.
Okay. Chaknu got hit by the arrow. A lot of skills connecting, but Chaknu was able to still escape, and it looks like Omega, will they be able to contest?
Oh, wow.
The ultimate coming in from Lanzi connected, lost, but still, Okir, he got the turtle.
That's wild. Andorio got to press retro. Zaida didn't even press his, and Okir somehow was the one able to get the turtle. This is it's a crazy start, man.
Make sense. I feel like that's been the theme from draft to now. You know, maybe that's going to be the theme of this matchup, but right now it's the fact that they were able to go ahead and get themselves that turtle for Smart Omega off of that. And, you know, you saw how devastating an arrow this early on in the game can be, even for Chaknu, who, again, he's got, I believe he had the Tenacity emblem. So, you know, the fact that he's able to go ahead and not die is good for them. But then where do you go from here, right? You already got your first objective. You build up from there. Your XP lane seems to be the dead lane right now. It's just going to be fine. Do they make a play here, Chaknu?
Oh, fist cracks, just to make sure that TNC is able to get a kill. And actually, Andorio is the one who counters it out and gets Lancy in the middle. What is happening?
That's exactly what we were talking about. Once Andorio's level 4 and he will hunt down the Selena and the Novaria with the shadow kills. He does not have to worry about a big beefy roamer to soak up damage because they don't have that. They have Zaida at the center of the map who was placed forward, who wasn't able to take down Chaknu, and I'm just really looking forward to seeing how TNC will make this work because I'm still scratching my head.
Yeah, he's, again, that's twice now that Chaknu hasn't gone down, and these arrows from Yawi eventually are going to be a problem that they have to deal with. So some of the early game is going to work in favor for Smart Omega, and a lot of it has to deal with, again, think about this. The way this interaction works with Novaria and also having the Selena, you get so much vision. Like, this is your vision game for game one. There's no way you lose in vision for TNC. So throughout the game, that's the strength with the lineup that they have. So even if they just kind of, you know, calm down a little bit in the early game, they know that they have one big advantage, and that's vision. But can they win these skirmishes and team fights? They are the ones to start up this turtle next, and Smart Omega will have to get in positioning. Lewis this time around, also, they have to be careful of that final slash as Andorio now makes his way for this turtle fight as they get ready.
Okay, Andorio already picked up his Hunter Strike, so again, he can replicate. Just go for the back line. Lewis goes in with the final slash, prepared up with Chaknu's fist crack. And Zaida's the first man down, and Doryu picks up the turtle.
And again, this is so much more difficult for TNC Pro Team to execute. It looks so easy right now for Omega.
Okay, they're still trying to go attack the once again with the flicker fist break. Make sure Lord JM, even if you have high mobility up against 4, oh man, you can't out-sustain that.
Again, it's so hard right now for Zaida since he doesn't have a roamer protecting him. He has vision, sure, from the traps, but he's going to be the guy that Omega will see first. He'll just be standing there, getting the vision, holding the objectives, while there's only so much TNC with the lineup that they have right now can do when Omega decides to jump in with Luis's final slash, the combos coming in as well from Yawi.
And that's the thing I was pointing out earlier, you know, Andorio goes in. He does use the retry, but not going to be able to follow up. You saw that earlier. Lewis sweeps in with the final slash, and then the way Chaknu lines up his fist break is based off that final slash. So that's something that every time an objective comes up that TNC does have to watch out for, even if they have a vision. Chaknu won't land that one. Multiple members here, though, for Smart Omega. Oh, Lord JM just checking things out. Andorio is going to be fine. Also, meanwhile, this whole time, you have your gold laners just doing their thing, farming up. And that's what Big J needed this game in comparison to what he had last week.
Yeah, I actually like the confidence coming in from Jome after picking up the Hunter Strike. Transitions already to a Sky Piercer, so they know that they're in control. Zaida going up against Lewis, though. But here comes Ukir and Chaknu. They're going to finally pick up a kill onto the Cebuano.
Okay, good thing Andorio didn't decide to commit any final slash, and Omega wasn't in the right position to just continue that assault. They were finally able to take down one. It is just Luis, though. But you see how expensive it is for TNC to just get one at this point. Question is, I wonder if it will get to a portion of the game where the damage of the poke from the Novar in the Selena might actually just be too much to handle for either the Arlot or the Badang, that TNC will build that advantage that way.
Okay.
Again, playing this for the turtle. Andorio?
Wiki Shadow kills Zaida out to Retries and Doryu, so 2 turtles will be secured. One turtle will be secured by TNC, but here comes the counter-attack once again. They want to go for more, forcing out the Doryu to use the Shadow to retreat. So TNC still slowly, they're crawling back.
Yeah, one thing I have to remind us is that this is actually Lancy's signature Novaria back in MPL Philippines Season 13 during the height of what could have been a much deeper run in the playoffs for the then Minana Evo squad. It was Lancy's Novaria that was frequently respected by their opponents.
And even when he played it from time to time in 14, right? Season 14.
Yes.
It was a hero that a lot of people just knew that if Lancy had it, there's always that gameplay making capability, even later on in the game, and that's what we're talking about. Just so again, with maybe the poke gets to a point where it's too much, because we know how that scaling goes for Novaria. And they might just play around that timer, Lord JM.
Wiki Shadow kill onto Lord JM, pops his vengeance, has the Shadow out because he's not going to be able to take down Lord JM. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Lewis catches a final slash, and on the right target, Kozen finally falls down.
Oh, the fact that... No, I'm going to say that was more of a Luis thing than it was an error on the side of Kozen to be placed that deep. It was Luis able to display him really well. You see that the Arlot was actually forced to commit the flicker to make that play. Dominant size is the first item for Luis, so he's going to be going for the tanky build Arlot. While for the CC, very standard so far with the War Axe and the Brute Force Breastplate. Looking at the Zaida Baksha jungle, it's anti-Kiras Rush since it is mostly physical skill damage from Omega.
Oh, good catch from Ukir. Paired up with a Wiki Shadow kill from Andorio to bring down Lord JM. Here comes Big J making the play. Chaknu soaking up the damage, but Zaida as well. And it looks like the clash will stop here, but they want to go for more. Now it's going to connect onto Lewis. That's a trade TNC is willing to take.
See, that's the problem there, and that team fight showcased it perfectly. If you stay in those areas and stay in those fights, then eventually TNC just gets space and they fire off from the back end, and it's so hard to kind of play against the constant dodging of arrows or the shots from the Novaria.
Yeah, and you also see that Yawi's reading Chaknu very well. His rotations with traps and him being not afraid to get vision, usually like how a traditional roamer tank would like to do it. So he knows that he has a dash, he can transform, he has the flicker as well in case it gets a little bit too hairy and he needs to get away. But Yawi's traps and Abyssal Arrows have been on point to reading Chaknu, and that's what sort of has kept things level. The fact that Chaknu cannot get into the Mamba positioning as much as he would want to.
Yeah, and apart from that, you know, Lancy's Astral Echo, the moment they cast it, and connects onto 4. Yawi's gonna have a good time just casting the Abyssal Arrows because the hitbox will increase. So TNC has full control over this first Lord, but it looks like Omega, will they be able to strike back?
They're going to hold it here. Half health for now. Omega trying to get in positioning. Big J clearing out that mid.
Wow! And there you have it, Astral Echo. Like a red carpet onto Omega, bringing down Lewis and Chakno. Now they're trying to go for the engagement. Kozen picks up Big J. Still no casualties for TNC. Lord still hasn't been secured, and Andorio is still alive for Omega. They can actually make a play with the Shadows to try and go for the steal.
They might try to make a play. Lord JM. Quite low Zyda too. I don't know if they can actually commit to this just yet.
Yeah, Omega cannot get close. And this is what I was talking about. 5 kills per side, TNC in 5. That's what I meant.
TNC in 5.
And that's when they got the Lord. They're making the lineup work. I told you. I mean, I doubted it, not gonna lie. I was very skeptical. But once you see everything layering together, Lancy's comfort with the Novaria, I feel like, alongside the Yawi's great timings of the traps and Abyssal Arrows, is what's making this work.
Hashtag TNC in 5.
Hashtag
if they win this, you know, then we've got the answer we're looking for. Because right now they have this play with the Lord making its way down the bottom. Arrows are going to fly.
Oh, plus the Astral Echo, Astral Spear, a lot of projectiles just crashing down onto Andorio to bring him down, but they're going to counterattack with a kill onto Yawi, a roamer for a jungler. It's well worth it for TNC.
They're not letting Omega get into position. They lost Yawi, yeah, but they got a push down bottom. Their minion waves are still pushing in. I think Omega's sort of like seeing an alternate version of what it was like to go up against the chip of Team Falcons Philippines, wherein they're just wary about the vision and the turnaround factor that a chip provides, except this time it's the Astral Echo and the ability set of a Novaria plus a Selena. And he's been low-key here, but Zyda has also been a very important part of this lineup because he's the main tank. He's the guy who's just there. It's like, hit me, please. I do this for my team.
He's the sandbag, you know?
He's the sandbag.
And it's funny because some people were wondering when we came into this, I think it's still developing the meta right now for the season, but
for sure,
you know, is it going to still be a lot of the assassins, or do the utility jungler heroes now have a space in the meta? And this is one of the showcases that, yes, it does. Now, I know some people might have a little PTSD from yesterday, seeing the Barretts, maybe, you know, but hey, this Baksha has ended up working pretty well.
Yeah, look at that. Double Enchanted Talisman for the Novaria Selena. No wonder they're just constantly tossing out all their abilities.
I mean, even if Joma, he likes having a lot of stacks, but wait a minute, Andorio goes in there after Yawi.
Good flicker.
Good flicker. What just happened? Now TNC still in full control. Now they're trying to contest for the purple buff. Lewis goes in with the final slash, gonna connect. Here comes a vengeance from Lord JM, plus the fish crack coming in from Chakno, but he's still alive! And Kozen gets a kill. Going up against 4, he's that strong. Pops his Wind of Nature, and TNC finally strikes again.
They are deceptively tanky. Lord JM, once he has his vengeance up, and Zyda as well, just standing there, they can actually soak up damage, and they're supplementing Kozen. That's what they needed to do. It's just a very unique way of thinking, how do we supplement our gold laner? It's bombard them with vision and damage.
Andorio, again, gonna try with a Wiki Shadow kill. Luckily, 5 members of the Phoenix Army was there to share out the damage coming in from the Wiki Shadow kill. Now 3.7k gold lead for TNC. 7 seconds before the Lord spawns. I mean, you have to expect, I mean, you have to ask Lewis a lot. You know, just keep on doing those final slash. But again, if you catch the wrong target like Lord JM, even paired up with the ultimate coming in from Banana, it's going to be hard. But Zyda, okay.
Chakno gets stunned.
Oh, Chakno gonna get stunned. How will Omega respond? Because so far, Kozen.
Oh my God.
Look at the Astral Spear damage to Chakno, forcing out the Mamba to go home.
He's going to be fine, though. Again, he'll be able to reset. They should be able to at least... So, whoa, another one!
Man, Yawi, at this point, the Astral Echo wasn't even casted, but he's making sure that all the arrows are connecting to the right targets.
There's so many things flying. Omega's just like, guys, how do we position ourselves?
It's a mini game within a game at this point for Smart Omega. It is going to be a reset on that Lord. Andorio goes up top. They get this information that he goes up and clears. So this could be a window for TNC to go ahead and start putting the pressure here. He's going to make his way, though. They hold it at less than half health. Chaknu might look for it.
Oh, and it looks like Zyda will secure the Lord for the Phoenix Army. Well-executed play from these 5 young men.
Well, we posed the question earlier, will it get to the point where the long-range pokes of TNC will just be too much to handle? Apparently the answer was just a simple hell yeah.
A yes.
A yes. Guardian's Helmet, Athena's Shield for the Baksha, so your tank is built. I like how Kozan actually built the Malefic gun quite fast. He knows that there's so much space between him and the rest of Omega, when he's not diving too close to Omega, that he can just safely hit from a distance. So TNC, this is an incredibly well thought out lineup and strategy that have just shocked Omega.
Again, right now, they're getting to go ahead and assault the base of Smart Omega. That charge in from the Lord. They should be able to make work on at least one of these turrets right now. They are holding it together.
Oh! Lord JM! Vengeance up against 4, just dancing around in the middle, and just like that, Lancy erases the living legend Chaknu with 1 Astral Spear.
And why did Luis use the final slash before anything happened?
I think he was anticipating the jump from Zyda.
That wasn't anticipation, that was overthinking.
Overthinking.
As a fellow overthinker, I relate.
Yep. Sometimes you trip over yourself and it doesn't work out, you know? But it's... oh, there it is.
Okay. We got one.
He didn't overthink that.
Nice
And this
combo.
time, gonna find Lancy for the combo and gonna survive. Omega still finding ways to come back from this game. They do, however, lose 1 inhibitor turret up top, but still, they're continuing to minimize the lead that TNC is making.
Lewis just heard us, and he's like, yeah. I'm gonna make up for that one. I'm gonna Bowie that one. And he did.
Bowie, guys.
Bowie.
Bowie.
All right, gets the purple buff here for Andoru. So they have been fighting tooth and nail for a lot of just the space around the map. We take a look at this. Divine Glaive's now picked up by Ukir. We haven't talked too much about Ukir. Ukir has actually done really well despite everything that's happening, because you got to remember, they're at a disadvantage when it comes to the range.
Yes.
Because when Ukir, like literally all he can do is drop down the Eternal Guard from the range for the most part, or at least get a little bit of damage on. But they have to constantly watch out for those arrows, for the astral balls coming through. You know, it's just
astral balls.
Astral balls. You gotta watch out for those, man.
You have 2 astral balls here, nice.
Yeah. I looked at your guys' head. I'm sorry. That's the first thing that came to mind.
We get it. We're bald. Okay. But yeah, well, Ukir has been doing a good job of being the counter-engage for Lord JM and Yaoi's entry, even when Zyda needs to get close and hold down the front line. So that's when the Deathly Grasp, the Cursed Blast, and the Eternal Guard of the Vexana comes in big time, and I think that's where TNC is going to start feeling the pain now of how difficult it might be to siege with their lineup. Yes, they can still continue applying the pressure, but you saw with 1 combo from Luis, if TNC were a little bit more mispositioned, they would have lost just more than Lancy, and it would have been a devastating loss. So Omega needs to hold on to that fact if they want to turn this around, that they can turn this around, because it's only a 2.6, 2.7 difference in gold lead.
Lewis is going to be that guy here. He's got Flicker in 2 seconds. He's got the ultimate. They take a couple shots again, but it's up to him. And Chaknu takes an arrow.
Wow, again.
Will they commit? Oh my goodness, Lancy! Blast down Chaknu out of the map, plus the kill onto Lewis. And goodbye indeed, but TNC will still go for the Lord.
Yeah, wow, Lancy got Chaknu with that Star Shatter right in the Astral, bro.
Right in, he did, man. You can't, I mean, at that point, you can't get out of that one, you know? And part of this, too, as I was saying, is, you know, Lewis and Chaknu had to be those guys. There was no opportunity for them to be those guys because of all the arrows and the traps and everything else thrown at them.
Yeah, and the thing is, Lewis and Chaknu are actually just doing their job. I mean, they have to try and zone out. They have to provide information for Omega. They just can't play passively, especially up against the lineup of TNC. And if they get the Lord, Omega's going to have a hard time trying to clear out the minions. So you pretty much can't blame them for how the Astral Spears, the Abyssal Arrows is connecting.
The power of arrows and friendship. I like how TNC Pro Team doubled down on this thought that, you know what, it's week 2, day 2, it's our 3rd match. Let's go wild. Let's see what we can do to stretch out the limits of this meta. We've already been saying how this meta is starting to get super predictable and boring, and here comes TNC.
Oh, okay, Luis with a catch, plus paired up with the Eternal Guard coming in from Ukir. This time they're going to pick up again also Lord and JM, but the inhibitor turret down bottom has now been exposed. Lord up top for TNC. They do, however, still have 4 members, but it looks like they will take the discipline route and wait for the minion waves in the middle.
This is what Renmar was basically saying, you know, the sieging potential with this lineup is going to be a little difficult. They do conceal. They want this purple buff. They're not going to get it. Does Chaknu want to make a play? Okay. It looked like that they might have actually wanted to try to go ahead and make a play based off that they had the numbers advantage, but ultimately, Smart Omega can do this probably one more time, even if that next Lord goes to TNC, just because, again, if they're able to catch someone, and most likely they will when it comes to the base defense because of the fact that you have a final slash and you can try to scoop someone up from TNC.
Oh, Winter Crown!
Go!
He got away!
Yeah, we
got away. And now the chase is on for TNC. They're not going to contest for the orange buff anymore, but look at just the fast hands of Yawi. I mean,
that was cool.
You spent the entire game just making sure the Abyssal Arrows will connect on the dot, and now you have enough time to execute those kinds of outplays up against Adorium. Yawi, where have you been all my life, Yawi?
All your life?
All your life?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not that long.
Yeah.
You know, you're quite young, so...
Still a young man.
Still a young man, still
who has
young
lost
man.
all his hair.
I mean, I said that because, you know, as a roamer myself, I really look up to these kinds of roamers. Yawi.
You relate, you relate.
I relate.
I've never seen you play Selena.
I honestly can't relate because I also can't execute a Winter Crown play like that.
You can. Just have a little bit more faith in yourself.
You just got to prep it. That's it. That's all you got to do.
Okay, fine, guys.
You just prep the Winner's Crown. You've never done that before?
You know, you guys, you make it sound so easy.
It is, bro.
It is. You've never done a 1 second quick item swap while also keeping track of everything else?
While cooking rice?
I don't know.
Ian. Still a lot to learn.
Still a lot to learn, young guy.
Fully built are the Selena and Novaria. No wonder why Omega's just getting peppered with nukes from afar. The last time we saw an item check onto Lancey, he has fully built. Oh, this could be big. But Luis, by the way, he's been massive in the past few sequences. His flicker final slashes have been very big for Omega in terms of stopping TNC in what they want to do. But TNC's been watching their positioning. They still have to really watch out for it. If Luis is even more patient and he waits for the full commit dive from TNC before he uses the final slash, and then he lets it out at the perfect time, TNC's just going to feel the world of pain.
This is the pain right here. The fact that Jome is so low on the damage. Again, Winter Crown?
Again.
Two
consecutive Winter Crown plays from Yawi. Now the Astral Echo is going to connect on to 4. The chase is on. Zyda leading the way for the Phoenix Army. Luis counters out with a final slash, but Lord James just pops his Vengeance on the other hand. Kozen going right after the backline, and the Clash will disengage, but a lot of resources have been expended on the side of TNC.
Every ultimate.
Yeah, that's so much for Lord JM only, but TNC, to be fair, also used a lot of their ultimates. So these two teams are going into this without a lot of their key abilities. It's coming back quickly, though, for Omega and TNC. Ultimate should be back online, except for the Eternal Guard of the Vexana.
This is tough. Again, what angle do you go from if you're Smart Omega? Because right now they just might have to watch this get taken.
Oh, Chakno will he attempt to go for the seal alongside Andori. Andori goes in with the shadow, but Lancey secures the Lord. Now Omega's desperate to try and go for a kill as Zyda just is tanking up the damage coming in from the Rhapsody of Jome.
Zyda was drifting in front of the face of Jome, sidestepping all of the Rhapsodies as much as he could, pulling attention. That was pretty funny, not gonna lie. But that was cool. That was a cool funny.
That's like one of those things you want to see animated, you know? Basically at that point. But that's the thing, like Jome, he has his itemization. Like look at what he has, but he really has not been able to get in the range to fight on this Granger, and that's one of the disadvantages, and now they're gonna have to clear out this Lord here.
Okay. Lord marching in. Another beautiful Astral Echo from Lancey. And TNC, let's see, how are they going to end this? Because so far, Omega's doing a good job trying to clear out the minions. On the other hand, they're going to be able to shut down Ook here. And now the clash is still going on. Zyda jumps into the middle as Kozen just free hitting up against 2. Lord JM is going to fall down. And another win for the Phoenix Army.
They are rising even further. TNC in 5. Well, that was 23 minutes, but that was TNC in 5 taking game 1.
Selena Novaria. It was only one. Well, let's say the first 3 turtles were kind of here and there in terms of some engagements. Omega was able to trade. But TNC took control of that quicker than I thought they would. Like, they just started peppering Omega, and Omega's ability in the early game to be able to snowball and just wreck TNC's lineup, again, with a very risky Selena Novaria combo, that window closed down really quickly. That's what shocked me the most.
I was honestly expecting some sort of game like a Falcons versus Onyx yesterday, wherein Onyx was able to extend the game with the was it Barrett's? I mean, yeah, Barrett's jungler, right? For King Kong. Yeah, I was expecting a TNC some sort of pull off a route like that, but they did it in an unexpected, very fast fashion.
Yeah, that was very unexpected for sure.
Yeah,
unexpectedly unexpected.
Man, you guys can't blame me. My mind was going crazy. I didn't even see the crystal go down. I was looking for the kills from Kozin.
You know, sometimes, I don't know if you knew this, but it's a science space fact that when you buzz your head, your hair actually keeps it cooler so that your IQ stays where it needs to be.
But he's going down.
Yeah, no, because you got rid of the hair. But I completely understand and feel what you're saying here, Ingan. You know, the main thing is the fact that we had, how many was it, 2 debut picks? Was this 2? This
there was a lot. Baksha, Novaria, Arlot. No, it's three, yeah.
I mean, that is a lot if you think about it.
It's a good amount in one draft.
But TNC had 2 of those. And the fact that they were confident enough to bring that out for this game was, you know, it speaks for itself here. And, of course, Yawi getting the MVP for this game. And look at that. That's a different kind of arrow, though. I don't think she shoots her arrows like that.
Nope. Well, maybe she. No, yeah, she doesn't. I think she just raises her hand out.
It comes out of her hand.
Yeah, it just flies out of her hand. Oh,
it's void.
No, that's some crazy body horror. That's pretty cool. I never thought of Selena that way. 3-1-8 for Yawi. And
where do you think it comes from?
I don't know.
I think there's the wrists, like
from
the man spider.
Spider-Man.
Like
from the ether.
Go, go, go. Abyssal arrow.
92%. Go, go, go. That's what he would yell every time. Well, to be fair, if you translate tara to English, the Filipino word for go, it's go, go, go. Yeah, I mean, it was clear the effect that Selena's Yawi brought to the table. And again, we mentioned the point of Yawi and Lancey being able to match Yawi's freak, and he was able to do that. The aggression that Yawi wants to do, the vision provided by Yawi, you cannot detach Lancey's name from Yawi's MVP performance here, because the Novaria and Selena together, they just played that so well.
I love the range that they played with for this. I mean, even these moments where, you know, you still have the tier 1s up and you're able to put pressure under the turrets like this, even for resources. And again, in that time, you know, Chaknu's fist break there didn't work for them in their favor because it cut them off too. So, and the trying to get to this angle into these objectives is so difficult because of the fact that you are just losing range. And that's why I was saying, you know, for Big J, the guy struggled. He had no really opportunity to get in range, and even when he did, it was because Zyda was literally moving in circles around him on the Baksha. So very tough game. I could imagine that if, you know, it was TNC that had the Granger, then that's a total range game that they could actually use in their favor. But taking a look at this, 23-35. Hey, there's still a 5 in there, Renmar.
Yeah, see, TNC in 5. How many players do they have? 5.
If you count, you know, the one Hans saw a while ago, they're technically 6.
You can only play 5 in the game, Ingan.
Okay, fine.
That's why you can't do the Winter Crown trick. No, but I am excited for when we start talking about Benny Cutie for this one. But Benny Cutie's not here. Kozin definitely was. And again, I really appreciate the itemization. I believe that's a 3rd item Malefic Gun. He didn't go for the Wind of Nature 3rd. I'll have to double check on that, but he got that relatively quickly, and that just meant that it would be near impossible now to be able to catch the Irithel. You'll have to go through Lord JM, Zyda, the rest of TNC before you got Kozin, as long as Kozin really watched his positioning. The one time he didn't was the only time he died. And then after that, you saw, it was like, oh, okay, Luis isn't messing around. He's going to use his Flicker Wild Slash when he, Final Slash, excuse me, when he knows he can get someone. So I'm going to watch out for that. So as much as you saw TNC dominate, you also see them respect the capabilities that Omega can bring to the table, especially with what you mentioned and pointed out earlier, Naisu, wherein Jome, despite being the rich guy here, you barely felt the damage that he could have dished out.
Yeah, and again, I like the concept too of Smart Omega's lineup. It could have worked, but I think again they just were constantly trying to figure out, man, how do we even get in range? And this was what was so difficult for Chaknu and Luis, and why they kind of juggled that role a little bit, especially as the game went on. Sometimes it was Chaknu trying to go forward first, sometimes it was Luis, sometimes they were trying to make that work together, but if it failed, then they didn't have any of the follow-through to actually go and have that team fight, because a lot of times, too, even if you get there, who are you going to catch?
Yeah,
you can't really catch an Irithel, you know, and Kozin was well protected because of just the fact that how much vision was provided from that lineup. So I wouldn't be surprised again if, you know, throughout the regular season here that we see more of this combination between the Selena and the Novaria. Mind you, it is still a risk to pick that up because I feel like only specific teams or players, you know, combinations of players would like to go that way.
Yeah.
But this time around for TNC, it worked out well.
And I'm going to say something that might be a little bit controversial.
So tell.
You can, it's specific to who the team that would pick it, but it's also very specific to who you're going to pick it up against.
Who?
No, exactly. It's like I feel like TNC. I feel like TNC went into this thinking,
Oh,
hey,
is that rhetorical?
Going up against Omega,
Yeah.
they can be the type of team that we can use this kind of combination with. What that means for you,
At
up to
home.
you how you're going to read that. But in my point of view, it's more of like, Chaknu's always been the type of, he knows how to play around the shrub so well.
Yeah.
So how do you stop a guy like that? Make sure that you get vision on him. Don't let him position. Again, that was one of the main points that we made earlier.
Speaking of vision, is this true? Yawi secures the first
Yes.
Selena win of the season?
Yeah, all the other Selenas have lost so far this
Finally.
season.
Selena, what is going on here?
Yeah.
She's picked up so much. And this is crazy that this is actually her first win.
Yeah, this is her 6th pick and
Sixth
her
pick?
first win.
That's not a solid win rate. I would not let my teammate pick that.
Yeah, it's
If
one
they showed-
1 for 6.
1 for 6, baby. But hey, it's Yawi that makes it happen, and that might be something again. You know, when you consider who do you do this against, who do you go with this lineup against. I think a lot of people wouldn't necessarily think of the combination between the Novaria and the Selena, but they serve a great purpose. So would love to see what kind of adjustments happen here for Smart Omega. I think it's still the same thing, too. I would love to see it if Jome can get activated, because now this is multiple games now in a row where we really haven't been able to see him shine. And you can see this real quick, too, from Yawi. His first in average assists at 8.39 back in MPL PH Season 9.
Oh, that was the Super Team Echo era, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, Season 9.
I mean, if you go back to that season, you're actually seeing it right now, the Express, the rotation of TNC, how they're playing around their picks and the rotation. Glimpses of Echo Season 9, honestly. And I actually want to go back to the Selena point. Were all Selenas used up last week? We're all mid laners?
Yeah, all mid. No,
Yeah.
no
roam.
other position. for
No
them.
roam.
So that means Selena is a roamer. Am I right?
What?
In the right hands,
Yeah,
maybe.
in the right hands, yeah.
I wouldn't put a blanket statement out there.
No, I'm just getting reassurance because I want to use Selena right
Okay.
after this day.
Well, Chaknu, maybe we get to see him use it because he's also first in average assists, 8.05 last season. He was first in average assists. So, and I remember some of those games, man. Some of those games that we were casting last season where Chaknu himself single-handedly saved some games that they should have lost.
Yeah.
And they were able to turn around. And that play style, that mentality, that Mamba mentality is clearly it's still there, but so far it just hasn't got them that victory that they're looking for. And part of that, again, is the fact that I just think Smart Omega in general is trying to build up that synergy around them as a team.
Yeah.
Because individually they all have, their moments where they do shine, but ultimately they just haven't been able to go and come together in a game to get that dominant game win or even the series win that they're looking for.
Yeah, that's why it's so tough right now, actually, to read Omega as a team, because it looks like they haven't completely read themselves just yet. Oh, that was kind of deep, but
That's
it's
pretty
like,
deep.
Yeah, we're not seeing the Omega of last season, and I don't think I don't want to say it might be a while. Maybe that game number 1, if it was like a more traditional lineup from TNC Pro Team, maybe we would have seen Omega be able to match that and maybe even take the game. But it looked like they were just completely overwhelmed by a surprise setup. If I'm not mistaken, on the side of TNC Pro Team, there is a talented member of their coaching staff. I'll share this anecdote later on. I'll just have to double check some things, but maybe we'd look into Yawi and Chaknu's comparisons.
Yeah, let's look at this. Top shared heroes is the Cho and, of course, the Kufra. But as everybody says, Yawi is him. He is Cho, and same thing for Chaknu. Chaknu is Kufra. Reminds me of the old saying back from our good friend Eterna when she said Kufra's Chaknu, I think it was.
Yeah,
Kufra's
Chaknu.
And that was back in MSC 2022, actually. And that's it. I mean, that's the interesting thing. 45 times for the Cho pick for Yawi, 54 times for that Kufra pick, and 61% win rate on that Kufra too, and the 56 over here for the Cho. And that's why, again, these two players, these two individuals are just known for being those, you know, stalwart, just strong type of roams.
Yeah.
And I always think that when you look at these players who have been around for seasons and seasons, and you see their hero pool for the roam, that's what's usually astonishing to me, because, again, this was a roam Selena. Has not been picked up there many times.
Yep.
Ends up working out really well, and it takes a certain mentality of a roamer to be able to pick a hero like that, make it work, make it fit into a team. And so that's what I'm still looking for Chaknu. You know, I still, even if that means pull out the Kufra, man. We got to see the Cho, we got to see Yawi's Cho last week. We want to see Kufra's Chaknu. Yeah, see what I did there.
I mean, as much as I love a Kufra, I honestly don't find it as viable as an option for today's meta, especially since Kufra is not that tanky compared to the likes of the Tigs, even the Badangs, etc. One thing I'm actually looking forward to seeing is maybe a Mathilda for Chaknu.
We've seen that a couple times from him.
Yeah.
In the past.
No, for today.
For today.
That might be a trick that Omega could try and explore.
Yeah,
up against
considering
TNC.
that TNC doesn't ban it. Because, again, TNC pulled out it's something that it's not super surprising to see a Matilda first phase blue side ban. It has popped up as a respect, but it just goes to show TNC is actually thinking of that for Chaknu, and they want to be careful going up against it and make sure that they don't go up against it, rather. As we head into the draft, I would like to share my little anecdote. I've heard some very good things about the analyst of TNC Pro Team in Coach Semi.
Semi? Coach
yeah,
Semi?
Semi, Xemy. So there have been some stories going around about him, about how he has a very unique mind for the game. He has some very unique ideas, and I wouldn't be surprised at what if maybe give flowers where they could be possibly due. That was Coach Semi's brainchild to come up with the Selena Novar. Maybe that's something we can look out for.
Give him those flowers. Thanks for the roses. All right, jumping into Game 2 draft. We got one more band left. This is interesting too. Win rate for blue side, TNC 66.67%. Red side for Smart Omega, 0%. But then again, mind you, they only played one game last week. And one series. One series last week, and they're looking to make things happen here. And hopefully they can change that win rate with this game going into Game 2. Also, real quick, just a reminder, guys, you can purchase your tickets on the line for tomorrow's matches. Twisted Minds versus TNC. So TNC will get to go ahead and play again tomorrow. And also Omega. Omega will be playing against TLPH. So that is going to be a daunting task, I feel like, for Omega, because right now TLPH is going a little crazy. But we'll see them later today, too. Now that last ban, did they come out? Are we still waiting for it? We are still waiting for it.
Still waiting for a Fanny ban.
I'm surprised. I think Omega chose to stay red side.
Here's the Fanny. Yeah, they would have chosen to. Yeah, they would have chosen to stay red because we have blue.
Suyo.
Okay, here I got this, boys. Via Timebreaker Times, Coach and DJ. Sobrang sarap sa pakiramdam kasi kumbaga yung lahat ng pinag-urapan namin na magkasama ay nakitang namin ng magandang yung resulta. All right, let's translate it. Ingan.
I thought you were going to translate it.
No,
Basically,
I'm the Tagalog reader.
Coach Imba DJ just saying that he feels good because all of their hard work, all of their time together is paying off, and it's looking like it's giving out good results for TNC. And now Omega looking to even out the score by picking out the Suyo and Badang.
Okay.
I like the Harith priority here for TNC Pro Team. Omega go with a strong combo right away. They can flex this Badang. Hopefully they're thinking about flexing it and they haven't lead on the idea that this is going to go into the hands of the Mamba. Most likely we're going to be seeing another Vexana pick later on for Omega, or just anyone that can burst down to make sure that they make the most out of what the Badang brings to the table. Jawhead might actually also be a possibility for Omega later on, so hopefully they hold on to the Badang flex up until the second phase of the draft and they don't show it yet. For TNC Pro Team, they can get Eve. Oh,
okay.
Yawi gets his Cho. All right.
Does this mean that Kufra will put out Chaknu?
You know what? If you're going to pick up Kufra, now would be a good time to do it.
Right?
Not now, but in this draft.
Later on, yeah, of course.
hopefully we get that matchup.
Okay.
Okay, we like it. We like it. We like it. He gets. I just anytime, dude. You guys can't deny it. All the Yaoi fans around the world, they see him get the Cho. It's the same reaction when, for example, Chaknu did get the Kufra before. So they want to see him make the moves, make the plays. And right now, based off this first phase of the draft, I would say that right now TNC, I like what they have. The combination, too, that we've seen before quite a bit is that E-pick with that Harith. Two solid options that really work with a lot of utility, but also the ultimates work great together. You know, if you want to set up that box, the real-world manipulation with that Zaman Force, there's a lot of zone potential, especially when you consider the fact that you have these heroes across from you that want to be in your face, right? The Mozkov coming in with the Spirit of Destruction, the Suyo, of course, even the Badang. Like, this is what you want to go ahead and fight. And if you can actually lock someone down with a kick with that Way of the Dragon and take someone out right away, that's a huge advantage for TNC already.
And we've seen it a lot multiple times yesterday. I believe Cho was picked up as a roamer multiple times, and Omega takes out a lot of junglers, Joy and Alpha.
The problem means Omega's actually thinking about a Farsa in their mid lane. That's usually one of the reasons why you would ban out the Joy. Because if you're the Vexana, you're okay with letting the Joy through. TNC Pro Team let go of the glue. There might be a Farsa 4th pick, and then we're just gonna see finally the Roam EXP get shown in the 5th. Hopefully that's what they're thinking.
Okay. Next pick, Farsa.
That's what
this is
they
common.
were thinking. Yeah.
Literally the common, the Farsa into the Eve. Now your last 2 picks for TNC. We still need a jungle. What do you think Zyda's gonna go for?
Hoping they pick Lucas, but not for Zyda.
Yeah.
Or for Lord JM.
I would like the Lucas for Lord JM and maybe a
Still
Nolan or Hayabusa. But they might actually be thinking about the Nolan more, considering the rotational speed matches the Suyo better.
Okay.
So
Because
Nolan,
of the
Lucas.
effect, yeah, Nolan.
Nolan, Lucas.
Lucas jungle. Why do you think it doesn't work out so? Why didn't it work out so well yesterday? What it was record yesterday for Lucas?
No.
Nolan.
Lucas.
I don't know. There's just something about Lucas right now. I think teams haven't completely learned how to make the most out of it.
Yeah.
So instead of going for the Lucas, they go for the Hilda. So this is the disruptive, fast-rotating Lord JM. TNC Pro Team might be thinking to just... They're not reading the EXP matchup so well. Okay. So they want the Hilda to be very active in the map, to go to the jungle a little bit more. So you're actually rotating more as 4 with the Hilda leaving the EXP lane. And I think they banked on that idea that they're going to be going up against a Badang on the EXP, then the Badang is not going roam.
Yeah, not going roam. That was that Tig last pick there. So good responses. And I feel like that Tig was kind of warranted because you want to be able to go ahead and help with setting things up just in case. Because if you do happen to get caught in that fight with the rear-world manipulation and you have a response with the implosion, we've seen this happen time and time again, you could use that in a couple different ways, whether that's to peel, whether that's just to be a counter response from TNC or to TNC's lineup, then that's fine. But also, again, you have good burst damage, and that's what I like for Smart Omega because I want to see them have a better early game, one where they take control, at least in the early game, because look at this. The potential here right now, the early to mid-game potential, that was a 4.4. I mean, it looked like it was more red than blue.
Yeah.
The numbers were swapped a little bit, but I want to see this early game potential with a Suyo and a Farsa in the hands of Smart Omega. We'll see if they pull it off. We're jumping in the game at 2. Once again, in the Land of Dawn, TNC, will they get a sweep against the Barangay Smart Omega?
Yeah, if Omega wants to get that early snowball that Naisu is looking for, they have to make sure that they don't have a repeat of their first engage against Team Falcons Philippines in game number 1 last week, wherein they overly committed because they knew they could get the snowball, and they just missed the execution.
Early game post, you could already feel it, and just like that, you already force out Ukir's flicker early on.
That early on with the flicker is going to be tough because I was... You know, again, he could just wait till he's level 4, and if you're Farsa, you got wings by wings. That's kind of safety and net enough. But ultimately, with how this is going to go, like I said, for Jome, he's got his signature Mozkov. I want to say it's signature because that's where we saw some of his best performances last season. And I hope that he can pop off, but this is Kozin on the Harith, and the Harith has been phenomenal already, even back before we started MPL.
I mean, even last week we saw quite of a good thing for the side of Omega, wherein there was a good outplay coming in from Drome, where he used up the Spear of Destruction up against 2 members of Team Falcons. If he continues to pull off outplays like that, I'm not going to wonder why this could go to a Game 3.
Oh, Yawi goes in, just checks things out. And even with this, they do have Zyda at level 4. It's going to be spotted out. Little check with the Queller there. The Turtle will be up here shortly. So once they kind of get things situated, again, you're playing around once you have level 4s available, once you have that timer available to you.
If Omega, what we're looking for is Snowball from them, oh, they might find the start of it.
Oh, good use of the Sacred Hammer plus the Evil Queller plus the Surge to make sure that Yawi has to use the Flicker. So no Flicker available for the Roamer of TNC for this first Turtle fight.
Yeah, but you can see this, right? Okir just nearly level 4, so he'll have it. Both gold laners doing their thing. This is going to be a close one for the first Turtle anyway, as both teams went for the reset. They've got their level 4s now. Yawi doesn't, though, because he had to go back. So he might just clear that mid lane, get it, and then they are going to start this up. Half health for now. Who's he going to go for?
Okay, Chakno used up the Sacred Hammer. He has the Flicker, connects the kick. Will he be able to cast out the Implosion?
Oh.
He did, but he didn't catch Zyda. First blood will be drawn for the side of the Phoenix Army. A counterattack right away for Omega to bring down Lord JM.
Okay, it's a trade, but slightly not favorable for Omega. Good thing they have a Badang with them that can act as the roamer substitute for now and just hold alongside it. But now TNC Pro Team look to get minion wave priority in the middle. They push that while now threatening the Turtle. Good call.
Lancy pops the real world manipulation to zone out Omega. Meanwhile, Chaknu is now in the picture. Yawi goes in with the Way of the Dragon, going to connect onto the Mamba and going to bring him down successfully. That's 1 member down for the Barangay.
Okay, keep it together. Still fighting for it. That is going to be finally the Turtle. Go in the hands of TNC. They're still hunting for Andoru, but he should be able to get away. He's going to lose his orange, though, here, too. Oh. Yawi will keep him at bay alongside Lord JM. Andoru, he's still going to try to take this. Doesn't get it. Oh. Zyda, not enough damage, too. That was about a minute and some change for that first Turtle, by the way.
Yeah, Omega, it's safe to say that they overcommitted into that one, and it became we don't need to really win this. It became, we desperately need to win this with how long that they spent there. While for TNC, they got they were able to shut down the snowball window already for Omega, because after the first objective, they invaded the orange buff, meaning Andori is going to be off his timers. He's going to be a level behind Zyda, or at least half a level bar behind Zyda, which means that he'll be playing catch up. So Omega might actually want to think about sacrificing the next objective so that they can just steal buffs or steal resources in the lower portion of the map when the second Turtle spawns.
Yeah, that's a good idea, too. Oh, Yawi does it. He just goes.
Connects, but Chakno answers with the Implosion. Omega, though, will they be able to counterattack? Zyda goes in with a Fracture. Okir manages to stay alive with the Wings by Wings. No casualties, but 2 ultimates have been popped.
Forget, this is also a signature Nolan pick for Zyda in MPL Philippines Season 13 when he became an MPL champion. There was a time where Carl Tizzi's performance was shaky during that season, and Zyda stepped in.
Yep.
In that run, he went 7-0 with a Nolan.
Gosh, what season was that?
13.
13?
Yeah.
I feel like that was so long ago. Yeah. But I remember that. I remember that specifically when Zyda did step in, because a lot of people were like, I wonder how Zyda's going to do, you know?
He did very well.
He did very well. Yawi goes in, knows there's no flicker.
Wow.
Speaking of doing very well, Yawi once again making sure that all of his Way of the Dragons will connect to the proper target. Okir, not safe in the middle lane.
Solo kill.
But solo kill onto the bottom lane. We didn't get a chance to see it. But still, Big J finding big ways to crawl back to the game.
Yeah, okay. That was on his side of the map too.
So did he just kind of escape utilizing the flicker as well, and then threw out the spear, and then Kozin just took too many shots?
Yeah, it looked like that was a Big J outplay.
He finally had his moment. We didn't get to catch it, man. We've been waiting for Big J. He got his moment, and also they get a Turtle now for Smart Omega.
I'm pretty sure we're not gonna have we're gonna have more moments of Big J making big things. Just give it time, or just win week number 2. But if they want to continue, I mean, to extend the series, Big J has to have multiple highlight plays up against TNC.
This is just a personal flavor for mine, but one of the things I don't like about what Omega decided to do here is that Okir picked up the flicker instead of the Purify. Bro, you're up against Yawi on a Cho. I get why you would want the flicker. You can reposition the Feathered Airstrike, maybe even use it to avoid Yawi when you see him coming up. when you have the feathered airstrike up already, I get that line of thinking, but the Purify might have been the safer choice.
That's something I would do, and I always say, when you pick up the flicker instead, it's just you're relying on pure athleticism.
Yeah.
And that's why I like to say it's the athletic flicker, man, because that's like your finger has to be an athlete.
Yep.
Because that's literally what you're doing. And now you're gonna make a play here on the bottom side. Chaknu going, Yawi.
Okay, Chaknu still goes in with the implosion, connecting on to Yawi, paired up with the first break, first crack combination coming in from Lewis to bring down the lover boy. Meanwhile, Lord JM into the middle. Lewis even with the flicker. He's going to get caught up by Zyda for the counter-attack for the Phoenix Army.
TNC Pro Team now are starting to feel the effect of the Mamba, but they are still clapping back. How many more trades until Omega finally gets the definitive winning one?
Oh, early cast of the feathered airstrike. Kyletzy answers right back with a real-world manipulation. They're trying to make a sandwich play up top against Omega. Kozen still here in the picture. Salmon Force goes in. Jome! Fortunately for Kozen, this highlight play was caught in camera.
It was under the turret too with your teammates there. That must not feel good for Big J as TNC Pro Team will continue their momentum. Lancy on point with a real-world manipulation there, and TNC are feeling it.
They're feeling it right now, and they're feeling that pressure mounting up from a rising Phoenix. So they'll go ahead and just focus on getting these objectives. They do just give up this last turtle, which they should. Like we mentioned, you don't want to get too kind of carried away when you're already falling behind. It could be a slippery slope if they continue to just play this out. Right now, there hasn't been really an answer to deal with Yawi starting some of these fights and some of the choices that Smart Omega's making to respond to this. Because even looking at the itemization, it's getting pretty scary for the Nolan specifically. He's 2,000, nearly 2,000 gold ahead of Endoru.
Looking at game number 1 and now game number 2, honestly, Omega has been, to a certain point, playing it safe. But the problem is, it looks like if you're going to play safe, play passive up against TNC, for sure they're going to continue to find ways to infiltrate the front line. Yawi has been phenomenal with the way of the Dragon Flicker combinations all throughout.
Double Dreadnought armor actually for the front line of TNC Pro Team, Yawi and Lord JM. It's helping reduce the physical damage of the Suyo. That's why, even though the Suyo should be hurting a lot, it's been reduced a considerable amount that it might take a while until Ondoria's damage is going to be absolutely frightening for TNC Pro Team. Already on the way to the Sad Sword. I actually forgot the real name for it.
Longsword?
No, the Blade of Despair. Oh my
BOD.
goodness. I hear Sad Sword so much now that I forgot the name of the BOD. So Blade of Despair. So yeah, already on the way to the third item, and considerable gold gap. 2,000 is the lead of Zyda against Andoryu.
I've never heard
Because of Leo, he calls it Sad Sword a lot.
Why?
Darn it, Leo!
Green sword.
I'm surprised he doesn't have a sound effect for that one.
I think he does.
He probably does, but
He does for sure.
well, at this point, you can see the damage being dealt here. It is pretty scary. Looking at this. Oh, fighting again. Yawi.
Dodge! What a dodge from
That's athletic.
Andoryu. Now the counter play from Omega. Lancy answers right back with the real manipulation onto Chaknu. And they're going to bring down Yawi in exchange for Chaknu. But the fight still continues. The side goes in with a fracture. Going to bring down Andoryu once again. Forcing out the flicker of Jome also. But Lord JM goes in. Wants to go in for the kill. Omega survives with 3 members. But TNC, once again, a quick response.
Another picture-perfect placement. Zyda, Sisukir. Oh, but Zyda dashed into the wall just a little bit. But TNC Pro Team, Lancy on point with another Starfield drop down where Kozen and Lord JM look so comfortable keeping Jome at bay.
So good at just zoning out Jome, really not letting him to really do anything. Whether he's playing the Granger, whether he's on the Moskov, it just seems like he's not really able to be activated other than that 1v1 fight he had earlier on with Kozen. So this is, again, a swing in favor of TNC even further now that they've gotten themselves the Lord. Chaknu, though.
They're going to commit the implosion onto Lord JM, but the damage, will it be enough, though, as Yawi goes in, plus flicker in. Ukir cast his feathered airstrike to zone out the members of TNC. Now it's 1 attempt wasted for the side of Omega. Lord JM was just too tanky, and TNC's quick response, quick counterattack was just too much to handle for the Barangay.
I guess you might as well just go for that. The shields are still up in the mid lane, so maybe you don't need the implosion. I don't think it's going to be a backup for this, so they just try to hold on to what they can. Lord's going to be cleared out, but look at Yawi. Does put the threat there, even using the conceal. The shields will go down on the top. They're still here on the mid, though, so it's actually held in. They keep it together.
Oh. Luckily, TNC didn't try to go and force out an initiation because they still have to wait for the implosion. But as I was saying that, Yawi goes in, but Lewis catches him off guard with a first break, first crack combination. But Lancy will be able to take down Shaknu. No more implosion once again for Omega. It's going to be a 4-on-4. Both roamers are down.
Joe also able to knock back Yawi in time. I believe it was the knockback from the Moskov that messed up his initial entry there. Yawi could have gotten a really good kick, but that was now fast reactions and fast fingers coming from the side of Omega. Now, one of the things that we have to watch out now for is the next timer of items for Ukir. He already is up to a Blood Wings. However, it might take up until either the Divine Glaive or the Holy Crystal, where TNC is going to start having to be more careful. When the Farsa has built up both, that's when the comeback scenario is online and active for Omega. But he's not going to be going for the Holy Crystal. I believe he wants to build the Genius Wand next, and then we'll see if he'll decide between the Crystal or the Divine Glaive. Either of those two items, once it's locked in, it's going to be go time for Omega to just completely turn it around.
I mean, aside from the items that Ukir has, again, since he did go for the Athletic Flicker, yeah, he's going to have a hard time trying to execute those Feathered Airstrike, because for sure, Yawi and Lord JM sets their eyes every single time at Ukir whenever initiation is about to happen.
I mean, regardless, too, when you really look at it and the fact that you're down 8,000 gold and, even in terms of damage, I mean, look how far away the gap is between your main damage dealers for both teams. You need so much time for Smart Omega to actually get to that point where they're able to go ahead and have those maybe winning fights, because even so, I feel like some of the times with the implosions from Chaknu, a lot of times he's going to catch Lord JM because Lord JM is going to be that front guy on this hill there. He's going to be the one to go ahead and scout things out. So for Chaknu, it's almost like, okay, if I have to take Lord JM, or at least maybe it's Yawi, then I hope we have enough damage to get a kill, because so far they haven't, because they're just lacking in terms of itemization. And that's just the facts when it comes to being down 8,000 gold. Look at Lord JM. He knows they're there, but he's confident enough that he's tanky enough that he can just do that right now.
He actually wants Chaknu to cast a big ultimate, but Yawi casts the Wave of the Dragon first. Chaknu forced to use the Flicker as Ukir cast the Feather Airstrike to zone out TNC. Andori just trying to provide vision for Omega. Will they be able to take away the Lord? Jome just working on the top lane, trying to create the split push action for the Barangay.
One more fracture here, just used up by Zyda, but look at the zone by Lord JM!
Oh, they might be able to burst down Andoryu right away as Andoryu has to walk away. Here comes Chaknu. He does, however, have the Casino plus the Implosion. They can actually make and go for initiation as Jome just trying to continue the push up top.
Okay, that's about as good as it could get for Smart Omega.
Yeah.
Get that turret down, good push from Jome.
Yeah, TNC Pro Team now will be able to march in with the Lord, and Ukir, I believe, does not have his fourth main item yet. He just built up the Genius Wand. They should still be able to defend this, but it's not going to be one of those scenarios where, Omega gets a massive turnaround and they're going to push out and potentially even win the game. If they want to get that, that means TNC Pro Team messed up their engagement and positioning and didn't respect the ultimate of Chaknu, that implosion. At this point, and a big implosion paired up with a great timing from Luis and Ukir is what will turn this game around for Omega.
And you saw that too, Lord JM just picking up the winner's crown. They want to go ahead and just fully get into the base, at least take all the turrets down if they can here. Yawi will go ahead and put Threat up there. They manage the waves for that little push in. Oh, and Doryu's so low. Well, okay, they're going to be fine. They will lose some of these turrets.
Early cast of the real manipulation to try and zone out Omega as TNC working on the mid lane and top lane. Hit with their turret. The Lord sieging out. Yawi goes in! Yawi of the Dragon over the Barangay to clear out two. Yawi, however, will fall down, but Kozen says, I'll use the Zapman Force to slide over the Crystal. But Jome answers right back with a Spear of Destruction, but still the Lord is there. And the Phoenix Army will continue to rise.
Rising on forward, now in a sweep against Smart Omega. TNC's looking fantastic.
OMG, the BGs, APB, TNC in 2. They sweep Omega.
TNC in 2. Are we going to change that every week?
If I'm casting TNC, yes.
Hey.
TNC 5 and 5 to TNC in 3. Now TNC completes the sweep over Barangay, over the living legend, Chak Mamba.
The Phoenix Army is going to the Phoenix Army is going to rise once again if they're not already rising. Because
So, can we safely say that the community question a while ago is now really the answer is A?
It's yes?
Yes.
Yeah, it's yes.
now.
I think this is their first back-to-back win since MPL Philippines.
Dude, we're going to have like crazy statistics every single time TNC wins.
Yeah, dude. This is really good. And you know what's cool? Everything that we discussed in the pregame, actually, it became the factor here. The row mid, the EXP, how you'd set up Cozen, but most importantly, again, I just really want to highlight my low-key favorite player of TNC Pro Team, and Lancey is so good. He pairs up and matches up with Yawi, but of course, Yawi, he is Cho. So.
Yeah, he is Cho. That's what I said. When he gets the Cho, like you can expect him to take those plays and make it happen, and that's what he did from the start to the finish. Even though, like, in the early game before that first turtle, he was delayed a little bit. He survived defensively using the flicker, came back to join the fight, and then the whole snowball from there really started, you know? And again, I know you mentioned Lancey being your favorite player. He's been kind of what I feel like under the radar a little bit for people, just usually from season to season. But this is probably the season where you really got to start paying attention to Lancey especially.
Yes.
Because again, a lot of people are going to be watching Yawi. Yawi does great things, but watch what Lancey does with Yawi. That's what we want to go ahead and highlight. But we're going to throw it over to the stage as well to have our winners interview.
Off to a really hot start. Your winners of the first match, it's TNC Pro Team. Phoenix Army is really happy with this performance. Yawi, I just want to know, because this is the first victory ng Selena this season. Apak tayo boys ng konti dito, okay? Now, I just want to know, kasi ilang games yon na before this win, halos hindi nagkakaroon ng mga panalo yung Selena games, right?
You know what, Hans, you're right. Stats say that it's 0-5. So, Yawi, ano nga ba yung reasoning kung bakit pinili mo si Selena for the first game? Yawi?
5, 4. Sabi niyang dalawang coach, pick ko daw eh.
Okay, tanungin natin yung coach.
okay.
Tanungin natin yung coach. Coach Imba DJ. Coach, sige, Coach Semi.
Coach.
Yan.
Ayan.
Coach Semi, kasi sabi niya, sagot daw, ikaw daw yung nagsabi na Selena yung piliin eh. Ba't ba kailangan piliin si Selena?
Mataas kasi win rate namin nun eh. Hindi natatalo.
Natatalo? Okay.
Ayaw ba
Okay.
sabihin?
Okay, that makes sense.
Nasabi ko na eh.
Oo, nasabi niya na. Sabi, wag daw sabihin. Nasabi niya na eh. Sige, Yawi, ibahin na lang natin. Ano bang recommendation mo para sa lahat ng mga Selena users? Kasi ang dami ng mga naglalaro ng Selena pero minsan nahihirapan sila. I wanna know about it.
Siguro, ano ba?
Sige, kaya mo yan. Take 2. O coach, ikaw na lang ulit. Coach, ikaw ulit. Yan.
Ayan, coach.
Sige,
kasi ikaw yung nagsabing
dating
piliin.
Phosphor. Okay.
Si Selena.
Coach Imba DJ, Selena. Okay, Selena recommendations. Bigyan mo kami. Sige, 5.
Di ano lang, tingin lang sa mapa.
Okay. Salamat.
Tingin lang sa mapa.
Salamat, Coach.
Okay.
You know what, Miss Jimmy, bato na natin kay Zaida. Okay? Kasi parang wala tayong bato.
Zaida. You know, again, ang humble talaga ni Zaida kanina, no, while we were doing the interview with Yawi. Sabi niya, chamba lang, pero hindi eh. Great game. So, ano yung masasabi mong strategy ng team this time, Zaida? Ano yung finalo niya as your strategy to win?
Ano po, nag-aggressive lang po kami talaga sa game na to kasi alam namin lamang kami.
Lamang talaga. Okay, now ito, for fun naman, you know, we have so many teams na may mga duos. May Baby Cakes, may KK Connection.
Saan magaling yan,
Oo,
di ba?
may Kite Brothers. Ito yung itatanong ko sa inyo, TNC. Zaida, sa team nyo ba, sino yung masasabi mong duo ng team nyo? Biglang tingin kay
Si Jose
coach.
na daw yung isa. Sino magbo-volunteer?
Oo. So kung si Zaida yung isa sa mga duo, sino yung ka-partner mo? May sinasabi si Yawi. Silang dalawa ni... Sino, Yawi?
Si Zaida tsaka Salvic daw po.
Okay. Si
Okay.
Zaida tsaka si Salvic. Sige, ibalik na lang natin sa'yo. Bakit si Zaida tsaka si Kusen yung isa sa mga nasabi mong duos ng team na to?
Every after scrim, nagyayakapan yung dalawa lagi.
Oy! Nagyayakapan after the
Ibang
game.
duo pala.
Okay. So kung may Baby Cakes,
Okay.
Kite Brothers, KK Connection, ano naman yung pangalan ng duo sa TNC?
Ikaw magpangalan. May Baby Cakes na, yung dalawa.
Zysen.
Zysen!
That sounds cool.
fun.
That
All
sounds
right.
cool. Okay,
I love it.
since nasa iyo na rin naman, Yawi, ang dami ng Phoenix Army na nanood para sa inyo today. Alright? You see them? You see them very alive and well. Pasalamatan mo naman lahat na sumusuporta sa TNC.
Thank you so much sa mga pumunta at sumuporta sa amin ngayon. Sana patuloy niyo kami supportahan. Gagalingan pa namin.
There we finally have it. Once again, everybody, your winners, TNC Pro Team. Boys, you may now take your walk of victory.
Congrats, congrats.
And right there at the middle, gentlemen, you may now take your bow. Jamie, I'm telling you, this TNC Pro Team is totally different. Pangalawang beses na nilang nanalo dito mismo sa ating season.
I know, and it's only week 2. I look forward to more of their wins. Feeling ko, gagalingan talaga nila as they said during our interview, Hans.
At ang pakiramdam ko rin ay maraming masasabi ang ating mga casters with this win of the TNC Pro Team. Kaya let's get to throw it actually back to our casters.
All right, so what was the explanation for the Selena pick? What are you showing? What are you showing us, Ingan?
TNC in 5.
The 5. TNC in 5. What? Okay. Usually we call the roam with a 5, right? So TNC in 5.
TNC
To answer
5.
your question, I believe Coach Semi said something that he didn't want to say, but he said it already, and we all heard it. They have a high win rate with that hero. It works out very well for them. So I think they played around that idea and said, you know what, we can make this work in the MPL, and they did.
If it works, it works. Oh. Zyda with the MVP, though. This ended up working really well for them. And, you know, I like that you mentioned, you took a little flashback there for people to go ahead and know that Zyda stepped in. He stepped into some big shoes in the previous seasons, and now he's here in TNC, and this is a performance that he's going to be set up for on this Nolan pick. And a lot of this, too, again, is just the way that Zyda plays, the way that he maneuvers himself around the map, the way that he responds to what Yawi and Lancey are doing is usually the reason why he's so highlighted a lot of the times as we get ready to look at the MVP highlights for this game.
Yeah, he's just so surgical, and the timing of Zyda with the Nolan, he really wanted to make the most out of every fracture entry that he would do. If it's not to land a kill, it's really just to bring someone down really low so that Omega wouldn't be able to do anything.
Yeah, you have to consider that game number 1, Zyda was actually a utility jungler in backside. Now displaying his versatility, using up the Nolan up against Omega, it really gave a harder time for Omega to try and come up with a outplays, because you have to think about Yawi's kick, then you have to think about the burst that could come from any angle from Zyda. Not to mention, Kozin has been performing very well also. He has a lot of outplays on his own.
Yeah. Seems like everything that we hyped up about TNC, it was showcased not just in this game number 2, but in this entire series. Lancey's great placements with the Starfield bring down, it really, Omega just felt shut down in this entire game.
Yeah, I get mixed up on all the Star Shatters, Astral Recalls,
Astral Ball.
Astral Balls, you know, Astral Spheres, all that stuff too. But I love to see the Novaria, man. I'm glad because it did pop up a lot constantly. Was this last season that, or was it season 13 that she was picked all the time? And the fact 13. That it still fits well into our current meta that's still shaping clearly. You know, again, you really want to play around vision. And that's why that Selena also worked so well for some of the teams that, well, it's funny that I say so well because it's 1-6 right now. But it does work out usually pretty well, at least to serve its purpose of giving vision. So then you put in a Novaria there too that we saw in game 1. But I would say for this one, for game 2, it just looked a lot cleaner for TNC across the board on how they approach this one.
Yeah, and in a meta that has somewhat plateaued, it's good to see a team willing to take risks such as this and making it work. And you really see how devastating it could be. So I guess a Selena and Novaria is something we'll have to watch out for TNC. But TNC can also just do it strategic, old school, the fundamentals, this kind of lineup, and they make it look so easy, honestly.
You know, I'm wondering what kind of effect this would have as we get through the regular season, and maybe some teams don't want to give that Cho to Yawi, especially if they're on the red side. Like, they have to leave something open.
Yeah.
You know, and we know that those staple bans so far on the red side are so common that if you're going against Yawi on blue side and you know that he's going to be a playmaker with a Cho, for example, you might have to go. You might start to see teams actually decide, you know what? Maybe we should just ban the Cho eventually.
Yeah.
And see how it changes some of the course of their picks. So that's something maybe we get to the later weeks. But right now, this is just a great thing for TNC and all the Phoenix Army out there.
You know, speaking of the course of the season, I'm actually hoping that TNC pulls off some kind of a TLID run. We're used to seeing TLID at the bottom, and now they rose to the top. I honestly hope that TNC does the same.
Yeah, that'll be a wild story for TNC Pro Team. Like if Yaoi comes in suddenly and then they put together a roster of dudes that have been often overlooked, but then suddenly they become the champions. That's gonna be wild.
That was a similar kind of story that happened with the now boys in Onyx Philippines. You know, some of them were really just kind of overlooked when they first came into the MPL and everything, and then now everybody knows those guys' names, you know, and when you look at it, and I was talking about this yesterday a lot just on stream, I was like, man, this is why I enjoy MPL Philippines so much. You get to see all these showcasing of skills, and we're going to get some showcase right now from this check.
Nice, Vicky. Respect ah. Tawa na, malinis na laro. Malinis na laro lang. Nice boys, love you all.
You know, I just have to say, as someone who loves audio, I don't love that audio that much. You know, like, and our viewers, our international viewers too, they're probably like, man, all we hear is
yeah,
it's also in a different language.
Yeah. It is like aviation grade headset.
Man, that's a great mic check.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm going to just say, for my fellow Filipinos out there who say they prefer the mic checks in Indonesia, as much as we love our Indonesian brothers, Filipinos, they speak in Bahasa. Here we speak Tagalog.
Yeah.
How come y'all are saying that you prefer the mic checks? And I don't know anymore, man. I don't know. But yeah, it's great. From there, I could get that things get chaotic when you're about to end the game.
I mean, I'm sure, you know, if you guys have played with your friends or, you know, even for us, like casters, when we get to play together, you usually in that end, we're all yelling.
Yeah.
You know, I honestly know that at that point in the game, when you're breaking the crystal, you literally don't understand anyone. It's just common sense or pure instinct that that's what you're going to do as a team. And TNC is just doing that successfully up against Omega.
Hold up, what is this? Community shout out from Zinner. Masaya ko, manalo TNC kahit di ako fans ng TNC pag patuloy niyo na lang. So he's not a fan.
Yeah.
I'm going to translate it. He's not a fan of TNC, but he's happy because TNC is winning. So hopefully they can continue on.
Thank you for the translation. Certified Filipino, Naisu.
You're welcome. You know, I had a special Filipino for 4 years in college.
Really?
Yep. And they taught me they taught me birthdays and they taught me years and months.
Oh.
Everything else was
for 4 years. That's what all you do.
For 4 years they taught you.
Get your tuition back, guys.
We focus on a quarter a year, a quarter of the year a year. You know, 4 months a year. And I would like to say that I passed with flying colors, and I'm pretty proud of it.
Yeah, we're proud of you. Education's important, y'all.
Stay in school, kids. You know, and hopefully everybody that wants you're welcome.
It happened to you too.
Right here, buddy. All right. I still can't look you guys in the eyes.
Oh, it's okay. Look me in the head. Nice.
Just like Brigida yesterday. You know, with the red
yeah, no, Brigida just did me dirty, man. She was pointing and laughing at me. She just needed to say, haha, bald.
I think it looks good.
Yeah, I know. Like, I know I'll pull it off.
Are you talking to me or him?
Both.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Both of you guys.
Maybe
I think,
you should try it. Nice.
Nope, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think I'm ever going to go there, boys. But where we are going to go is we're going to take a look at the next matchup for today. The second match of the day, it's going to be Twisted Minds versus Team Falcons. And that's going to be a spicy one because I think a lot of us are still waiting to see, like a lot of people were from the Phoenix Army, a lot of, what do we call them? The brains out there? Or the
minds.
The minds.
The minds.
The brains, the twisters, the
twisters.
The hive mind. They want to see, too, what Twisted Minds has in store. So we're going to be taking a short break with you guys. Hope you guys get your snacks. We'll be back after this. Nice to Ingon Redmar. We'll see you after this.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC Season 2.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC Season 2.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita-kits. 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 Sa MCC. Season 2.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita-kits. 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 Kita-kits sa MCC Season 2.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids sa MCC Season 2.
Hindi aabot ang data! Nice!
Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids sa MCC Season 2.
Hindi aabot ang data! Nice!
Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids sa MCC Season 2.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PINAS Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of Switch na lane na parang gera HP racing, may reset up Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda Full load SS parang Lyra Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, malakas ang Pinas We are Laging MVP No surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama Just imagine what we can achieve Laging MVP No surrender, no retreat Giving 100 all my all Cause we just cannot be defeated We are unstoppable Immune and invulnerable Ready ang equipment Lahat frozen Malang crowd control Pakita ko na jab like Pow! East to the southeast So matawag proud and loud Cause every enemy we devour Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa Pilipinas malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars Unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
And welcome back after the short break. Thank you for joining us once again. It's a triple header today. We've already gone through 1 match, and now we're at match number 2. Ahead of us, it's Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. What is up, guys? I'm Nice2, and the desk has changed a little bit. It's Rockhart and Renmar. Now Renmar's the one left out.
Yeah, there's a little bit more hair on the desk now.
Ingan will be back later.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
right.
Rockhart, how we doing?
I'm doing great. Loving my hair so much that I don't think I'll ever go. But you know, I might. Eventually.
No, but you've always had a very healthy set of hair ever since I've known you, so I think you're going to be good.
It's a bit thin, but yeah, I like it.
Yeah, you're going to be good.
I think Rockhart's going to be fine here. But also, we want to make sure everybody joining us is also fine because right now we have to thank our sponsors, and it's Time Zone. They've got an exclusive promo just for you guys. Get 400 pesos power load for only 200 pesos. All you have to do is register on Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues. Don't miss out on this amazing deal. And also, if you guys get to watch us here live, we've also got some Time Zone goodies outside. I think most of the people have been using the claw machine, man. I don't know what they've been getting. I haven't won it yet. Maybe one of these seasons, one of these days in the regular season.
Pretty good.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
You know what else is pretty good?
What is?
TT Racing. Get 2,000 pesos on your discounts for your next TT Racing purchase by using TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher MPL 2000 over at ttracing.ph. So get yours now. I love this chair.
You love the chair? I wish we all had one. Plus, don't miss out on the exciting TT Racing gaming chair giveaways that are happening during the MPL Philippines. Stay tuned for more info. And just remember, for those of you who dream, work, and play TT Racing, it has your back.
They are very comfortable. I love them. They're plush.
They are plush.
They're plush.
Actually, the little back support pillow.
Whoa.
The back support pillow is so good. This guy.
Ooh.
I like it.
Dude, I'm ready. Like, I could have used this yesterday in my restream.
Oh.
I didn't have one of these.
Yeah, like a 5-hour restream yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they were for back support? I thought they were for smaller people like
Well,
me.
Why did you look at me when you said smaller person?
No, actually.
I was looking if you were using it.
It's not just Renmar. Brigida used it.
Oh, really?
Brigida actually sat on it. So
she did? Okay.
She did. The little fun fact, she had to sit on it for a booster seat. Real quick, our headline too, Yaoi and Zaida, they continue the rise of the Phoenix Army. As we were just saying when we were in that match just a little bit ago before the break, they are always rising, and it's a definite A. Yes, they are rising right now. I think this is a... What did you say that this is actually the first time in a long time that they've had back-to-back wins, right?
Yeah, this is their first since MPL Philippines season 12, if I'm not mistaken, for their first back-to-back wins.
Back-to-back
So those day counters that we have, they're starting to all reset, right?
Yeah.
For TNC, and that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's good for them. You know, good for the Phoenix Army because they definitely needed it because you can take a look now.
Whoa, what a rise.
What a rise that was. That's a rise to 3rd place now. TNC, the Phoenix is now behind TLPH and Aurora. Every time I look at Aurora, by the way, like I have such a hard time seeing their logo on this like white background for some reason. But yeah, Aurora there at top, still 3-0 right now. TLPH 2-0. TNC though 2-1 now, and this is great to see the shakeup here. But this is what we've got to look at because we've got Twisted Minds. We got a 7-7. That threw me off a little bit there, but yeah, 7-8. Omega and Twisted Minds, well, they're both tied, I guess. So they're both
Yeah.
technically 7-7.
Yeah, and now that we've seen all the teams that have at least 2 matches, I think it's really clear that not just in the results, but I think when you really get to watch those games, it gets magnified more to see where they are in the standings, because you can see that the disconnect, the still really having a lot of time discovering what their own meta actually is. So hopefully we get to see Twisted Minds pick up the pace here.
Oh, look at this. Breaking news from MPL ID, which also just started yesterday. Albert leads EVOS to sweep Beloyski's Geek.
All right.
It's been a great weekend for EVOS. They beat TLID yesterday 2-1. So now they go perfect for the first week of MPL Indonesia.
And again, these are things that you don't... If you were in Season 14, these are things that you would probably foresee.
Yeah.
For them, exactly that happening right there. And for us, it's TNC, right? Which, fun times.
It's
in the
good
middle
because I don't know. I can speak for MPL PH, you know, where it's like I like this difference in how the early season is going so far, like the first couple of weeks where things are being shaken up a little bit. And I hope the same can be said for our other MPL regions out there, because I think all of that would lead to a great international. And, you know, right after this, the next one we have is MSC, right? So I think I'm not sure 100%. I just tuned in for a little bit on MPL ID's first day yesterday, and I'm wondering really who is still, I guess, who's the underdog now, you know, for their current season 14. And I know a lot of our viewers kind of bounce between, and some people have literally shown a lot of their screenshots where they have like both MPLs up, you know, at the same time, and watching both and following both. So
SpongeBob's eyes watching both.
literally that. But yeah, so far so good, and I hope they have a great season as well.
Honestly, you're absolutely right, especially with the upcoming international tournaments we have. I believe Mobile Masters is coming soon as well.
Yeah.
So
next month.
That is next month.
Oh
we have a little
so
break.
Quick.
We have a little breather.
Yeah.
I think.
We have like a 2-3 week break before we come back for the final 2 weeks of MPL Philippines.
Oh my goodness, that's next month. My brain literally thought it was like February early. Oh my god.
That's you know, you gotta untwist your brain, Rockhard, because right now also there is a new twist from Twisted Mind. Is there? I think that's a question. If you guys had tuned in on before it threw it to us, our little loading screen, there was a little clue in there.
Yeah.
You know, so I wonder if they caught that. But because that's the thing, because at least for the most part, Twisted Minds, they've got to get a win here, honestly. And up against a team like Team Falcons, I think that's a huge thing to ask them. Maybe this will actually work, though, with what they're doing here for the roster.
That's right.
Yeah. I think for Twisted Minds, it's also just them continuing the trend of teams that we've been seeing since Season 11 with having multi-man, very versatile rosters. We've seen, though, in recent history, it's teams that have the very set identity that have thrived. Of course, Blacklist International had their massive roster last season. Omega and Onyx had some crazy shakeups in 12 and 13. And, of course, we know what Minana EVOS brought to the table in Season 12 that didn't really fully come into fruition up until MPL Philippines Season 13. And of course, that crazy season TNC Pro team had in Season 11 where they had like an entire basketball team as an MLBB team.
That's true. Rockhard, do you think that's actually an advantage, though? Like when you have a team roster that deep, or, you know, with a wide range of players to choose from?
Historically, MPL Philippines eats these teams up, right? Especially on their debut season, which is where we find Twisted Minds right now. And I feel like for Twisted Minds, it's such an uphill climb to actually prove that this is something that can work right off the bat. It happened for a lot of the teams, right? Onyx, who really had a lot of confidence in Onyx Philippines when they first debuted. Same with AP Bren, the championship-winning AP Bren lineup way back in Season 10 or Season 11, right?
Yeah.
When they debuted, people didn't really look much to them, but maybe Twisted Minds can do something, kind of challenge that.
I hope so, because again, there's a lot of gifted players here, and you know, speaking of them, look at this. This is the MPL PH's meta's 7-year history through the lens of Hajizi and Few. By the way, a nice little flex from Ogwin there. You know, getting that screen time to get the flex in.
Yeah.
But like, look at and the hero pool is always something that a lot of, you know, broadcasters and even the fans look forward to. Is these players that have been a part of the league for literally the entire thing, if not all of it. Their hero pool is massive. And even for Hajizi, he's had to do quite a bit different because he's like the guy that wears the multiple hats.
Yeah.
You know, he's done literally everything, and his hero pool reflects that.
Yeah, Haji wears different hats. Few has worn the same hat. That changed its style because at that point he was the more carry type, the old school carry type of magic damage dealer. Eventually that evolved into what we know as the support position for, in MLBB terms, the mid laner in the modern day game, where Hajizi went from that, the carry type, to the assassin physical jungle type, to the mid laner,
like
to the
going-
mid laner and the roamer, to the roamer and mid laner in the same season last season.
It's
So
going
yeah,
from like cowboy hat to baseball cap
Yeah.
to beanie to like
exactly.
face mask,
Yes.
ski mask.
Everything, man. If you're looking for the main guy, the face of the franchise for Twisted Minds, if you want to have a long history in MPL Philippines, make Haji that guy because his mind has literally been twisted for the past 7 years.
And on the other side, it's also a few. They also played Fannies way back in season 1.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
I think that's a different boot.
Yeah,
It is.
yeah,
you
not
know?
even just a hat, it's a boot.
Speaking of the boots, though, they're going to have a lot of boots to go ahead and utilize. So we want to ask you guys over here watching with us, how can a team effectively utilize a versatile, multi-man roster? Is it A, rotate players regularly, B, base the lineup on their matchup, C, assign a playstyle for each variation, or D, you can comment down your own suggestion on what it should be. What do you guys think, Rockhart?
Why are you giving us homework, right? Come on, guys. This is such a hard homework.
Flashbacks.
It is, right? I feel like, number one, I think what Blacklist did was really good. They rotated 10-man roster. It actually, I think it goes hand-in-hand with ANC, right? You kind of look at what happens on the field week by week and change it. Honestly, it feels like it's a Band-Aid, but
Yeah.
I don't know, what do you think?
For me, don't unless you really need to. You have your main 5 and then your second 5 as like one of your main sources of information, keeping the iron sharp. It's like a in-house scrim teammate. But of course, you don't tell the second team that. You say, hey, if you perform really well, of course, we're going to bring you up. But that's sort of like the idea, you know? And then you have them scrim with other teams alongside the others. Like you sort of like have 2 teams within the same boot camp competing because you bring out the best in one another. And to go on with what you said, that's actually what Blacklist sort of did last season until eventually they settled into their final form that ended them having a top 4 finish last season.
And Echo Proud, Echo Loud.
Echo
as
Proud,
well.
Echo Loud.
Echo Loud, exactly.
Good, yeah.
The way that I
Or-
see it is almost like having a varsity and a JV, like having varsity and junior varsity. You know, I think a lot of the times, even in traditional sports, it's like, well, even if you're a junior varsity, you have an opportunity. Like, there is a chance that you could bump up into that main roster, but mainly the focus is on that main roster because we all know how important, like, building this synergy for these teams have been. And like Rockhart mentioned, a lot of the teams that have that 5-man synergy that is, you know, as solid as can be, they eat those teams up. That might be regularly, you know, switching up the roster or trying different iterations of it. And we've seen that throughout the seasons here. So we'll see what happens here. But first, let's welcome the teams out to the stage.
Through this match, make some noise for our marshals, Joshua, Chico, Pat, and JJ. A squad that's still looking for ways that they can twist the game with a new twist to this lineup. It's Twisted Minds. In the EXP lane, it's James. In the jungle, MP the King. In the mid lane, the KDA machine, Hajizi. In the roam, it's Escalera. And in the gold lane, Outplayed. Taking the momentum of yesterday, they are now looking for the next prey in the arena. It's Team Falcons! In the EXP lane, the Filipino cannon, FLCN! In the jungle, Kyletzy! In the mid lane, in the roam, Master Ogwen! And in the gold lane, Bulletproof Super Marco! And their coaches, Coach Bonchan and Coach Trevor. From the sands of Riyadh to the sunny shores of Manila, it's Twisted Minds versus Team Falcons!
Great matchup ahead of us. Can't wait. I gotta say, before we introduce Twisted Minds PH, I love the thumbs up that Super Marco still does. It hasn't changed. Don't change it. Rock hard. Take us through Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, definitely, I feel like you have to just look at their faces. I think
just don't look at their brains or minds.
Don't
look at their faces.
minds, man. Look at their faces. I feel like these are the faces of people that are just so hungry for redemption, so hungry to rebuild their image in the minds of the people. And I think this is adding Escalera in honestly feels like a good first step.
Yep. I totally agree with you there. The Sensui experiment was rough in the first week. Escalera should bring some stability to Twisted Minds trying to find their identity this season. Team Falcons, I want to highlight Master Ogwen. With Flap, Kyle, Super Marco, Few usually getting a lot of the praise. Ogwen's for some reason, sometimes actually he tends to fall under the radar. He was fantastic last week with the Cho and the Chip. And I'm looking to see if Team Falcons were willing to bring that back because they showed that the Cho is actually flexed for them. FLCN also played the Cho and it worked out very well. The Chip for Ogwen though, that's like the secret sauce pick that Twisted Mind needs to watch out.
I like it. I mean, even when we look at this kind of breakdown of the stats here, one thing that really is apparent for a lot of the people that have watched the games from week one and then now for Falcons, even their game yesterday, is the play styles between the two teams. This is a very, chaos versus order type of play style that we're going to see from both of these teams. Now, for Team Falcons, and for all the people that have watched these five guys just, at one point dominate the world and everything else and just shock everybody else, that's one thing that really hasn't changed, is that versatility within those five men themselves as a team, but also the fact that their ability to go ahead and just dominate objectively and stay disciplined is what made them such a strong team, and they still are a strong team, right? Now, on the other side, the flip side, Twisted Minds, they're kind of more chaotic. They, I guess they live up to their name a little bit, kind of twist out the minds of themselves, but also the team. And that's something that they have to work on. We'll see if that changes with Escalera, but also, let's take a listen to the ping test first.
Pag nakuha natin first search, pre, tapos walang nangyari, wala na yun, pre, akin na yung laro na yun. Sino kaya interview mamaya? Mas kinakabahan pa ako sa mga interview eh. Pwede mo maglaro na agad to? Paklabig sa... Asan ba yung aircon? Diyan, pre, pag nakapokus na naman, di mo nakaramdaman yung lamig. Ready, pre.
Inform ko muna sa inyo, nasa akin yung mic Hello, mic check, mic check. Dating gumagana na nanimina. I promise that I got you, girl. Si Flaptisi ang nasa my day ko. Saturday to Sunday, Monday. My Sigma King. Sigma, Sigma boy, Sigma boy, Sigma boy. TT Racing. Lagi ko TT Racing eh. Let's go!
I like that ping test. I like that ping test.
Good. I wonder if he realized.
Ogwen knows, by the way. Yeah. He knows. And he even gave a shout out to the sponsor, so props to him. So very good little ping test there. Again, integrity of the matchup. Let's take a look at the Infinix keys to victory here, Renmar.
All right, Escalera, you really have to drive Twisted Minds through victory. They need some stability. It's been a shaky, bumpy ride so far. Escalera, bring the magic that you brought in MPL Philippines Season 13 for majority of the season season under Onyx Philippines that eventually became Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Keep it up, Master. Again, Ogwa's just been really good. Dude, you don't need to change anything. Just keep up what you've been doing really well. Take it to the basics and the fundamentals and pop off against Twisted Minds. And of course, be the middleman. Escalera, Ogwen, don't forget about your mid laners, Hajizi and Few. Make sure you're supplementing them well. I know it's already tough for a roamer to handle so many things in the map, but when you communicate very well with your mid laner, the map feels smaller for you to handle because your mid laner is also helping you so much.
Actually, yes. And you know what they say? The anchor is the mid lane, and I think they just have so much more to do as well with the roam as well. Because they are the ones who actually keep a lot of these bushes in check, make sure that people don't really bleed out, make sure the boat isn't sinking.
Yeah, with that, again, you know, we're taking a look here. Blue side win rate for Twisted Minds, 0%. Again, really just kind of looking for any chance that they can go ahead and get some of their first wins here under their belt. And I think that's for a lot of people is really wondering, for Escalera, is this going to change a lot of the course? And the draft will tell us as we jump into game number 1. A little flashback for those that might have missed last week's games. Like Renmar mentioned earlier, Sensui was in that roam role, and it just seemed like there was an overall disconnect between the games that we saw from Twisted Minds. So maybe this change by bringing Escalera in is what's going to help them get closer to a victory. But that's the thing, too. This is against a team as strong and dominant as Team Falcons and just that synergy. So this is a great test to see if this change-up helps them. Interesting, too, you have the bans there coming through in that first phase, the Fanny, the Bedang, the Matilda, Joy, Harith, Jushin over on the other side. First picked. What we expect when it's open is the Suyo.
And I think teams are starting to show that they're willing to give up the Joy Suyo trade, and with the rise of Nolan, other assassins showing that you can make it work, even other fighter utilities working in the jungle again, we might be starting to see a slight shift. I'd call it a little adjustment in the meta. So,
a bit of a bump.
Yeah, a little bit of a bump that we needed. Twisted Minds, interesting first phase bans. They actually ban out the Fanny to force out a different ban from Falcons. They ban out the Badang, unique pick, but the Badang has been rising as a first 2 picks on the red side, and Flap TZ plays that well. And of course, respecting the Matilda that they could have brought out.
Honestly, in that regard, I feel like you also have to just really, just not to focus too much on the Suyo Joy balance, like what we're seeing here. Again, love that they are already like adjusting something like that where you don't need to pick up the Joy right away, the jungle right away there. We saw a few teams kind of flumber that out on week 1. That might have been Twisted Minds actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we see teams not making that mistake anymore.
Yeah.
Love the adjustment here.
And by the way, speaking of adjustment, to add more to that, the Hilda first 2 picks on the red side, not that frequent, but it's actually a block pick onto James, who he's actually been one of my top players in Twisted Minds, despite all the difficulties that they've shown. And his Hilda play is actually quite fantastic.
Yeah, it is, and they're going to pick up right now the Hylos to go ahead, and they might flex that, or there's the Moscow. Okay, so they got the gold lane under toe. So Hylos in general, I think, is going to help them because it works really well with the Suyo, and the response over on the other side is the Nolan. Like we mentioned, this is the hero that is popping up a little bit more now. Pretty good win rate, too. I mean, that's pretty healthy. 75% win rate now for this Nolan.
Pretty good, pretty good. And you know, as a Hylos main, I don't really mind the Nolan too much. I can kind of deal with the Hilda, just keep your distance while doing damage at the same time with the Ring of Punishment.
As the Hylos main,
As
by the
the
way.
Hylos main, yes, sir.
Rockhart, the Hylos main.
But overall, I feel like there is still a lot of threats to be addressed here, especially if they kind of just start focusing on or trying to pick up these crowd control mids. Because I think with this lineup, you don't have a choice. You need a crowd control. It will come from mid, right?
Speaking of crowd control, Falcon takes away the Cho potential Escalera pickup. I think Twisted Minds have leaned into the idea that they pick up the Hylos, so if ever, they have a soft counter to the Eve, and they have something that pairs well with their own Eve if they decide to pick it up. And with what Twisted Minds have shown is that it's sort of like saying, are you sure you want to pick up the Eve Falcons? Because that would be a great combo with the Granger. They have the Moskov and Hylos potentially to deal with it. Now, the kicker is, with Falcons picking up the Nolan, even though they have 2 picks to counter the Eve, you have 1 pick that can mess up the backline if they're not careful, trying to go break the formation where the Eve is in. So it's sort of like a pick your poison type of scenario around the Eve now.
Could both of these also be flex, the Hylos and the Hilda? Is that what the play is for both teams right now? Like seeing, do they want to park them in the XP lane or do they want to go with Roam for both those picks?
I think more the Hylos is flexible than the Hilda. Although Hylos EXP is also quite abysmal in terms of the win rate.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And Ogwen definitely can play these heroes. With the Jawhead lockdown, that is going to secure the Hilda on the XP.
Okay, Hilda does go for the XP. There's a Jawhead pick. Jawhead Nolan. This is good, though, because of the fact, too, that it was left open. And I don't know if statistically they would have done that, considering what you just mentioned about the Hylos. But that is a usual combination, Jawhead, Suyo, that some teams have really liked to lean towards. So now these last 2 picks for Twisted Minds, what are they going to put in the mid lane? They've got a couple options left available. The Farce has been doing pretty good for a lot of the teams that do want to get that extra burst and have that mobility still to work with. So we'll see if they actually decide to go with that. Eve obviously still open too. It looks like it is going to be the Farsa locked in. So there it is. And then the Lucas now.
All right, not bad at all. Obviously the Farsa, as long as you position well, you're fine. But it is a Nolan. It is a Jawhead. Eventually, this Farsa is going to be in trouble so many times in this game. But I like the Lucas as well, just to make sure the Hylos can always be ready on the bush. If you throw it on the XP, it's going to be able to bush check less.
Yeah.
So I like this.
And Falcons have really blocked off from a Valentina pickup, I think. I wonder if they're willing to lean into Theramis. That might be a bit too aggro. They have the reach from the Granger. They can play it safe and go Vexana.
Vexana is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm looking Theramis or
Less
Vexana.
on the Eve.
Yeah.
Eve is still available, but I don't.
I would not want them to Eve. It's gonna be bad. Oh, Low Yi.
Oh my goodness.
All right, of course.
All
yeah.
right.
Again, we're so used to seeing her banned out that
Banned
I'm surprised that she's picked up again.
She wasn't banned out last series at all, right? Like this is, I mean, it's a 91% contention rate that she has right now.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
Yeah, she was left open.
Only she was banned out for 1 game only.
For 1 game? Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So, interestingly enough, and leave it up to Team Falcons, man. They are the team that wants to usually utilize some of that macro option, whether that's the chip, like you were mentioning earlier with Ogwen, or you get your hands on Louis Yi, you can do the same thing. You can put pressure where you see fit alongside the game, and that's really what they want to do and how they want to approach this game, because of the fact that, again, yes, you have to kind of deal with the pace that Twisted Minds lineup could give them from early to late game. We take a look here at the index. You're seeing it broken down. There's a lot of higher numbers here for Team Falcons right now throughout this game. We'll see if it actually plays a part. You get one last look here at the lineup. And interesting. I think this is interesting for Twisted Minds, but really want to see if this Escalera change instead of Sensui playing for this one is going to change things up. We jump into the Land of Dawn. It's game 1 in our second series of the day 2 of week 2. Will it be Twisted Minds or will it be Team Falcons drawing the first blood?
Again, the Granger falls into the hands of Super Marco, who yesterday he was able to get the first Savage of the season so far. And now Escalera getting the information. 2 different lineups. On Falcon, you have Pick and Pressure. Pick off and pressure is the identity for them, while for Twisted Minds, it's more steady, stable team fighting concepts.
And if you keep the team fights up, I feel like Twisted Minds does have a pretty good handle on the early, or to mid rather. But in the early game, I feel like this Jawhead is something that you really have to keep your eyes on. And he is keeping his eyes on you as well. So your MPTK might not have an easy time in the jungle here.
I want to see how they kind of respond to that early pressure that can be set up. Now, Team Falcons, their play style for the most part is going to be waiting even for Ogwen to have that level 4 available.
Yeah.
Right now, he's just literally got in the ejector. So that's pretty much all he can do. Now, you have to also respect the early game damage on both sides, because that's the thing about the Loi Yi too. For Few, he knows that he can actually, when they clump up and they want to, for Twisted Minds, they got to watch out for the Loi Yi. Now, Flap is going to go check out the bush.
Nice bit of a check here. Flap TZ, of course, with the power of wilderness, going to be able to keep himself alive.
He's fine, but the rest of the team,
good positioning,
going to go for it themselves.
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know if you expect that. Escalera put on half here. And of course, the diversion not available for few, but the damage is pretty good from the rest of the team here. Kyletzy got chased Flap TZ as well. Two TZ brothers giving it pretty good damage. MP the King's out.
Yeah, quick scaling here for Falcons, and they will have damage right away. And instantly you see Flap TZ applying pressure into the purple buff. See if they're going to invade it. Diversion play by Few to send Kyle. Interesting.
And that's so deep down, getting ready to intercept on the orange. He expects it. He sees MP the King. Don't think he's going to do anything yet, though.
Good attempt there, but still actually going to go ahead and take one of the camps. So MP the King, part of the plan is really to slow him down or at least give that gap. And so far, Kyletzy keeps up with the pressure. So
Very
MP the King will
aggressive
fight
as
for it.
well.
Yeah, very aggressive.
Yeah, MP the King, though, keeping up with the pressure as well. He's not, we don't see a significant XP deficit yet for the Suyo. Twisted Minds, let's see how they find a way to slow down the pace of Falcons, who are just controlling the tempo.
Could be problematic here. Flap TZ knows how to dip, he knows how to dive.
Oh,
He finds one. Hot GZ goes down. Ogwin beautifully positioned on the jawhead.
Very patient. It is a trap. Very patient. Good pickoff, too. And that's what you expect to see from the master, Ogwin, with the jawhead. So a lot of that, you know, once again, he's just kind of scouting things out, and he makes a play.
Yeah, very good read. It really looked like Falcons PH were baiting them into that, knowing that Ogun was in the right spot. I think they were just waiting to get the information where Hajizi was. Simple toss-up, follow-up. And I think we're starting to see also just how devastating the Jawhead Low-E combo could be. Because once Ogun gets a toss, that's going to be an easy trigger with a duality pull for Few. I mean, I say easy, but he has to make sure that the shadow light is right.
The balance.
The balance. Yeah. You know what it is with the Low-E. But so far, they've been making it work. And when Twisted Minds try to respond, they find themselves getting bursted and pulled in by the Low-E.
And that's something that's very deceptive because you don't know. You can't always check yourself like, oh, what do I have over my head? It's not something that's easy to find, and it can really catch you off guard.
Yes.
Kyletzy's damage is catching them a little off guard too, because even this Escalera, Ogwin again, tops up.
Ogwin again with a beautiful position here. James actually will be able to survive here. Haji's forced to use the Feather Airstrike very early on, though. And because of that, Falcons might see an opportunity here. James is low, and from the back, it's outplayed. It's going to be a 5v5. It looks like there's going to be MP the King taking out with that turtle. Escalera going to be the sacrificial horse here for the meantime.
Team Falcons PH, good patience with that, and diversion.
Whoa!
To quickly rotate.
Very aggressive, Kyletzy. Wasting no time to get into the purple buff here, knowing he can take it very easily from MP.
And even without the retro, he's like, yeah, send me. Send me forward and I'll go get something because we lost that turtle. So they go get that. Super Marco gets some extra gold too, knocking on the plates here, of course. Even taking a look at it, look at the lead that Super Marco has right now against Outplayed. You know, they've just been 1v1ing for the most part.
Yeah, they've just been in the lane. Super Marco has been on God mode since yesterday, and he breaks the tower on his own. Not much rotations downside that would really disrupt the laning phase between the two. That's just pure dominance in lane by Super Marco. Again, on a Granger that he got the first Savage of the season with yesterday.
It's a thumbs up, man. I don't know. Like he's such a silent killer, and he's so good in the lane 1v1, and that's just him taking care of it. Look at this, because he's going to stay there, continue to farm up, and Outplayed's got to go get gold elsewhere. So, and rely on the team too. So that is a problem for right now the gold lane for Outplayed.
Yeah, get those 750 stacks. Saw that yesterday. It was like pretty
750?
crazy. Yeah, we reached that number, right? I can't believe I saw that actually. You're gonna have unlimited Rhapsodies here. And now the 5-man once more from Twisted.
Good
staying
use.
Together. Dodging it out, though, is going to be Falcons. They don't want to absorb any of that damage coming in for that Feather Airstrike. I guess what Twisted Mind is doing is just staying together as much as they can to avoid that diversion pickoff.
Yeah, and considering that they are against a pick and pressure lineup, you have to turtle it out as a team and see what you can do together to maximize the combination that you will have with the Farsa, getting the Sun, and of course a follow-up from MP the King and James. Escalera can only do so much. He really will be, as you mentioned, Rockard, the sacrificial horse of this lineup. Stand up, get tossed, revitalize, try to survive. That's his personal game plan and the only thing that he can do.
See if we can make the game plan work here. Oh,
they got Hajizi before he could actually pull off anything. Flicker is off cooldown. Nothing at all. Huge surprise factor from Falcons.
Man, Ogwin is a menace on the Jawhead right now.
Yeah, he's reading the positioning of Hajizi very well. The two Des Hajizi suffered were because of the hands of Ogwin. And look at James even having a hard time trying to deal with FlapTZ alone.
On. James says, leave me alone, bro. Such a big boy. Can't really do anything about it, and FlapTZ knows it. 5-man twisted once more, staying together around the mid.
Kyletzy already has the Malefic Roar as well. He went, he went Hunter Strike, Fury Hammer, not gonna fully build that yet. Then goes into the Malefic Roar just to double down on the idea of, we're gonna really burst it down. Because of the two Dreadnought armors on the side of Twisted Minds with the Lucas on the high loss, the Malefic Roar rush by Kyletzy cancels it out.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, we already saw how much damage he was doing without the Malefic Roar against Escalera.
Yeah.
And now, he might even be able to go ahead and get a combination of a burst down on Escalera. And if you take out their front line for the most part, that's devastating. They've already done it when you get tossed up by Ogwin. And it looks like they want to keep going for that, you know? This is just putting pressure on the resources alone. Twisted Minds might not really have a move here right now.
That's right. I feel like the devastation is literally starving out MP the King. Can't really level out, can't get any gold so far in this game, man. That's devastating for a Suyo.
Yeah, and it really just looks like Twisted Minds because of what the Jawhead and the Lowy can do together in the map. The simple things of their combination together meant that Twisted Minds could not find any control at all. Outplay just built up the Golden Staff.
Trying to make some moves here once more. Finally, Few is going to be the first target here for Twisted Minds in the next few minutes. FlapTZ's on the run. Kyletzy coming in for backup. Can't really do much. Only forces back the Twisted Mind members. It's a start.
That's a start that they need because they see that when they lose Few and they lose some of that magic damage available to them, they really kind of hesitate. So, but knowing that Falcons doesn't want to overcommit because the Lord is up now.
Yep.
And if they just lose one, that's fine. They still have a pretty big lead against Twisted Minds, and they'd rather focus on this objective.
Yeah, Twisted Minds have shown that they can get a pick and punish, though. Again, the Hilda and the Jawhead will be the most susceptible to that, but at this point, it looks like Twisted Minds need to spend so much to just try and pick off two that Falcon will still have the comeback capability, especially around Kyletzy's Nolan, who is level 14, getting closer to 15. I think it's safe to say that's a 3-level gap between him and MP the King Suyo.
Damn.
Jeez, look at the damage dealt by even MP the King, man. It's just nearly non-existent. Like, just near him is Ogwin in terms of damage.
I mean,
That's rough.
as strong as Suyo is, he can't get near his opponents. And look at that. Because of the Ogwin as well outplayed, getting forced back when Kyletzy takes that turret. I feel like it's because of Ogwin, right? The Suyo can't get near the targets. He can't do damage because of the fear of being ejected into the back line.
Yeah, you're going to have a tough time either way, really, when you get this far behind throughout this game, even Escalera. Look at Super Marco up front. He just knows. He's like, dude, I've been farming up for 10 minutes. I want my time to shine, and they'll get the Lord easily off of that. You know when you're playing with that kind of confidence and you're that up front, and you're relying on the fact that you just have a flicker, basically, defensively, that you're locked in, basically.
Yeah, Falcons PH. Yeah, they can just continue this. Twisted Minds have a strong counter capability, especially on the anti-siege. They have the Farsa and the Moskov together. And of course, the Lucas would always be a little bit of a thorn on your side. Right now, it's more of a splinter than a thorn. Don't really have to worry so much about the Lucas. But as long as Falcons doesn't get too over-eager to end this, they focus on the heroes first, should be okay.
Oh, Few.
Twisted Minds right now trying to go for the chase, trying to find anything. Because right now, if they don't do anything, it just feels like they're just going to get suffocated. So trying to find as any gold source at all.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they're going to be able to find much. The shields are all popped, except this mid one. Good usage of the Jawhead Ejector to throw the minions into the shields to have them pop earlier on.
Easy, playing around with James. Damage not quite there yet, especially forcing out the Winter Crown from Kyletzy. That might be an opening here. And James and Escalera says, you know what, maybe we can go for a chase. Maybe we can chase these remaining members, make something happen. They're trying it as much as they can. Go into the glorious pathway, they find Few. There's just no stopping these two people.
Oh, well, that's exactly what we were talking about with how good the Farsa is in the defense. But him, Hajizi, and James linking up together to get the first pick off onto Kyletzy. And good call by Twisted Minds. Even I was surprised that they decided to go after the chase and still was able to walk away with a kill onto Few.
I'm actually surprised because that was clearly a mistake from Falcons. The way that they approached that, I feel like a little overconfidence in, hey, we have this lead, we want to go ahead and fight out. But then they end up getting caught before the Lord even approached. So they kind of fumbled that. And it gives now Twisted Minds an opportunity to go ahead and slowly get back into the game. They've already started that. They are getting some of the items that they need. That damage is respectable. But again, when it comes down to it, we have to look forward in the next less than a minute, about 45 seconds. The Lord, are they prepared for a Lord fight against Team Falcons?
Oh,
or do they give it up?
Nah, they can lightly contest, but as long as they build up an advantage, that's when they can go for the heavy contention. I don't think they should really just go all in right away. Try to get crafty, see if you can bait out Ogwin's entry first and get info where FlapTZ is, see if you can find Kyle. There's a long checklist that you have to do, so Twisted Minds, just take it slowly first, don't go all in just yet.
Weirdly enough, I do like that. I feel like Twisted Minds, they have a bit of an advantage if they go 5-man dive, because single target Rhapsody, single target Ejector, you can do it. They're gonna lose if they play slow. If they play fast, that might not be able to keep up. The Rhapsody will not be enough to slow them down.
Feathered Airstrike used up here, securing and that buff. Both Retributions still held on to, but the Lord is up now. Super Marco also picking up the Wind of Nature, has got that available now. And they're gonna go ahead and start this up. Twisted Minds, though, like we said, do we see them lean into this? They could Glorious Pathway in. A good Divine Glaive comes up, and that's a reset on the Lord. And Hajizi will have the Feathered Airstrike now that the time this fight breaks out. They do have to clear some of the waves. That's being managed down bottom by Outplayed. So we'll see if they actually go ahead and commit to this one while Team Falcons kind of approaches the fight, trying to get the favor. So they're going to stop to let them get their times to get the buffs they need.
Okay, that's one info. They see where Flap is. They also have to be careful where Few is at, because if they decide to commit the all-in and go fast, Few is the biggest counter to that. So as long as they can tick the box of where Few is, get that information, I'm sure they can readjust if they decide to go for a full dive. Bottom lane minion is getting managed somewhat right now. It got balanced. What was a slow push has stopped dead center in the lane, so Falcons doesn't need to worry about that, nor does Twisted Minds. Oh, the Twisted Minds are getting pushed out.
Yeah, they're getting pushed out really hard here. FlapTZ is trying his very best.
Oh, they just rush it.
And they're bump rushing straight to the Lord here.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if they want to take that Spear of Destruction. They might just want to go out for it. But Outplayed says, you know what? Let's go. Let's play. And they take out one because of that. It's going to be two going down as well. Escalera following suit. 3v5 right now here for Falcons. And it is a very, very bad bloodbath here for Twisted Minds. They're rushing out for the map. That won't save you. And there goes the Maniac once more. And a wipeout for Team Falcons.
He does it again. It's a Maniac for Marco on the Granger and a missed call by Twisted Minds to decide and fight. Escalera and Outplayed might be kicking themselves.
Take a look at that player cam on Super Marco, just locked in as always. Maniac, Savage, whatever it may be. He is the player right now, just popping off in the gold lane. Great game one for Team Falcons.
That was as good as it can get. I think for, if you were Twisted Minds, you really have to question that last call. I personally will do that. No sugarcoating whatsoever. That SOD should not have landed.
Yeah, the SOD hit. I believe Outplayed decided to commit the entry. Or
I think he got the call from Escalera, though.
Yeah,
Escalera moved forward and stayed.
Exactly. It was the conceal. He showed up. He was like, all right. It feels like I could feel Escalera going, go, go, go. Outplayed decided to go in, but the rest of Twisted Minds were far out. Yeah, you can see the disconnect, but then again, this is Escalera's first show on stage this season with Twisted Minds. That'll take time to readjust.
Yeah, I think this was, because almost in that, and I know we'll probably take a look at it briefly in the highlights later, but I'm almost wondering what would have been different if they didn't commit to that fight, because Kyletzy also planned for it really well. He went around and had that placement to go ahead and catch outplayed. This is our MVP for game number 1. Of course, it's going to be Bulletproof Super Marco. Bulletproof Marco here on the Granger once again. Mind you, he had 0 kills for the majority of the game, and then he just popped off with the Maniac at the end.
Last 4.
He was itching for it, though, man. All throughout the game, he was like, let me get him, let me get him. He was playing so up front, too, that when he finally did lock in, and even at one point, he had the Wind of Nature, actually. You know, so he swapped it out, but just a very strong game, strong showing for him to shine in the gold lane, like we've seen many times.
Yeah, Super Marco dominated, outplayed in lane. Pretty sure he even dished out a 2 thumbs up somehow in the middle of the game. Say, hey, I beat you in lane, bro. Not much you can do against me. And yeah, it really just looked like Falcons got to execute better. Early game when it hasn't gone completely to the side of Falcons, there were some scenarios where you could say Twisted Minds would be able to fight better. But Twisted Minds, well, they missed some of their abilities. Falcons also were able to avoid, and they just maximize the strength of a Jawhead Lowy together, and especially in the last one, which is why when you pose the question, I feel like even if Escalera decided to back, they still would have ran into a diversion play out of nowhere, and maybe they would have got caught in the retreat instead.
Dude, the shot that he even got off on Hajizi when he wings by wings out in the midst of all that team fight, like,
it's crazy.
Super Marco's just, he was locked in that game, and very, very dominant as a team as a whole, but also, I think, like you mentioned earlier, Renmar, you really have to highlight Ogwin here. He is the guy that always gets things rolling with regardless of what hero he decides to put in the roam, and this time the Jawhead, this is probably the best, honestly, that I've seen the Jawhead played so far up to week 2.
Actually, completely agree. As much as I also really would have wished maybe a Purify on the Farsa, make it the life a little bit easier. I also understand that there's not much to Purify in this game anyway, except for that ejector. So either way, I feel like they were kind of trapped to try to hold on until the super late game where Outplayed could kind of 1v2 people maybe, and MP the King could kind of pick people off. James has a great front line. They have actually a great front line, right? They have tremendous front line with the Hylos and the Lucas. But the damage didn't really ramp up the way they wanted to. But I actually really agree in that last one as well, Renmar, where either way they were going to probably lose it out. So might as well go ahead and try something, right?
At least he decided to pull the trigger and see if they could get some trades here and there, make sure that the Lord is amounted to nothing. But all of the top stats goes in favor of Falcons. First guy in carry for Marco. Of course, this time Flap TZ was the one getting a lot of the info and the damage taken onto him. He was the one holding the front line, as Ogwin was more of the pickoff type. Just see who he can toss to pair up with Few, who has the most assists. And Few's effect here was in the early game. Twisted Minds' counter engages that they wanted to do against Team Falcons were countered by the duality combo of the Low Yi. It was similar to what we saw yesterday in Aurora versus AP Bren, where it looked like AP Bren would get a pick off with the Jawhead. In comes the Gato Kacha flying into counter. This time around, when the Jawhead gets a pick off, the Low Yi blocks any response that Twisted Minds wants to do while dealing damage on whoever Ogwin picked off.
And what I really liked also about the lineup there from Team Falcons was just the fact that the game plan or the idea really was, let's put so much pressure on MP the King and even Escalera to help, because Escalera had to, you know, help and respond. It's like, we put so much pressure here that our gold lane just free farms and does his thing. And we rely on Super Marco to just go ahead and win that lane. So that's exactly what they did. So after yesterday's Savage Super Marco, he gets the Maniac today. He's unleashed. I remember at one point, especially when Bulletproof Marco, the moniker started, his KDA was insane. What season was that? That was like
Zero Death season in 11.
Season 11?
It was in
12?
season 10 when we started noticing the trend of him barely dying as a carry.
Yeah.
And then that continued on to, it stopped a bit in 11. 12 is when it came back with a vengeance.
And you know, he might be on his way now too, but definitely can't wait for game 2. We're gonna have to take a look first at the All Access segment. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the host.
Maraming salamat muli sa ating mga casters. Hans and Jamie still here. Dito lamang sa loob ng ating MPL Arena, but technically outside kasi nandito tayo ngayon sa Infinix booth, right? There's a lot of prizes here.
I know, and we're going to tell you about how you can win these prizes if you're here at the MPL Arena.
Oh yeah.
So we have the mechanics here, Hans. Why don't we go through it?
You know what? To further explain this in a better term, may we talk to Siron? So Siron's one of the representatives coming in from Infinix. Siron, it's so nice to have you here.
Hi, Siron.
Maybe you
Dito ka
can
sa gitna.
talk to us a bit sa kung paano ba ginagawa yung mga mechanics natin sa Infinix, man.
Bali, para po manalo po kayo ng prizes natin, hindi nyo lang pong gawin yung task 2 and 3 na. Task 2, 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3. So yung una-unang task natin dito, Hans, is they have to follow the in-game zone on TikTok.
Okay.
Invite at least 2 friends to join.
Okay.
And the Infinix community page.
Oh.
Tsaka sobrang easy to follow, no? Kasi may mga QR codes tayo dito.
It's guided.
Yes.
It's guided. And then, right after that, pwede kayong pumunta sa task 2. You can either choose one, right? Diba? Hindi nyo na kailangan gawin lahat. Pili lang kayo ng isa. It's either you take a selfie with a legend. By legend, we're talking about our players, right? Of course. If you want to do a snap and invite at the Infinix booth, dito kayo mismo. Yan. Just like what Jimmy is doing. Yum. And then last but not the least, you also have the Infinix X Clutch Moments Challenge. So, yung mga best yung MLBB highlights, yung mga nasa drafts nyo, yan. Pwede nyo nang i-post, pwede nyo nang gamitin, and rekta na kayo to be able to do task 2.
At uulitin namin, you just have to choose 1 out of the 3 tasks. But of course, if they want to do all 3, why not? Diba?
Why not? More chances of winning.
And then we have task 3.
Okay.
So upload content on Facebook and TikTok, diba? For task 2. Ang gagawin nyo ay make sure to use the hashtags. At may 3 hashtags tayo.
Ano
yun?
hashtags?
Bali, Infinix lakas sa chamba.
Infinix lakas sa chamba?
Philippines Season 15.
MPL PH S15.
Okay, so actually dalawa na lang daw pala.
Dalawang hashtag.
Yan.
Again, Infinix lakas sa chamba and hashtag MPL PH S15.
Okay?
Alright.
So there you have it. And then after that, okay na. Nakuha ko na.
Sobrang easy.
Sobrang easy.
Pero ano mangyayari after nun?
Boss Iron, let's say natapos na lahat. Anong gagawin namin?
Bali, pwede na po sila mag-spin dito sa ruleta.
Spin!
Dito.
Okay,
Come.
Rekta tayo doon.
After you do that, pwede na mag-spin.
Okay.
Sayo, sasali na ako officially, okay?
Wala na nandito na
Let's assume, ginawa ko na yung lahat.
Yeah?
Ano yung mapapanalunan ko?
Okay.
Spin the ruleta.
And you get
Akala ko bokya. Buti naman pin. Okay, do I have my pin?
Yeah, actually you do.
Easy as that,
Wait lang, kukuha daw siya. Ako din, I wanna try my luck.
Bokya. No, just kidding.
Pero okay lang.
Alright, let's see.
Pag ito talaga, Jamie, bokya talaga, I swear.
I called it. I manifested it. It's my fault. If ever, I tote bag. O, diba?
Excuse me.
Okay, he won this round.
Coming through, tote bag, may hawak ako. Alright, so in case you guys want to join in on all of the party na meron tayo dito sa MPL Arena, check out nyo lang to. Kasi mamaya, just like Jamie,
I won a pin, you won a tote bag.
Pero yun na. I guess I'll leave it to you right after that. Actually, nag-claim pa yata. Asa naman
Ayan na yung pin ko. Ayan.
Sorry.
Napaka-unfair ng universe, Hans, ha? Sobrang unfair.
Sorry.
I feel like naka-black ako ngayon. Zion, mas bagay sa akin. No, just kidding. Just it's yours.
Sorry.
And I get my
black din naman. Black din
sa laro pin.
Diba?
From
Lalakas kayo sa laro dito lamang sa Infinix. Alright? So make sure to check out the Infinix booth. But for now, we're gonna toss it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jamie and Hans. Jamie got a pin, Hans got a tote bag. I would love a bokya. What's a bokya?
You'd not.
Bokya?
No?
You wouldn't.
Bokya?
You wouldn't want to get a bokya.
What is it?
We'll tell you. We'll tell you.
All right, well, first off, we want to go ahead and invite everyone to get together at the MPL Arena and watch your favorite MPL pros live. The tickets are selling fast. So what are you waiting for? There are still available tickets for Sunday and, of course, next week.
And did you know that if you buy 5 tickets, you get an opportunity to win exclusive prizes? Just one account. Just use one account to buy them. You're going to get something really good.
Get them tickets.
Get them tickets.
They're tickets.
5.
There's a lot. And of course, for tomorrow, we have a highlight match that you got to watch out for. TNC and Twisted Minds. Of course, you're going to be seeing a bout between former teammates. A lot of shared history between TNC and Twisted Minds, of course, with the people there. Zayda and Outplayed especially. There we go. It took me a while to remember that. I will admit, I was like, who am I looking for in my brain?
It's
like,
funny because
your
mind got twisted a little bit.
Yeah, it did. Yaoi also. Yeah, Yaoi, Zayda, Outplayed. Who else? I'm not missing anyone else, right? Yeah, that should be. Lord J.
A lot of
James?
It's a family thing, right? It's a huge family.
Dude, honestly,
yeah. There's we'll talk about it tomorrow. There's a lot of shared history.
Oh my goodness.
trying to keep up with the MPL family tree is kind of difficult. Like when we started like exporting and I was gonna say importing, but really it's mostly like exporting. When we've been exporting players. It's kind of difficult, man, because teams have jumbled around, and you have coaches over here, coaches over there, players as well. You got blue side pick over here for side selection for Team Falcons, and they're on a 50% win rate. Okay, they got a 50% win rate over there. But that's the thing, man. I think for specifically for Twisted Minds, let's talk about what they can do in Game 2. Because what were the pros? What were the good things, Renmar, that you specifically saw from Twisted Minds in Game 1? Because, like, did they have an opportunity? Because it was mostly the comeback they were starting to get towards the middle game.
I think it would be the vision that Haji has. You can tell there are scenarios where Haji decided to call a play. I go back to when Haji and James were able to pick off Kyletzy initially, and to be able to see that and call that as a pickoff, and then their decision to even chase and take down Few eventually. So it seems like they're a great counter-punching team, and so far all their drafts in this season has been leaning towards that. I want to see them trying to go for a play style where they're the ones leading the control, they're the ones leading the pack.
I guess that can happen if they kind of just draft a bit for the early. Because earlier, I feel like they really banked on a super late game. And that whole lineup, it could not really activate before 8 minutes, before 10 minutes. Unless MP the King had a really good game, which he did not. And you know what? They made sure he didn't have a good game. That's a kicker there.
Yeah. And they're going to go with the Mozcov in response. The Joy obviously being picked up here is what we expected. That is also going to be a Badang picked up. So this is kind of typical for that red side first phase. What do you think the jungle response is going to be because of Joy's here?
They will still have the Nolan available if they want to go for the wild speed. I don't think they're going to be thinking about picking something that isn't an assassin for MP the King, so I'm leaning towards a Nolan. For Falcons, they would want Reach. I'd want to see them consider the CC and the Eve now as their next two pick. Considering that they have the Joy with them, they don't have to worry about the Joy being on the other side anymore to surmise some mess up and Eve. So CC and Joy for me.
CC and
CC and Eve.
CC and Eve.
Yeah.
There you go.
Never mind.
But
I will retire now.
Joel is really good.
Which is still the flex, technically, for Falcons, right?
Yeah.
Team Falcons, that's a flex Cho. Could go in the roam, could go in the XP lane here.
I have to highlight what, speaking of like flexing a Cho to the XP, I really have to really commend what Flap did earlier. I didn't say that earlier.
Yeah.
His
play,
his Hilda play.
Yeah.
His Hilda play actually was exquisite in the earlier game.
It was.
Which surprisingly was really good. So with this Hanzo, that opens up a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, and this it won't completely turn off Falcons from picking up a artillery mage like a Farsa or an Eve, but now Twisted Minds will have to really think twice about it. I think that's also one of the reasons why maybe Falcons didn't pick up the Eve already, alongside getting Cho for them, which blocks a pick away from Escalera, which means that Twisted Minds' hero pool in terms of being able to set an aggressive early tempo now just boils down to a Jawhead. That's a good call by Falcons to eventually pick up the Cho as one of the first three picks, and then they go Iritha for safety.
What I'm thinking here is, what's the chances if Badang goes roam here? Higher chance on XP or roam for this one?
Ooh, well, the best Badang so far this season have been in the EXP lane,
right?
but I won't completely turn off the idea of a roam Badang. It is up against a Cho though, and the Cho can just easily dash out.
Might get less kills, possibility of kills here if that does happen, so yeah.
Okay, so these last ban, last ban for Twisted is going to be the Hilda. So it's taking out last ban here
Tigreal.
That is the Tigreal. Yep. Cover some of the roam, more of the roam options here for Twisted Minds. I'm wondering what this leaves Escalera to pick, unless we do see a flex and it goes for a roam Badang. I don't want to count it out for Escalera just because, again, this is his debut match for this season, you know?
It's so hard to really say much else about Escalera because we don't really get to see a lot of him play, right? I don't think he even streams. I haven't or if he does, I haven't caught it. You know?
Yeah.
So I personally don't really have a lot of picks. Like, what does Escalera play recently, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all roamers right now just have the same hero
Same
pool.
tools, right?
Yeah,
So-
Tigreal Cho, Hylos, Gatot. Speaking of Hylos, Twisted Minds loves this pick.
They do, and it just not. It,
They love
it has not worked for them, man. I mean, even when Sensui played it in their debut game of the season last week, didn't work. This previous one again. Maybe it's more so like I want to make Bowie. I want to do better on this one.
Yeah.
They go with the Hylos again. So these last two picks for Team Falcons, they still need their mid laner. Like you mentioned, Farsa is still available. They could just go with a Farsa. I don't think they take a Louis Yi again.
It is open.
It's open.
What if, though, just to mention them, but maybe Vexana. Oh, they flex the Cho again into the EXP lane for Flap TZ. They can go Vexana, yeah. So Oheb, Vexana. Oh, that's a snowball comp here by
deadly.
Falcons. Yeah, they could run away with this in under 13 minutes.
I'm making the pose that the little Jawhead's making. What's the girl's name?
Ailey Henry.
Ailey?
No
Ailey.
way.
It's Ailey Henry.
I'm making the pose that Ailey Henry's making in Jawhead right now.
Yeah.
No.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Where do you find that out?
How do
Is
you
that
know
the
this?
lore?
Is this a lore?
That was a running joke in Season 8 that we had. Because remember, Leo went through his phase where he really was dropping a lot of lore bombs.
Because of what was the other Mobile Legends game?
The lore season.
Adventure,
yeah. Last pick, Valentina.
Oof. Huh.
This is like this lineup from Twisted Minds. Like it looks great to see the Hanzo come through, but this looks like a
Spicy.
lineup that could just try to do too many things.
Yes, and it's also a lineup that's very hungry for gold. So keep that in mind. Basically, it's Valentina and the Hylos who will be working for the whole early game. Other than that, everyone's just trying to farm it up. I mean, I know the Hanzo changed a little bit, but it does still rely on a lot of gold to really function well.
Yeah, this puts so much pressure onto, well, number one, outplayed, don't lose lane so quickly, like game number one.
Yes,
I'm not going to comment much about James because I feel like James is just very solid. He's just the victim of circumstance right now in some of the gameplays. But Escalera, Haji, and MP the King, yeah, they somehow have to work together so well with a interesting, unique, and interesting combination of heroes in the center of the map to stop a Oheb, Vexana, and Joy from snowballing. That's a tough task.
There you go.
It's going to be a tough task here. We're going to jump into the Land of Dawn. Once again, it's game 2 in this best of 3. On to a sweep. Will it be for Team Falcons, or can we get a game 3 with this interesting lineup from Twisted Minds? And I think that's definitely the case, you know, even in the sense of Hajizi. What ultimates will he be focused on taking? I mean, this is going to be the same thing if they don't control Ogwin on the Jawhead. I'm kind of worried about Twisted Minds and even the space for MP the King again.
You know what? Since we mentioned it, I think Falcon also are very aware of their win condition here. They're starting to try to group up together, just in case someone gets a little bit more feisty. Try to capitalize on their early game, which is very scary right now. Of course, level 2 on Ogwin means Ejector is available, but they're still not sure where the Hanzo is.
Okay, nothing too crazy. For the emblem setups, a lot of cooldown reduction on the Badang as usual. Warcry for this Hanzo. So similar to the last time we saw it. James able to get the EXP scroll on the Crab there in the bottom lane against Flap.
Maybe part of the difference here, difference factor for Twisted Minds this time around too is, and there's some added reason for it. You know, they've got 2 Purifies.
Yep.
At least between Outplayed and Hajizi to help not only now with Ogwin's Jawhead, but also the Cho here for Flap, which is definitely something they're going to want to deal with. As long as they can kind of avoid from being picked off, whether that's from the Cho, whether that's from the Jawhead, I think they should have a fighting chance when it comes to some of the team fights early on, especially with usually when we have seen Hanzos, not just here, because we've only seen them once, but oh, hold on. Look how fast they take the turtle.
Look at that 4-man stack right on the turtle spawn here. Trying to see if they can get someone on the way out, but Twisted Minds fine now.
Yeah, that was few being able to stop what could have been a post-objective team fight engaged by Twisted Minds using the Terrifying Eternal Guard right on the Pinnacle Ninja of MP the King. And one thing that Twisted Minds also has to consider is that maybe a dive onto Super Marco isn't going to be so rewarding right away. What a kick! What?
Whoa, very early on, FlapTZ commits on the flicker, forces Purify on Hajizi.
Yep.
I feel like that was a... Let me just go ahead and try to get this. If I can, I'll just make my way back down. It's like one of those... It's like a side quest for him going down to the main quest in his lane. So he's like, it doesn't happen. It's fine. So resetting at that point, it's still Twisted Minds. Oh, hold on.
And another one. Ejector committed once more. James is a bit better here with the fist crack, but he's going to go down either way. Kyletzy already used electrifying beats, and SOD, no commit for the top.
Yeah, tough there for Twisted Minds to actually fight into that. So there needs to be a lot more communication right now between Escalera, Hajizi, and James, who looks like he's spending a lot more time leaving lane and going into the center of the map to get information and to supplement that area. But if you know some areas might be risky, James has to acknowledge and just not continue that side quest into the center.
Where is this power spike right now?
There.
For the Hanzo. I mean, already level 7. You know, he doesn't have his first item just yet, but when do you start to really see Hanzo as a threat?
Takes a really long while. The last time we saw MP the King on this Hanzo, though, he was able to pull off a crazy pick-off where literally 4v1, he was like, I'm going to get your mid laner. I'm out of here and safe. So still, I think we have to explore Hanzo more in the pro scene to really feel his power spike.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy here is that they don't really have any way out for Hajizi there. Already used up to Purify, and that's going to be him. But Few might be the one who's in trouble here, getting chased on by Outplayed as well. It's 1-for-1 for Falcons and Twisted, and the turtle is on.
Yep, mid for mid. 2 Corrosion Size already built by Twisted Minds, but no Pinnacle Ninja for MP the King.
No Pinnacle Ninja. There's no way for the Retribution as well. Kick as well committed by FlapTZ. That might be a kill on James and Escalera. If they don't make it out here, they will be next targets here for Falcons. That's 2 turtles, or 2 kills rather, and possibly a turtle.
Man, even with a Revitalize, they were able to go ahead and get them down. They had to wait for Super Marco to make his way, but he did, and then again, they end up winning that fight plus the objective here. So that's a whole lot of wins for Team Falcons.
Very stonks.
Yeah, it also made me question as to why Twisted Minds still decided to posture for that turtle despite MP the King already showing that he used the Pinnacle Ninja. I know the cooldown of that is super fast, but he won't be able to get it that fast.
Not that fast.
Yeah, without the Pinnacle Ninja, there's not much a Hanzo can do around the objective. See, he's standing there trying to be within the range of Retribution on that turtle, but it puts him in risk of just literally like, guys, I will only just try to retry. There's not much I can do. And Twisted Minds, there's not a lot that they can do as well in that scenario, trying to protect him. They're just going to take damage for no reason.
He was literally just like walking back and forth.
No.
But now, because of that, MP the King getting hunted down in his own jungle by Kyletzy.
He's not going to get a chance to breathe anymore at that point.
At all.
No, sir. Again, similar to last week, the rotations of Twisted Minds, they're twisted.
Oh my goodness, that way of the dragon was not stonks at all here for Hajizi.
Stop it, Ogwin. They're already dead.
They're already dead.
They're already taken care of. And again, that's why you see, I think a lot of this might require for James to get active here for some of these responses, because right now you do have to protect MP the King to an extent, because Kyletzy is just kind of having free reign, able to go around. He's already got the Starlium Scythe. You can see he's about 1,000 and some change above MP the King. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just get a clean sweep, at least on the turtles, the 3-for-3. They are getting in position, though, so it does look like Twisted Minds wants to contest it, see if they can catch someone out. Ogwin's just around the corner, is going to get spotted here. James?
Ejector being threatened here by Ogwin. Just trying to bait out some skills from James, maybe. Obviously not taking the bait here for now. And multiple members starting to converge around mid.
Okay, they'll start this up. Flap will make his way here too, unless they just decide to just go for a play. MP the King still going to make his way. He wants to get this purple buff too, so Flap's in positioning. Super Marco gets a Berserker's Fury already. There's Flap.
Wants to fly it out. There's a wall from the fist crack, but not going to be able to utilize it at all. Escalera is going to be the one once more to be sacrificed here, but James is the one that Falcons decided to go for. Said, you know what, maybe we can take him out on the way out, and that's exactly what they do. Chasing out Escalera back to his base.
And look at this. He does go and grab his buff, but that's another turtle, another objective now for Team Falcons.
They're drowning, man. They're drowning out in gold.
Just absolutely nothing going right now for Twisted Minds.
Gonna chase here by Kyle. There's no way out for Outplayed. It goes down. A little bit more recalls here just for emotional damage.
It's the rotations, the timings. Falcons, they look so familiar with it, Twisted Minds. And again, just looks like they haven't found their own timing, their own pace just yet, the right rotations for this metagame right now, early in the season. It's so tough for them.
Look at them right now. Ogwin once more has a way out with the ejector unstoppable force. Even has a flicker. MP the King trying to go for the kill here. Will be able to pick him up finally, even though they are under the tower. They're playing around with fire here. And Super Marco still not going to be able to get stunned here by Outplayed.
Okay, good thing. I mean, Twisted Minds will go ahead and get out a kill. This is what we kind of talked about earlier, Renmar, where you know, Hanzo does have that potential to do just that.
Yeah, it's also unexpected too. I think that's why it's so awkward to think about. I wonder what is the power spike of Hanzo, because like even with just 2 items, he can do something like that.
Yeah.
But then you see how susceptible Twisted Minds lineup is without the ultimate of the Hanzo. There's not much else that he can do.
It's a pain to have to wait for that ultimate.
No way.
Keep going out here. Solo
man.
kill. Kyletzy against a very
not so tanky
Hylos.
That was the opposite of Riz.
What's the opposite
What's
of
the opposite
Riz?
of Riz?
I don't know.
Whatever it is.
So
that's
whatever
it.
that was.
Yeah, that was. I feel so bad for Escalera, man. That was Riz for Kyle. Kyle was just like, yeah, nah, I can do this. For Escalera, it's like, there's not much I can do. I'm a slow horseman.
Yeah, once that Glorious Pathway is done and Revitalize isn't going to heal you through that because he's already got the Holy Crystal too. I mean, look at the lead he has still on MP the King. It's even further ahead now, sitting at almost 8,000 gold. And, you know, when you're taking out the front line with that, a Starlium Scythe and a Holy Crystal, and you're still working on your third item, that's kind of scary because Escalera is supposed to be the guy to go in front and lead the way, but when he's nearly as squishy as the rest of the team, it feels weird. Here's those Ogwin.
Getting jumped in once more by Ogwin. Didn't really pull the ejector. He still has it. But he will be able to force out the Glorious Pathway. Feels like a free skill being pulled here by Falcons. That's huge.
Okay, but since Twisted Minds needs to spend more time actually hiding their Hanzo and MP the King cannot show himself much, a bit of a minion wave push down the mid means Falcons reset the sequence. They'll apply pressure with their minion waves on the side lanes as well. So now Twisted Minds has to deal with that or suffer the wrath of a split push. It's so many fires to put out right now for Twisted Minds. Kyletzy has just been unstoppable. 4-0 and 4. Super Marco's been bulletproof as well, alongside Flap TZ.
He's got the Wishing Lantern now too. So
oh, yikes.
That's going to be even more difficult to deal with if you're one of those tankier, more healthy heroes. And they're going to give the go signal now on this Lord. We'll see if Escalera decides to go for it and lead the team into this, or they just let it go.
I think they are. Not to be
no.
enough here. And they
Wow.
leave Escalera out to dry. Not really much they can do to follow up.
Falcons are just making this look so easy. It's like every time there is something to pull, they will pull the trigger on the play and execute into a kill, 2 or even more.
And the scariest thing is every time they do that, something happens.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like there's nothing Twisted Minds can actually do to counter it.
MP's going to try to do something.
Nice chase with a soul
Whoa.
snatch here. Chases out with the flap. He's going to be staying alive here for now, though waiting for that next Lord.
Man, Hanzo is so busted in that regard. Like, it's already 2 items for Flap TZ. He's up to a Blade Armor plus a Thunderbelt. I'm pretty sure he has some good stacks on it too. But MP the King can still do that to him. That's why you have to watch out for Hanzo as a pick. Maybe teams will understand how to play him better.
Hell yeah.
But the Falcons have been checking him well, especially with Flap TZ's positioning around the objectives. He's always looking for the potential angle of where MP the King's Pinnacle Ninja could come from.
They want to go for it hard. Ogwin, though, got caught with his hands down. Escalera taken out here. MP the King trying to do as much damage as he can to Flap TZ with no cigar there. And now, outplayed. Waiting for the go signal, waiting for the trigger finger. But it's going to be trigger discipline, at least for now.
Yeah, it also looked like Falcons read that the potential SOD coming out. So Super Marco stood where he did and where he got hit to block for Flap TZ, actually.
Yeah.
Who could have been hit by that Spear of Destruction.
Definitely could have. So they'll go ahead and MP the King It's going to just go ahead and get whittled down really quickly. But ultimately, all that led to was that first turret go down. They have worked on the shields, too. Part of that is also just Ogwin doing the jawhead thing where he goes and tosses one of the canyons or the minions into the holy shields, and they get taken down. So they are, again, when you lead into any of Team Falcons matches, this is what they do. It's very controlled, it's very order-like, and they will stick to the foundations on what made these guys such a strong, dominant force to reckon with, and eventually, you know, world champions, because it hasn't changed, honestly, like their play style and that discipline. Look at this here, Escalera.
My goodness, Escalera, he's able to absorb more damage now compared to earlier.
Flap.
But now the question is, where is MP the King? They're looking for more. Escalera can't make it after round 2, though. They're going to have to back off once more. But Ogwin joining in with the unstoppable force. Let's enough for Kyletzy to make it to the back line and get overdone like a triple kill on that Joy.
Oh my God! Kyletzy will jump in for the team.
You see Kyletzy laughing, literally laughing on the player cam when that happened.
Too wild, too easy for Kyletzy.
Oh man, it's only James right now. The turrets are going down. Are they going to end it here?
I think they can. Not much wave clear here, but the minion waves are also a bit thin. So you know what Falcon says? We don't need to take it right now.
I feel like this was one of the moments where Ogwin was like, oh, help, 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 because he goes and he unstoppable in the race, and Kyle's like, I got it. Hold my drink.
Oh, is this a comeback, though? Is this a possibility of a comeback? He traded out for Ogwin as well. Super Marco with more kills than he can carry. And there as well. Triple kill.
He's 9-0.
Gold laner, 9-0, still bulletproof in this game.
Bulletproof Super Marco.
He's gonna chase down,
Here we go.
Did we jinx it? Did we jinx it? Soul Snatch into the body, but not enough damage output to follow up. And there's Flap chasing him out. Finally catches MP the King.
That's
I
it.
think that's gonna be game. We got a sweep in our hands for Team Falcons.
Making it look clean. Team Falcons go in with a sweep against Twisted Minds. And they made it a cinematic showcase at the end there.
That was cinema. Not if you're a Twisted Minds fan or a member of the Minds, but cinema if you're a fan of the Falcons. And my Falcons heart is very happy. We ended the week 2-0. Hell yes. But Falcons, wow. It just... Going up against a team like this, I think it's very important for the development of Twisted Minds, because you really get to see against like one of the top caliber teams in the world, your most glaring issues even more. It's like they're magnified. So Twisted Minds now will have a lot more better info to see and understand what they need to fix. Well, for Team Falcons, bro, I'm happy. I'm happy for them. I'm happy for them.
You're happy for them, you know, and
that's good MLBB.
Good
that
MLBB
is.
all around.
That's a really, again, it's a good showing of just how much these guys can rely on each other. Because that I could literally almost hear it like, oh man, help! That with the open entrance.
Oh no!
Because we've all been there when you play Jawhead, right? And you get dragged into a base, you're like, oh man, here we go. And that's the thing. It's nice to see for Team Falcons make the adjustment that they did, and also for a part of it is just, I think Twisted Minds. I don't know. I don't want to like count out Escalera here. They had similar. I feel like a similar experience almost from when they had Sensui in the Roam. It just didn't really seem like that they found that synergy or that connection between the team on an individual level. So maybe they can fix that up. We're going to go ahead and throw it on stage for our winning interview.
Your winners for the second match of today, it's Team Falcons! I love to see it. Falcons Nest, ibang klase ang kanilang performance this week. You hear all of them once again, buhay na buhay. Super Marco, gusto ko lang malaman, Savage kahapon, mania ka naman yan. Ano bang kinakain mo regularly? Ano bang meron?
Wala. Wala naman ako special na ginagawa eh.
Okay. Wala naman special. So, okay, so sige, bigyan mo na lang ng advice lahat ng mga Granger users na nanonood sa atin ngayon. Ano ba dapat yung kailangan nilang gawin pag ginagamit nila yung hero?
Ma-advise ko lang siguro kumayos lang kayo ng mga kill para bumilis agad yung stock niya.
Yan. Feel ko, alam na alam nila yan. Alam na alam nila yan. Thank you, Marco. Now, I think we also have some questions. This time para IFU, right?
You, yes.
Okay. So, Few, you know what? You can go first.
You know what, Few, alam mo, based on last roster, no, ang sinabi nyo last time is hindi kayo nakapag-adjust sa meta. Pero look at your streak now. Last week, 66% yung win rate nyo. Masasabi mo ba na nakapag-adjust na kayo ngayon sa season na to?
Paunti-kunti lang nakaka-adjust na sa meta, feeling ko.
Okay. So ngayon, maraming nagtatanong kasi hindi nyo pa nakaharap ang TNC, AP Bren, and Aurora. Sino ba ang pinaka-aabangan nyo na makaharap? At bakit? Sino?
Para sa akin yung Aurora.
Aurora. Okay, Few, bakit Aurora?
Nilaglag nila kami last season tapos hindi kami nakaabot ng Grand Finals.
Okay. Quick run lang. No explanation. Gusto ko marinig din mula sa boys. Kung Aurora yung kanya, ano sa inyo? You have TNC, AP Bren, Aurora. Ogwen.
Okay, Ogwen.
AP Bren ako.
AP Bren.
AP Bren.
Flap?
Ako TNC.
TNC.
Okay.
Kyle?
AP Bren.
Oh.
Marco?
TNC.
TNC. Pando, ikaw din.
AP Bren.
AP Bren.
Uy, tatlo sa AP Bren, ha? Coach,
Gusto
what
mo ba,
about you?
TNC.
TNC. Proud ako kay Coach Treb. Siya na yung umagaw ng mic sa akin. Ogwen, now I wanna give this to you, okay? Kasi ang susunod yung makakalaban ay yung sinabi ni Coach Trevor na TNC Pro Team. Ang nasabi rin ni Yawi from before, right, na gusto niya or gusto niyang patunayan na kaya niya ulit maging best roamer. And you used to be the best roamer, if not still the best roamer na meron tayo this season. Anong masasabi mo dun sa statement ni Yawi?
Tingin ko naman, kaya-kaya niya pa rin eh. Kasi napoprove niya pa rin sa mga laro niya eh. Nakikita ko rin sa galaw niya. Parang rin talaga siya. Malakas talaga siya.
If there's anything you wanna say to Yawi right now, what's your message gonna be like?
Yawi, galingan natin next week. Bigyan natin malakas na laban.
Oh, I love the support.
Okay,
Good
I guess we see it.
sportsmanship.
Yan ang aabangan natin. Once again, everybody, your winners, Team Falcons!
Congrats, guys. Galing.
Boys, you may now take your walk of victory. Just an incredible performance from the boys flexing their muscles. And boys, you may now take your bow. Man, looking good on and off the game, on and off the land of Dawn, at naipakita na naman nila yan with a win streak.
Tama. Continuous ang kanilang win streak this week, week 2. At alam mo, I love their energy. Sobrang they're just having fun, no?
Just the fun is there, the energy is irreplaceable, at gusto ko ring maraman ang ating thoughts mula sa ating mga casters as we toss it right back to them.
Thank you so much. Yep, that's the pose right there, Renmar, and that's the script response from all of our players. We want to give them a good game. A beautiful match. What is it? What is the direct translation?
This one is a strong game. We're going to give them a strong game.
The direct translation is when you ask, what's your message for this X player? Well, let's both do good and let's show them a good game.
We just need someone to flip the script.
Yeah.
Maybe eventually, but this is the MVP for our game. It's Kyletzy. He had one heck of a game on this Joy, and it had to be close, man, because Super Marco popped off too here. But it's kind of hard to choose sometimes when it's Team Falcons because they all just have their own moments throughout the game. 7-1-6 here with this Joy. And again, it's a reason why when it's left open and you're on blue side, we see the Joy picked up literally almost all the time.
Especially with no contest at all from the opposition, it feels like it's so easy to play a Joy, doesn't it? At this point, they were focused on just keeping their jungler basically on par, which is very difficult for a Hanzo as well, as much as you have like that devour skill.
Yeah, Kyletzy definitely flipped out in this game. Again, it would just look so easy, so methodical for Falcons PH that it's Ogwen spots a pick, Kyletzy goes in. Twisted Minds decides to fight, Kyletzy goes in. Twisted Minds try to kill, Twisted Minds gets killed, Falcons goes in. It's like, bro, It felt like I was watching Groundhog Day, except it wasn't a happy ending for Twisted Minds.
Over and over again, right? Just no answer whatsoever.
Oh man, it's tough to watch too, because even when you're a tankier hero and Kyletzy just melting you on the joy and you can't do anything about it, it's tough to deal with when you think, how do we approach this when we're getting kind of sandwiched in like this? And even this base defense, this is what you mentioned. I'm not sure if we'll get to see the SOD. Yeah, we didn't get to see it, but it was a good block from Super Marco throughout that game. And this is where we see Ogwin go in, and then Kyletzy is just going to jump in. He's got his teammates, and that's what makes them such a devastating team. We also see this from teams of the likes of even MPL PH, who, mind you, are kind of struggling right now for these opening weeks of Season 14.
So overall, I feel like that earlier clip we saw was as good as it was going to get, right?
Yeah.
When they were doing their base defense, they're getting a lot of HPs low for Falcons, but because of the lead that they've built up, no one was actually just dying.
Yeah.
They didn't have any lockdown at all. That
Everything just looked covered right now. Ogwin and FLCN with their pickoff-centered heroes. How easy it is for FLCN to chase down and to access the backline of Twisted Minds when Twisted Minds would go in for the collapse. Again, that's one of the risks you take when you pick up a mid laner that is a little bit more close range. I understand that, of course, you'd pick up the Valentina to help counter out the Eternal Guard, to pick that up for yourself as well.
Yeah.
Plus, the lineup of Falcons would absolutely melt through anything like a Farsa or an Eve, so that was turned off already. It seemed like they were just left with picking up the Valentina, and then everything just went right for Falcons, and everything went wrong for Twisted Minds. I know people are probably asking for some deeper analysis, but pretty much at this point we've said everything. You really see the rotational issues for Twisted Minds around the center of the map, where it looked like Falcons were getting to the right spots first. The times James would go to the middle to get information, no one was giving him the info, or maybe he didn't even think for himself that someone would be there to catch him, and it would be a Jawhead. In this scenario, you get a little bit more, you should be a little bit more careful with those rotations, because Jawhead plus the Vexana together is pretty much a one and done combination.
It's too much crowd control to deal with.
Yeah.
And, when we mentioned this when we jumped into the game, just having the fact that, again, you have Jawhead in the hands of Ogwin, and you know that your jungle setup, at least for Twisted Minds, you're going to have to get that kind of confidence in the jungle to get momentum going on your favor. Well, Ogwin's not going to let that happen. And he does that so often whenever he gets his hands on this hero. And then you pair in the fact that Kyletzy is able to just go ahead and roam around the map as fast as he wants for the most part, and he's melting your front line.
Yeah.
It makes it really difficult for Twisted Minds to think of a game plan throughout that game. And it was just unfortunate, again, because for Escalera, I don't know. I would say in their next game, I get that it's meta, but maybe just not go the Hylos. This is not a hero that's so far working for Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
And for some reason, they just keep wanting to pick it up.
full reset for Twisted Minds, 100%, especially for that high loss. And I love this Jawhead on
For Ogwin.
Ogwin.
Yeah.
It embodies him, right? There's so many times where he gets the perfect pickoff, and then sometimes he's just along for the ride. He's having a lot of fun. It's a very Ogwin hero for me. I'm gonna start to watch out for this if I'm fighting Falcons in the future.
Yeah, and it seems like our Team Falcons PH have done something that wasn't always part of their playbook for a few seasons back. A lot of Cho pickups, Cho Roam or Cho EXP.
Okay, well, hey, look who it is. It's Ryuk.
Oh, speaking of.
He looks like Flap has been practicing his Cho. I would assume that in between all the workouts that Flap's been doing and the flexing that he's been doing, he probably has been practicing it. But, I have to say that even when I see Flap recall in game, that's what I see him doing. I see him just flexing, So, again, we also want to go ahead and invite everyone to join in on our official discussions. This is the official group. It's MPL PH Official Community Group. And you can join us there to join in on all the discussions happening for, of course, throughout the MPL Philippines. There is other groups out there, but we have this now official one that you guys can join, and we'd love to see you out there. And these aren't just the posts that start with thoughts of or thoughts on. So, but we do have to go ahead and also check out the mic check to see how our players sounded during their victory.
Hoy! Ultimate! Mamatay! Hindi na ata ito. Oy! Yung base nila, oy! Oy! Tapos na to. Natin. Go!
that Flapteasian at the end there. That had to be some of the most calms that we've heard, at least through these mic checks for the ending there.
Yeah. I think at this point that's just familiarity again with how many things they've achieved. Yeah, they're just linked together. At the end, the final call was, oh, that's Flapteasy.
Flapteasy, huh?
That is, and that is the end of our second match. So we have one more match today, and that's going to be TLPH versus AP Bren. Also, real quick, we want to invite you guys to buy your tickets for tomorrow if you want to watch. It's Twisted Minds versus TNC tomorrow, and then our Omega, Smart Omega versus TLPH. So that is going to wrap it up for the second match. We are going to have a short break again coming up between the matches because, this was a sweep, so you guys have time to get your refreshments and get ready. Again, it's me and Naisu. This is Rockhart and Renmar. They'll be back for the next matchup. That's it for me, so we'll see you guys in the next match.
Thanks again to our casters, and you know what? 2 matches have already passed by. Kaya naman ngayon, since it's a Saturday, it's time for another MLBB Golden Month, right?
Yes, you're right, Hans. At may kasama tayo for the Golden Month celebration today, Fuego. Join us on stage.
Hey. Everybody give a warm round of applause for Fuego. Hello.
Hello, guys.
Fuego, take the center. Grabe.
Fuego. Ang dami mong fans. Fuego, isang araw na naman for surprises today. Maraming salamat at you are here to join us.
Thank you din po at sobrang saya ko din na maging part ng MPL PH ngayon.
Yeah, man, we have a lot of surprises in store para sa lahat ng nandito, specifically sa MPL Arena. Because actually, we're gonna be choosing 10 of you guys na pupunta dito sa stage. And you guys will be competing for a surprise. Tama, Fuego?
Exactly.
Tama.
Papremyo ito,
Okay.
guys. So
Sige.
if you're in for a surprise, if you want to join in on the fun, alam niyo yung gagawin nyo.
Okay,
Raise
where are
your
they?
hand, join us here in front.
Okay, we see
Okay.
some hands. Ayan,
We
okay.
need 10 participants.
Sige, idapat
for
Madaming
our
papremyo.
team.
Nasaan? We need 5 on this side, right? 5 on this side. So, grabe, nagsisitayuan na sila. Isa pa ba? Isa pa? Okay, meron na isa.
Okay, we have one
Meron
participant.
pa? Jamie, there's actually a lot of people, raising their hands.
I love that they want to join in on the fun.
Ang dami. Okay, sige.
Okay,
One
come
line
on, guys.
tayo.
Dito kayo
Hello?
sa gitna. Hello.
Yan.
Boss.
Dumiretso na lang sila.
Okay.
Sige. You know what, Fuego, dito ka. Samahan mo ako on this
You know what,
side, right?
Hans? Let's get
Okay.
to know our participants.
Yes.
Let's start with that side over there.
Okay, actually, before we do that, isang hilera tayo, okay? Isang
Pila.
hilera tayo.
Mga boss.
Tapos,
Ayan.
two steps forward. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2. Okay, very
Galing.
good.
All right.
Okay. Sige, you know what, Fuego? Maybe we can point out yung microphones natin to them. Magpakilala lang kayo, okay? What's your name?
Justin.
Justin. Gino.
Adam po.
Adam. Jeff. Daisuke. All right, maybe you have
over on
yours.
this side, we have Emily. Gwen, hi.
Hi, I'm Kyle.
Kyle. And we have Ryan.
Teka lang, may kulang pa tayo. May isa pa.
May isa pa?
9 pa lang to eh. Nasaan na yung isa ay?
Wow.
Grabe ang special ha. Okay lang. At least nandito ka na. What's your name?
My name is Klein Legos G. Magat po.
Sorry, first name.
Klein po.
Klein. Alright, there we have it. So, 10 participants nandito ngayon. Fuego, maybe take this once again. And I'm gonna be asking, Fuego's gonna be asking the
Yes.
question. So, all you need to do is to answer the question, pero hintayin yung si Jamie na magsabi ng go.
Okay.
After niya magsabi ng go, you guys scream Golden Month as loud as you can or hanggat maaari para mauna kayo. Okay?
Okay, pero bago mangyari yung lahat,
Ano bang gagawin?
gusto ko makita sumayaw si
Yun.
Fuego.
Ayan na.
Yes?
Sinong gusto makita sumayaw si Fuego?
Yeah!
Alright. We see it. We see
Okay,
it, Fuego.
Fuego,
Boss,
kaya
pwede
mo na
pa
to.
hawak.
Fuego, trabaho lang, Fuego.
Kaya to.
Alright.
Kaya.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
You know what? I'll assist you with the
Okay
mic.
po, sige po, sige po.
Akala ko, I'll assist you with the dancing hands. With the mic.
Gagayahin niyo ako,
Akala ko
guys,
yung
ha?
mic mo.
Gagayahin niyo
Okay,
ako.
gagayahin.
Okay.
Guys,
Yung
muna,
first step
marking.
Sayaw
natin,
din kayo, ha?
yung first step natin, parang,
Okay, paano to?
ayan,
Paano?
ganito.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Parang ano,
Singles.
hooray. Alam niyo yung hooray?
Hooray, hooray.
Hip, hip.
Yan. Hooray.
Ganun. Okay? 1,
2, 3, 4. Okay, next step.
Next step, maglalaba.
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 Paano yun?
Ganun.
1,
Kusot-kusot lang.
2, 3,
Kusot-kusot.
4. O sige, balik tayo sa Hepe
Okay,
Hooray.
1, 2, 3, go.
1, 2,
Ay, mali ako.
Okay lang, okay lang, okay lang.
Okay, isa ba?
Oh, 1, 2, 3, go. Single,
Pam,
single,
pam,
double,
pam,
double, laba.
Pam,
Laba.
Pam, pam,
As.
Pam, pam, pam. O, ano after?
Last 1 minute.
Yan. One phone. So, para kayong may tawag. Okay? Let's do it again. O, markings, markings.
Okay, okay. Game.
5.
Energy, guys! Energy!
Energy,
Alright.
ah.
Let's go.
5, 6, 7, oh. Bring the single, double,
pam,
laba,
pam,
laba.
pam, pam.
Single, double, minute. One phone, let's go. Energy, let's go. Ikaw na yan, Pegs.
Sumali ka na,
Okay.
Hans.
O, sige. Okay na. Safe na, no?
Alright.
Music ba? Music? Okay.
With the music, guys.
Okay.
Kaya na to, ha?
Okay.
1 minute,
Okay.
1 phone.
Feeling ko ready na sila. Puego, ready ka na ba? Ready ka na? Okay, let's do it. 5, 6, 7, 8. Labaw. Double. Okay.
Ang galing naman. More energy,
Okay.
guys. 1 minute, 1 phone.
Ganun pala yun. Alright.
Ang galing-galing.
Alam mo, Puego, may future ka sa pagiging ganito eh. May
Feeling ko
future
nga.
ka eh. Nakikita ko. Pero tabihan mo na muna ako. Kasi oras na para magtanong tayo ng questions. Right? So guys, sana
Ready
hindi
na
nyo
ba kayo,
nakita sa
guys?
dami ng aktibidades na ginawa ko.
Alright, ganito
Sige, Puego,
kung
go
alam
take it.
nyo, after go, you raise your hand, say Golden Month. So kung sino yung pinakauna na magsasabi ng Golden Month, siya yung magbibigay ng sagot
Okay.
first. Okay.
Sige, let's do it. Let's do it.
Alright.
Puego, handa na ba magtanong?
Yes.
Okay. Question number 1.
Dalawang beses ko ulitin yung tanong.
Okay.
Pag sinabi kong go, saka kayo sisigaw, okay?
Okay.
Tama ba, sir?
Tama
Okay.
ka doon.
Okay.
Question number 1. Kailan matatapos ang Golden Month?
Go!
Okay. Sino nakita mo? Sige. Bato, pick. Sabay kayo eh. Go. Bato, pick. Bato, pick. Bato, pick. Andanta.
Best
Sige,
of 3.
go take your
No, just
time.
kidding.
Ayan.
Okay.
Ano yun?
April 1.
April 1. Fuego,
And?
is April 1 correct?
Ang tamang sagot ay... Tama siya. April 1.
April 1! So,
yes.
congratulations. Okay, dito ka muna.
Okay.
Isasantabi ka muna namin dito. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Okay. Meron
Alright.
pa tayong dalawang tanong. Okay,
Okay.
dalawang tanong.
Okay, ulitin ko ng twice, guys. Twice.
Okay, question number 2.
Question number 2. What is the title of our jingle video? Ano ang title ng aming jingle video?
Go!
Sino na?
Oo nga pala, role ko pala yun, no? Okay.
Sino una, Hans?
Sige. Sino ba ang maiba? Kasi tatlo kayong sabay eh. Actually, 4. Oh, maiba tayo. Kasama ka, kuya. Yan. Maiba, alis. Sorry. Okay. Maiba, alis. Ikaw ang napili.
Ayun, oh.
Okay. Ano ulit yung tanong? Ay, hindi mo na pala pwede kasi twice lang,
Oo,
di ba?
twice lang.
So ano ang title ng jingle na pinapatugtog natin ngayon?
MLBB 1 minute 1 phone.
MLBB 1 minute 1 phone is...
Correct!
We finally have it. Congratulations,
Second winner
pare.
chosen.
Palo.
Okay.
Okay. Last one, Puego.
Last question.
One last.
Eto na yung chance nyo, guys. Lahat ng tapang nyo, ilabas nyo na. Okay?
Okay. Final question. Here we go.
Twice kong ulitin, ha? What is the main color of Ruby's new skin outfit? Anong kulay ang pangunahing kulay ng outfit ng bagong skin ni Ruby?
Go! Okay.
Gitna.
Hindi ko na naintindihan yung iba
Okay.
sa...
Sure ako, gitna. Okay. Ano ang kulay? Green. Green ang kanyang sinabi. Is it correct?
Ang tamang sagot ay...
Oh, okay.
Oy, hindi ka na pwego ha. Hindi ka na. Green is wrong. Okay. Sige,
Okay.
ulitin na lang natin.
Kulang pa yung sagot.
Ulitin na lang natin,
So ulitin
diba?
natin yung
Oo.
tanong. We'll say go after.
Sige.
2 times of reading it.
Sige.
And then, kung alam nyo,
One more question.
golden month.
Okay. What is the main color of Ruby's new skin outfit? Anong kulay ang pangunahing kulay ng outfit ng bagong skin ni Ruby?
Go!
Ay, sabi niya parang siya eh.
Sabi ni
parang
Evan,
siya.
parang ako.
siya.
Okay.
Sige. Parang siya eh. Go ahead.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
And your answer is?
I'll try yellow.
Yellow.
Yellow is wrong.
Wrong. 1, 2, 3, go!
Pinaasa.
Go. Red. Red is
wrong ulit.
sayang naman. MLBB. Ay, grabe.
Okay.
Wait lang ha. Go.
Wait.
Okay, try again.
Golden green.
Golden
green.
green. Okay.
Clue. Tatlong kulay, guys.
Tatlong kulay.
Tatlong kulay. Dapat makuha nyo yung tatlo.
So teka lang, silipin nga natin. Silipin natin.
Okay.
Silipin natin. Tama na kayo sa green.
Ayun, dalawa na lang.
Diba? Tama na kayo sa green. Dalawa na
Dalawa
lang.
na lang.
Okay.
Dalawa na lang. Okay?
So, 1, 2, 3, go!
Siya. Okay, I see it.
May kasamang gigil.
Okay, tama na yung green. Ano pa yung
Grabe.
kulang?
Purple?
Tsaka?
Dalawa, diba? So, purple and...
Sige, 5. Okay, green, purple, and yellow.
Green, purple, and yellow is...
Ubi yun eh.
Oo nga eh. Is wrong.
Okay. Isa na lang, no?
Isa na lang, may
Isang
isa
kulay
pa.
na lang.
Diba? 1, 2, 3, go! Ito.
And your answer
Okay.
is, isang kulay
Your
na lang
answer
ibigay
is
mo.
Violet.
Oh, green,
Sabihin mo
purple,
tatlo.
and
Magbanggit ka ng tatlo.
Green, violet, green,
purple,
and violet.
Okay, green, purple, and violet is...
Wrong.
Isang kulay na lang, guys.
Isang
Okay.
kulay na lang, no?
Let's do it,
Nakakaba
Hans.
talaga, promise. 1, 2, 3, go! Siya uli.
Okay, your answer is...
Blue, green, gold.
Ay, blue, green, and gold is...
Ano yun eh?
Okay.
Mali.
Eto na lang. Di ba nag-green na tayo?
And
Nag-violet
nag-purple.
nag-purple na tayo.
Okay, isa na lang.
Isa
Isang
na
kulay
lang.
na lang.
It starts
Ay,
with
talaga?
a letter. Go! O, yan. O, di ba?
Green, purple, and pink.
Green, purple, and pink. Fuego, eto na ba yun?
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Good game.
Nakuha mo rin, Kuis. Sige, pwede ka muna dito. So, yon ang bagong kulay. Bagong colors ni Ruby, guys. Green, purple, and pink. But of course, for all of our participants, you get a chance to at least have a photo op na nandito kayo sa gitna. So, single file tayo. Single file.
Thank you so much
Single
for
row
joining.
pala. Yan.
Aside from the photo, we also have consolation prizes for them. Palakpakan naman natin sila!
Yan. Maraming
Good job,
salamat.
guys.
Thank you so much. Everybody, you guys get bags. This one's for you.
You did amazing.
That one's for
Thank you for
you.
joining.
Okay. So kahit nasabihin natin na hindi nyo nahulaan, kasi medyo maraming colors yun, pero okay lang, right? Because you still get a ton of freebies from
Bigyan ng
each and
bagyan.
every one of us. Diba? Panalo pa rin. Tapos si Fuego pa yung namimigay,
Diba?
diba? Grabe ka talaga,
Why
Fuego.
don't we have a picture of them with Fuego? Isa naman with
Alright.
Fuego. Ayan.
Yan. So guys, say hi on camera. You're on camera. Say hi. Hi. There we finally have it. Maraming salamat,
Thank you
guys.
so
Let's give
much,
them a warm round of
guys.
applause, everybody, for being good sports, right?
They did
Thank
well,
you.
actually.
Thank you guys so much. And of course, our 3 winners, please make your way right at the center.
Congrats.
Congratulations.
Walk of glory. Ang galing.
So, yan. Actually, panalo na kayo. We just need you to do one more thing. At Fuego, mukhang alam mo na to.
Sasayaw muna tayo. Pero para maklaim yung
Surprise.
reward nyo,
Oo.
kailangan palong-palo kayo sumayaw.
Okay. Kailangan full energy. Kaya
I-cheer
ba
nyo
yun?
naman sila,
Kaya ba
i-cheer
yun?
sila.
Come on, everybody.
Kaya ba yun? Kayo ang mag-grade kung palumpalo ba sila sumayaw, okay? Kayo ang mag-grade. Let's do this.
Okay.
Narinig nyo na yung beat. 5,
DJ,
6,
get ready.
5, 6, 7, and... Okay? Okay?
Galing.
Do it again.
More energy.
Okay?
Mamimigay ng cellphone.
Okay.
Mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute.
Isa pa, isa pa. Okay? Yan.
Panalo.
Okay? Isa na lang. Sige pa. Diba uli? Okay? Doon na yun. Okay. So, pasado ba, everyone? Pasado, pasado. Alright,
Pasado
we
ba?
see it. We
Pasado?
see it. Fuego,
Okay.
anong masasabi mo sa bago mong dance troupe?
Galing, pwede na kayong sumali sa tawag ng tanghalan.
Yan. Alright. And congratulations, Fuego. Pwede mo nang iabot ang
mga
ating sorpresa para sa ating mga winners. Gentlemen, congratulations.
Congratulations, guys.
Nawa ay
Well done.
makuha nyo to. Akala nyo tapos na yung sayaw? Hindi pa.
Hindi pa.
Kasi kailangan yung gawin ulit. Hawak nyo na eh. Why
Okay.
not?
Cue it.
5, 6, 5, 6,
Energy, hawak
5,
nyo na.
6, 7, go! Okay. Okay. Yun!
There.
Do it again!
More energy,
Okay.
guys. 1 minute.
Ganun pala yun! There we finally have it, boys. Congratulations!
Good job.
Maraming salamat for making it right over here. Take a look at the camera for, of course, another photo op with your surprises.
Congratulations once again to the 3 of you. Job
Congratulations,
well
boys.
done.
Maaari na kayong bumaba sa ating
Salamat.
entablado. Congratulations. Maraming salamat for being such good sports. Fuego.
Fuego, ang galing mo
Napalabang ka
palang
dun, ah.
sumayaw.
Napa-exercise ako, boss.
Napalabang ka doon. Okay
Ang
lang.
galing-galing.
Okay lang. Kasi marami naman tayo na basayo for today. But
Yes.
I wanna know, Jamie, parang meron ba, no? Meron
Gusto
pa.
mo ba?
Hindi, may
Sumali ka na.
sasabihin pa
Okay,
siya.
yes. Akala
Alam ko
ko
sasayaw
papasayaw mo
ulit.
na
Na,
naman
okay
si
na, pagod
Fuego.
na.
Okay, Fuego, I know you have a message for everyone watching right now and everyone here at the MPL Arena.
Ayan guys, manood, makisali, sumayaw at masurpresa sa MPL Arena. Isang special announcement din dahil ngayon hanggang bukas magsisimula ang Golden Month event ng 5 p.m. Special to para sa inyo. After March 9, babalik na ulit ito ng 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. Sinulat ko pa.
Diba?
10 p.m. to 3
To 3 a.m.
After
Yes.
March 9.
Yes, After March 9.
Okay.
Pero ngayon ay
5
5
p.m. yung
p.m.
umpisa.
Mag-i-start.
Okay,
Hindi na
so
kailangan
exciting.
magpuyat para kunin.
Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful, Fuego. Maraming salamat for being here with us today. And I'm sure more surprises ang naghihintay para sa inyo. But as of this moment, we're gonna be tossing it back to a short break dahil magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 15.
Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone, mamimigay ng cellphone. 1 minute, 1 phone. Maglaro ka lang ng 10 p.m. kada gabi hanggang sa 3 a.m. Mami worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC Season 2.
Hindi aabot ang data! Nice!
Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC Season 2.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Hindi aabot ang data. Nice!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Hindi aabot ang data. Nice!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament. Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kits. Kita Kits. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Hindi aabot ang data! Nice!
Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kits. Kita Kits. Kita Kits. Kita Kits. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Hindi aabot ang data! Nice!
Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kits. Kita Kits. Kita Kits. Kita Kits. Sa MCC. Season 2.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC. Season 2.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita-kits.
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 Kita-kits. Sa MCC.
Season 2.
Hindi aabot ang data! Nice!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita-kits.
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 Kita-kits. Sa MCC.
Season 2.
Hindi aabot ang data! Nice!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reset up. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging MVP. No surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP. No surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow. Beast of the southeast. So what I would proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and running for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be match number 3 for today, closing out week number 2, and there is no one I would rather have on my desk than you guys.
Oh,
we have we have Ingan and Redmar here joining us for the action for this match.
Week 2, day number 2. We've witnessed 2 sweeps. I mean, what can we expect for game number 3?
I don't want another sweep. Although part of me says it might just be. I'm holding on to the hope that AP Bren showed up enough and learned enough from their match against Aurora yesterday, where they were able to take a game against Aurora to take TLPH to the limit.
That's right. AP Bren, despite not getting wins yet, really did show up. I mean, they got a game win. They don't have match win yet. But they did get a pretty solid game win yesterday, and that was 3 games. They were able to push them to 3, and that's already impressive in its own right.
Yeah, and you know what's more impressive?
What?
I mean, the performance a while ago of Team Falcons. I mean, Super Marco. Yesterday, he had a Savage, and earlier today, he had another Maniac.
Yeah. Super Marco also adding to the kills is the fact that you can add to the count of his bulletproofness, because Super Marco coming back to old form with Ogwin and Flapteezy, even showing up with Cho and Jahed.
Fun time. I hope you guys were able to watch it. If you didn't, you can just rewind a little bit and You'll see the action. But the Athena Cup is coming soon, by the way. This is an exclusive league event for female pro players and the official qualifier for the MLBB Women's Invitational.
This prestigious tournament will take place from March 7 to May 27. So let's all support this growing league that empowers more women to be an esports pro.
There you go. That is going to be Athena's Cup. Not at all related to Athena, our caster. I'm not sure if she's going to be casting, but I think yes, she will. But of course, to all college students, you can also join the MSL Collegiate Cup. We got Season 2 happening very, very soon. Registration for the March Open Qualifiers will be opening on March 10. It has a 500,000 peso prize pool, 1 million diamonds, and a chance to qualify for MPL PH Season 6, which is definitely a great place to start your road to becoming a pro. So visit the MSL Collegiate Cup Facebook page for more information.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of gems in MCC. Even some of the players here have gone through this path. Maybe, who knows, you guys might be the next GOAT or even the next god in the gold lane.
Yeah, and if you want more information, visit the MSL Collegiate Cup Facebook page for more information, or moonton /ph.org /MCC to register.
That's right. And very easy to just register. Call out your friends. Call out your duos. Maybe look for another duo.
I mean, if you
and
have
a fifth
friends.
wheel. Right? If you have friends.
If you have friends.
I'm sure you do. MLBB is always better, right? I feel like MLBB is always more fun if you play with friends.
Yes, the solo queue is a freaking nightmare, man. it's not.
That's what I'm saying.
Find a 5-man, please.
Well said. Well said.
Not even a duo. You go duos, the other 3, something's wrong. You go trios, the other 2, something's wrong. So just go 5-man. That way you can blame your friends.
That's right. Always better. So, for this one, obviously, another go for AP Bren, who are still struggling to really get that win. But I feel like a lot of people would probably agree with me. They look like they're improving day to day here.
Yeah. I mean, they're living up to their monikers. Man of the Million Moves, James Pax, was phenomenal yesterday. But still, Aurora remains on top in our Infinix standings.
Yep, this is TLPH third match incoming. Aurora is not going to be playing any other match this week, so TLPH can climb up into the standings. But so far, it's been clear, Aurora, Falcons, and TLPH. People are putting in the asterisks on the performance of TNC so far, considering that the teams that they were able to get victories against are on the lower portion. That's AP Bren and Omega. However, I'm one of those guys again. Hashtag TNC and 5 for not to say 5th place, but I'll explain as the season goes on. TNC deserves to be where they're at right now. They're incredibly impressive. And of course, Onyx struggling early in the season. And I like how Kirk actually acknowledged it by saying that last season they were the first ones to adjust to the meta. Yeah. This season, everyone really is just really caught up and got so much better.
That's right. And for this one, it's the AP Bren Challenge from the Kite Brothers to the KO Nexion. If you know what that means, it's pretty cool, right? Yeah. KO Nexion right now, Oheb and Carl TZ have been really, really good with their synergy all in the game and off the game as well.
You know, whoever made the schedule for MPL S15, they're giving a really warm welcome to AP Bren because of the consecutive champions that they have to face.
Yeah, AP Bren right out of the gate is just like, all right, how do we want to improve and make sure MPL Season 15, we're going to go hard right out of the gate? Let's fight champions.
And of course, it is the Filipino Sniper Reloaded. And right now, Oheb is on the path to basically, in his mind, right, in an interview, he said, I don't remember my accomplishments anymore. I removed that from my mind. And I think the stats are showing that he is on the upwards trend.
Yeah. Despite even joining recently TLPH, this has been his very best start. Starting out strong, week number 2, coming
First
to
4
week
games.
4-0.
Yeah,
Wow.
It's been like a reloaded, rebooted Oheb. You could say it's a shades of the Kill 1 performance era, but at the same time, Oheb, man, what I feel from him now is that sort of like maybe some sort of chains or weights like finally released from him. Having a fresh start means you look at the game differently, you look at things differently, and there's a certain swagger and aura to Oheb right now that we haven't seen in a while, now paired up with Kyletzy.
Oh, there you go.
He's shooting fools.
You see the synergy
no,
here?
not your own teammate, Carl!
No, friendly fire.
Friendly fire! Turn off the setting!
And there you go. This is exactly one of the reasons why a lot of people really attribute Oheb's success to Kyletzy as well, being such a good synergy with him in the jungle. And you can see their combined stats here with a huge DPM, third in the league, and a GPM that is off the charts when combined.
I mean, a simple analogy for me, especially in sports terms, is like Kyletzy might just be a LeBron where he elevates teammates, even if they just acquire the new teammate. Oheb's been playing phenomenal, and one of the catalysts for that, of course, is Kyletzy. Apart from Oheb's sniping skills.
Yeah, Oheb's really alongside Kyletzy, who's adjusted his playstyle a bit. We've seen a bit of a carry Carl, we've seen a bit more of a utility Carl. You can see how Team Liquid have really welcomed Oheb into the system to make sure that Oheb is as comfortable as possible. On the other side, of course, you have AP Bren's duo in Shizo and James Banks. Duo name still pending. Let's give them a whole season first before we can come up with something brilliant. But yeah, we saw shades of what they can really do and show up in that game one. You know what? Not just game one. Yeah, you could say the entire series against Aurora. In game number 1, James Banks was the MVP, but Shizo had a highlight, 2 really crucial highlights as the Harith, laying down the Zaman Force, dashing in front of Aurora, doing everything he can to force that game 1 win alongside James Banks. So watch out for this duo here.
You know, yesterday you were saying that Shizu, even back in MDL, he was considered as a silent kid, but based on the performance of what these two men have done up against Aurora, it's finally the silent killer, as you mentioned.
Silent killer.
Yeah.
There you go.
You know why?
What?
Because Shizu.
Is that the official reasoning
No,
here?
I don't know.
Direct? Is that real?
I'll be honest, I will be very honest about this. I refuse to acknowledge him as the silent killer.
Why?
Because that makes him sound like a fart. That's why I don't like the silent killer tag for him. I like Shizu. That's unique. That's creative. But I will not be calling him the silent killer.
Okay.
That's just me. You can go ahead and do it, but that's just me.
I'll call him the Silent Night. The Silent Night.
Silent Night. That's pretty cold. I like that. I like Silent Night. Silent Killer, I just think of a,
Silent
you
Killer.
know. What's that smell?
Oh, speaking of names, bro, what do we call the Kyletzy and Oheb duo? Is it finally the KO Nection or the Baby Cakes duo?
Yeah, the Baby Cakes duo has a very strong case. So if you're not familiar with as to why, I don't know if y'all are on Facebook, but the Filipino community have quickly jumped on calling them the Baby Cakes duo because of just, again, their closeness, their chemistry. They're really just like, it's like they were brothers born at the hip, and then they had to separate them. But then there's something about the relationship that's like they've been friends and best friends for so many years now.
It's so odd because I think they call each other Baby Cakes.
Yeah.
Right? Am I right?
Yeah, we have a clear winner for sure. It's Baby Cakes Duo. I'll be calling them Baby Cakes Duo the whole game.
Heck yeah.
So here at home, we'll call them the Baby Cakes duo. Pretty sure once we get to the international stage, they'll be like, oh no, KO Nection sounds better. Yes, he was KO Nection. Nah, they'll always be Baby Cakes to us.
Sure. Whatever you guys think, we also want to know if you have alternatives or if you agree, or maybe something else. Let me know in the comments down below. We got a live poll going on as well, right there in the comment section. And also join MPL PH socials so you can talk about this. And maybe you're more creative than us. You're more creative than them. Maybe you can come up with something better. So if ever you can find one, and maybe you can tell them in person as well. I believe tomorrow's matches are also still up for sale for Twisted Minds for TNC tomorrow. We have a match, as well as Omega versus TLPH. That'll be really fun to watch. Hopefully you guys can join us here in Green Sun Studios in Makati City in the Philippines.
Because, even the weather is asking us to come in the Green Sun Hotel because it's really cold here.
Yeah, come on. Join us here. Join in on all the fun. Speaking of fun, I wonder if we'll see anything fun as we do watch our players walk in on the stage.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, the final match of the day, our marshals, Joshua, Juven, Pat, and JJ. The spotlight now shines on the cavalry as they seek to continue their streak. It's Team Liquid Philippines! In the EXP lane, the Apex Predators, Sanford! In the jungle, the young goat, Kyletzy! In the mid lane, Saji! In the roam, it's JP! And in the gold lane, may pera nga ba si Oheb! Put to the test by another duo in the arena. Can the Hive find redemption today? It's your time, AP Bren! In the EXP lane, he's there! In the jungle, the man with a million moves, James Punks! In the mid lane, Chove Skirt! In the roam, it's Kekadot! And in the gold lane, the silent kid, Shizu! And welcome their coaches to the stage. It's Coach CJ and Coach RC. MPL Arena, this is the final match for day 2, week number 2. Team Liquid Philippines versus AP Bren.
And here we go, walking in first. It's Team Liquid Philippines. We're still looking for that money, apparently, and I wonder if the Filipino community is also asking for it.
You know, despite that, one thing for sure is these 5 young men are one of the best teams that capitalize on the mistakes of their opponents, as we've seen in the last 2 weeks. And at the same time, they're going to make you question that even if you have lead in terms of economy, they're going to make you think twice. With one clash, they can turn things around.
Yeah, Team Liquid Philippines have popped off with the Ube Express play style. Gather together and just mow him down. It is a deadlier version of what we've seen Team Liquid PH show in the past. AP Bren, though, have shown potential. But that's what we can really just focus on right now. It's potential. Potential in James Banks. For the longest time now, touted to be the next big jungler coming from the Philippines that might take over the world stage someday, alongside his duo in Shizo in the gold lane. How can Der Chovskirt and Kekadot supplement them? Well, we're gonna have to see, because in the previous game, when they do supplement them really well, that's when AP Bren wins.
Yeah, it does feel like AP Bren still right now is at a starting point, and we're all looking for that small amount of push that maybe can push them over the top. But right now, facing off against TLPH, so far undefeated in the season, it still feels like a mountain to climb.
Yeah, David and Goliath, typical matchup that we're about to witness. But as we've seen yesterday, AP Bren, even if they're up against Titans or Gods, their versatility and again, their teamwork can make sure that they can pack a punch and go up against the Titans.
Yeah, of course, the stats are going to be very skewed, favoring TLPH so far, considering what they have shown. Of course, 100% Lord Control means, wow, just how dominating they have been in their previous series alongside the tower take. So TLPH here, honestly, there's not much other to say than just continue what you've been showing. However, there is that old tendency for TLPH to get sloppy at times, especially when they have the lead. I think safe to say when you're up against this AP Bren, after what they showed against Aurora, you cannot slip. If there is an opportunity for you to never let go of the game, don't let go of the game.
You gotta keep your hand in the game.
Exactly.
That's right. I like it. So far, I feel like for AP Bren, it feels like a matter of just fine-tuning for the meantime what they actually have, whether or not they can actually bring that out into the field, or whether or not they actually can beat TLPH and stop their streak. It feels like a very difficult task, but you know what? That's why we're here. That's why we're holding these games, to give these players a chance to really prove themselves day in and day out.
Yeah, and that's why AP Bren is now in the big leagues.
That's right. And in the big leagues, they talk a lot. Let's see what they're talking on stage.
Oheb, bangsat nga Oheb. Oheb. Kita mo yung Ford. Ford, nakita mo Ford Street Cable. Diyan sumawan, shoutout sa'yo, diyan sumawan. Ang palag ko kay Kyle, wala. Kasi world champion yun eh. Good ping, good ping, good ping.
Nagwa-warm up na ako, baka papaningin ako ni Pong eh. Chubby, ikaw muna kaya mic test. Dapat kay Sindel tong mic eh, no? Siya na yung GOAT ng MDL eh. The GOAT versus the boat. Pupunta kaya ang kan ko? Ha? Wala mo, Chub, sila in-invite ko.
Hindi, okay lang. Pito.
Mali!
Wrong.
Wrong!
Basta hindi nakasakit.
Ning.
Lahat ng fans na.
12!
You know, I would really like to see a head-to-head match-up talking between Oheb and James Panks. I feel like they can say a lot to each other. But yeah, whoever's the boat, who is the boat in that situation?
I think he's referring to himself as the boat. So it's the greatest of all time against the boy of all time. So the two junglers, their keys to victory: intimidate, dominate. Kyletzy, you know what it is. You've been here for so long, and teams, players have frequently admitted how much they get intimidated just sharing a stage with you, playing against you. In the Philippines, we call it aurahan. It's his aura that just intimidates and dominates. Exceed expectations, AP Bren. A lot of people are expecting you to lose this. Exceed it. Exceed with the potential that we saw in Aurora in your series against that. And surprise TLPH with just how good you've gotten after just a single day. And for these two teams, Magic Chess, go, go, gold! So, make sure that your fellow duo mate is also solved well. Because you know, everyone says in RG, says, hey, jungle, rotate to my lane, help me out here. So, Kyletzy, James Panks, do what you can to make sure that Oheb and Shizo, respectively, have a good laning phase and are supplemented.
Infinix keys to victory brought to you by Infinix. Hey! Alright, side selection win rate is 100% so far on blue side. The boys in blue are really liking that blue side. And they're one of the few teams that actually do, don't they?
Yep.
Even the red side, they actually love the red side.
I
Because
mean,
they haven't lost a single game.
They haven't lost, right? So, you know. And so far, I think that we can attribute that to just them being very well-rounded. I think a lot of players here are very well-rounded in each of their respective roles. The synergy's off the charts.
Yeah. And actually, you know, when it comes to TLPH being on the blue side, being on the red side, do you think that AP Bren has, I mean, are they tasked to ban out the chip? Because JP's one of those heroes or players in MPL PH S15 that actually utilizes the chip to its full potential alongside Owen.
I think that's right. I saw a big nod there from Renmar. He agrees. And it was banned out as well in the previous matches, which means maybe some players are really also starting to pick it up because of JP, right?
Yeah, I think one of the key things that these two teams are going to look at in the draft to keep things simple is to watch out for 3 heroes that could pop up in their roam. Chip, Cho, Jawhead.
Bam.
It's all C.
Love it.
No, I'm joking. J is Jawhead. J.
What?
Chip, Cho, Jawhead.
Okay. Very basic. I love it. And I think that we can really extrapolate a lot from there. Like, will you really be able to ban it all, or maybe leave some out so you can ban out the jungle instead, which is something that they're not really thinking of right now. It's a Granger getting banned out and the midfield.
Yeah, if you're going to talk about banning a lot of heroes, banning everything, AP Bren's known to excel in those kinds of plays because, again, they came from MDL, won the championship last season, and it's global ban system there. So in terms of versatility, they can actually, you know, surprise us, just like what TNC did a while ago with 2 debut picks. Even Omega had a debut pick.
Speaking of surprise, double gold lane respect bans by TLPH in the first phase. So with the Granger and Moskov gone, is that going to be a potential Harith rush for TLPH so that Shizo doesn't end up with a comfortable pick? Again, he played 3 games on the Harith yesterday. That's where he really shined with. If TLPH don't rush pick the Harith first and they go for something either like a Suyo or a Joy, that means they want to play into the Harith for AP Bren.
Oh, so that means maybe the gold lane pickings are going to start to become slimmer. That might also force players like Shizu out of their comfort zone, maybe.
Still first pick for TLPH. They secure the Harith of Oheb. AP
Russian
Bren. So far, AP Bren, they can actually go for a roam right now. The show is still available in the hands of Kekedon.
Yep.
And at the same time, secure a better gold lane matchup later on. And Joy.
Yeah, the usual best gold laners are not pickable. I think we might expect a carry getting picked up third for TLPH. Irithel is still floatable. I like that you mentioned the Cho. They can go Cho Joy and then pick up the carry as the third. Suyo still open, so they can pick between that. But Fanny is the pick for AP Bren. And very interesting choice by AP Bren to pick up the Fanny despite the Cho and Chip still being open for JP.
I don't know how I feel about that because of that. Like, the Cho is a very easy pickup here. I feel like there's so many other like roamers that can actually do the same function. But the Suyo is going to get picked up regardless. And the Logi, so many open picks for TLPH because of that pick.
A lot of power picks for the side of TLPH, but I actually also like the combination of the Badang Fanny. Because again, paired up with the fist break.
Fist break walls,
the
crack.
wall, the fist crack.
Yeah.
Fanny can just spam the cables
Wall
onto
spam
that
onto the wall. That's pretty good, yeah. But it can also work out on the other way.
Yeah.
It can also block out the trajectory of the Fanny.
So it's kind of a double-edged sword.
Yeah, so got to be careful with that. But if they really pull it off, I'm sure they pulled it off, right? They won't just whip it out here unless they did it in practice or scrims.
AP Bren does not need to pick up the carry at this point. They can go ahead and pick up the roamer. Again, Cho's still very active. They might even consider Jawhead if they want to be super aggro, but that might come back to bite them. They go for the Irithel instead. We did mention that, so instead of the carry, they pick up the Irithel.
Love it.
They're really saving the potential roam pickups for later. Flexible is the Badang into the roam. I think they're playing into the flex idea. They
look at that.
go ahead and respect the chip, and that's another one of our brothers, Ingan.
So your brothers in
on the
arms.
phone.
Hell yeah, there you go. I like it. People are joining in. That's pretty amazing.
Good thought by that from TLPH. One thing, if they're going to lean on the Badang XP, they can actually ban out the CC for the side of TLPH.
Yeah, I feel like for AP Bren now, they will need to ban out the CC. It's a great last two picks for TLPH. If CC gets banned out by TLPH, that should be a signal that Lucas is going to come into the board for Sanford. Ooh. And that's something that TLPH has played around, Sanford's Lucas.
And they're actually one of the few teams that play well with the Lucas. I believe they have obviously the highest win rate right now, I think. But we'll get back to that one. I feel like, yes, Lucas is pretty good. And I really love the Irithel pickup. They didn't want to risk running out of gold laners for Shizu. Yeah, very good.
Again, you have to supplement the right ingredients for Shizu to pop off later on. It's not just going to boil down to rotations. Also, the hero that he's going to be able to select. But interesting enough, AP Bren actually decides to ban out the Cho.
Yeah. I mean, JP can go Jawhead. Tigreal also still open for both teams. So with the Tigreal and Jawhead, they can, both of these two can decide to just trade that. Unless AP Bren is already thinking of putting the Badang in the roam, but in this scenario, I'd rather see them put into the XP. But then they have to think about the CC, which I feel like they pick the CC now. That means the Badang definitely has to go to the roam.
You're going to have a bad time if you face that off. It's a really bad... And maybe they can Jawhead here, right? On this pick. And maybe just turn the story around.
If JP doesn't decide to go for the Tigreal or the Jawhead, Hylos could still be an option. Especially if you try to want just a quick stun the Fanny if ever James Pack decides to go in any given moment.
I've had enough high loss for today.
Yeah, Hylos has had a bad time today. Wow. Novaria, not really what I expected in this rotation.
Well, they want to be deterrents. They want the poke and the vision capability so that they can spot out where JP is going to be coming from.
Yeah, and where the diversions are going to come from, right?
Yeah. So yeah, as expected, Jawhead, and this should be a CC for TLPH, right? Because they can't CC here. I think Badang Novaria as a Roman mid would actually be okay. So yeah, pick up the CC now so that AP Bren doesn't pick it up.
Yeah, but that leaves
okay,
okay.
I'll accept it. I'll accept it.
A bit more aggro, obviously, especially in the early game where you can really leverage that Hilda, walk it around the map, combo with the Jawhead, someone's going to go down almost 90% of the time. Yeah, like it.
Now CC is a much more viable option for there, especially if he's going to go up against a Hilda. He can dominate that lane early on.
You need a hard tank for this one, though. I don't think their front line's solid enough.
That's the thing also. Hylos?
Tigreal and Hylos are the remaining options.
Yeah. I'm leaning a little bit more towards the Tig, because if you toss up a Tig, you have to be careful. If you toss up a Hylos, it's free meat.
Which we've seen in the previous games, yes.
Let's go Tigreal, please.
That is...
Whoa.
Okay.
Edith.
Not bad, not bad. It's not super optimal, but it's also a pretty good tanky selection here.
Edith Rome, okay.
Edith Rome, all right. So they followed Renmar's advice, threw it over to the XP lane with that Badang. Not that they can hear Renmar, but yeah, you called it right there. So far, I think that TLPH did feel like they had a bit of an upper hand in most of these scenarios in the draft. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
Even yesterday, even Leo mentioned that it's kind of hard to read the draft of AP Bren during game number 1 up against Aurora, but they actually were able to pull it off still. And right now, they've debuted, for their team at least, a new pick in the mid lane, Novaria. I'm curious as to how it's going to perform up against a team like TLPH.
Saw it earlier in Team Falcons versus Twisted Minds, how pressuring playing against a Jawhead and Loi can be. Add a Hilda to the mix, and it's going to be similar to what we saw from the previous series. Pick off and pressure is what Team Liquid PH are going to be playing with against a Fanny-centered lineup of AP Bren, who have decided to put a Roam Edith and a Novaria in the mid lane as a potential stop to the plans of Team Liquid.
It's going to be really difficult to stop TLPH right now, but you know what, AP Bren, we've seen them play around with very unique lineups before. See if they can do this time again. And Fanny on the hands of James Banks is something to really keep your eyes on if you are TLPH, I feel.
And today we might find out if Fanny deserves to be banned out whenever you're going up against AP Bren in the hands of James Banks, the man with a million moves. We've seen it actually used up in MPL.
Yes.
It performs well, but again, as Leo mentioned yesterday, AP Bren is now in the big leagues. Let's see how it's going to perform up against a team like TLPH.
We're flying over the land of Dawn very, very soon. Again, it's the uphill battle that feels like it's the most satisfying to win for me, honestly.
Yep.
Especially for if no one really expects you to kind of come out on top and then you just show off and stun everybody who's watching. That is one of the most optimal scenarios for me. So I don't mind being on the back foot if I was AP Bren here.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna be. It's only a chance for me to prove myself.
I'm also looking at the fact that for AP Bren. No, well, even for Team Liquid Philippines, the gold laners are both quite difficult to catch. The Harith will be putting itself in danger more compared to the Irithel. But something tells me that the Team Liquid PH lineup will just be able to shred through the front line of AP Bren well enough. Again, having Fanny games is always just a toss-up. Will the Fanny snowball or not? Yeah. Last time we did see Fanny, it worked out quite well for Onyx in game 1 against Aurora, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Where they were able to turn it around. So, what kind of Fanny are we going to be getting in the first 4 minutes of the game is one of the biggest questions.
At the very least, you know what? James Banks has actually been very consistent. If ever you're looking for a guy who is aiming to prove himself to be consistent, wow, that's a whole team of very attractive gentlemen.
Yeah, that is AP Bren loyalist Brent.
That's right.
There he is.
There he is.
Well, he actually does have hair. So.
Well, last season, he shaved his head.
When was that? This actually happened?
It was the AI one.
Oh!
Wait.
Oh, he played for the Bees today in the Fancy Laban, the fan tournament.
Up against TLPH.
Yeah, against TLPH.
So far, by the way, that's still happening here. I forgot that was completely happening. they have scores to settle, and early on, I feel like there's already a rivalry brewing with our viewers here on site.
Yeah. Yeah, but the problem is for TLPH, they don't have the data to back it up because the Bees fortunately won.
Yeah.
1-0 so far.
Oh, there you go.
There is. Oh!
They gave him a very wide shot here.
Again,
Highlighted.
yeah. The Fancy Laban is the community fan tournament that you have.
Yep.
The guy showing off a solo RG, bro. Brent got you in this one. Congratulations, you are in a win streak, but Brent got you for this one.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Yeah. Also, one thing I want to point out, this is one of the rare days where we don't see a lot of the current Bs in the arena. In the previous days, the AP Bren fans still came in droves to support this young roster, especially yesterday. There were a lot of them against their match against Aurora. So yeah, this is one of the rare times where the B's just gonna come out and fly.
Maybe that's why, because the series yesterday, they went home late. It was it was 2 series of game 3s. It was a crazy day. So I don't blame them if they're not here today.
True, they had a long day.
Yeah, they had a long day.
Deserve the rest. They deserve the weekend. It's fine.
And you know what? Starting this week, if AP Bren does manage to get out a win, they're only gonna increase. I feel like. It does feel like it's still going to be... What are the next matches of AP Bren, right? I feel like they have pretty... I think they were over the hump.
Yeah.
It feels for me, because I think they... What teams have you... Did they fight Onyx yet? They did, right? They
Onyx
did fight
and
Onyx already.
Aurora.
So I think they're over, like, the major
No,
hump.
TNC.
Yeah, no, they haven't fought Onyx yet. Their next
TNC.
match is against Twisted Minds and then Onyx Philippines.
Oh, there it is.
There.
Onyx the next one.
Oh, look at this.
Carl TZ and most 10+ kills.
Yeah.
10+ kills?
Yeah, 10+ kills in a game.
In a game, right. So Carl TZ comes out on top in that one. Man, our stats team really do find creative ways to showcase our players' skills. Very creative here.
Yeah.
And we're also seeing Yuji and Wise and H2O win Hate.
31 games played when he's gotten 10 kills.
Consistent. Very consistent.
And he also went through a season wherein it was utility tanks.
Yeah, and he's played it around 100+ games. He's been here since season 2. If I'm not mistaken, he's at around 110, 115 games.
Yeah, around that.
That's almost, if I'm not mistaken, math. Something percentage amount, a lot of Carl TZ actually getting 10+ kills.
Yeah, and there was also a time he played Jungle Benedetta.
That was here or there.
Those are random times.
Yeah, I still remember that. It was against Blacklist International. It was season 10. It was a regular season game. Blacklist brought out an Estes. And that time, Echo, what they were still called, thought that they could use a Benedetta jungle as a potential way to counter it. It did not go well.
It was like season
10.
10.
They brought
right?
it. Yeah, they brought it back eventually in the playoffs, and there it worked.
No, before like M2 season 6 or 7. With AP Bren, when Bren Esports back then.
Yeah.
It was like he was consistently trying it out. You know,
season 7 was when Benedetta jungle was
there you go.
As an option. Not frequently, but it was more of like a cheese pick if they can do it.
He was one of the guys who did. And he still comes out on top. Like, as many of the heroes, as many of the metas he's been through, there's the one thing you can count on, it's the GOAT. Hey, MCC. MCG. GG. There you go. We play Magic chess, basically.
Remember the time wherein Carl TZ was actually shifting goals? There
He wanted to be the top
damage
damage.
dealt.
Yeah,
I remember those days.
Man, the GOAT is really roaring. And right now, I feel like they're gonna reach more heights just because of this comp that they have, this lineup they have right now. It feels like it's very solid all throughout.
I mean, even if you watch their vlog, week 1 vlog, even their manager Mitch, was actually giving out pointers, giving out tips, not just life general advices, but actually in-game tips wherein she said that it's best if Sanji and Sanford were the ones actually zoning out the opponents during turtle takes, so Carl TZ and Oheb can have a lot of space to dominate the objects. Imagine that your manager speaking those terms.
I mean, Mitch is really good. You know, I know she plays well. Yeah. And here we go. After a short break, we are into game number 1 of TLPH versus AP Bren. It's blue and yellow here today on the arena.
All right, see where they are at the map. Pressure early on by Kakadot and Choskirt. Again, I'm interested to see how this Badang-Novaria combination will fare out, if they can control the aggression and the control that JP and Sanji can't dish out. So can you control the control is my question for these two. And Choskirt was not able to steal it away with Star Shatter.
You know, honestly, if TLPH continues this kind of aggression, this kind of ways to getting out objectives away from a Fanny like James Banks, they might be actually able to, you know, top the fastest game for the season so far that they break. They broke yesterday with 9 minutes and 6 seconds.
Oh yeah, that's going to depend on how well James Banks actually handles this early game. Normally, you know what, you'll get targeted a lot. Oheb, very close by, but James Banks does feel like he can manage. It feels like he's very used to this, being focused on by his enemies.
You know, this is one of those rare times where I see immediate action in the gold lane or immediate rotations, because so far it's always been the mid, the XP lanes, but now they're trying to get the gold laners involved as soon as possible.
Yeah, it looks like that's the plan right now for AP Bren. Pressure the gold lane of Oheb and allow Choskirt to rotate quickly, get information. So far, the Novaria has been working. They're able to utilize it to change up the rotations of JP and Sanji just a little bit and able to get information. So far, they are controlling it. Let's see if they can continue this when that Jawhead turns level 4.
I mean, Novaria has been a master of pokes, especially ever since the adjustments. As soon as Choskirt decides to go for the Enchanted Talisman, you can expect a lot of Astral Spheres just flying off left and right.
Of course, right now, he's only just limited, right, by the amount of mana that you have. But right now, bit of an aggressive move here.
Whoa! A good catch coming in from Kakadot, but they're going to wait for the follow-up. But JP anticipates the cables from James Banks, and they're going to foil the plan of AP Bren.
That was a fast response by JP, able to toss out the entry of James Banks right away. Kakadot set it up, but AP Bren weren't completely ready to answer to it. They're also coming in a little bit late, but now he's going to get pressured as Kyletzy shows himself up and down there, has to hug the shrubs.
And this is what you were saying, Rocker. It's going to depend on the performance of James Banks and the performance of the rest of the members of TLPH. Another beautiful catch from JP, paired up with a Salmon Force from Oheb, but here comes James Banks, wants to go for the counter kill, and Daddy is going to fall down.
A good answer as well, James Banks. Better than nothing, right? Good trade here. Definitely still a little behind on the gold, but you know what? They look like they can handle it. Kyletzy, though, feels like he is on a different kind of playing field right now. He's just focusing on that farm, not too much on the fights just yet.
Yeah, good thing James Banks was able to get a kill early. That should supplement his snowball a little bit. The snowball has not begun, but he's gotten a few bit of resources. Good Astral Echo by Choskirt. Important that you get to read the rotation of the opposing juggler at this time. That's why Shizo up top is hugging his tower, and he went back to the shrubs, knowing that there's a good chance JP and Kyletzy are close to him.
Yeah, that's information being reused right now by TLPH, though. Still gonna go for it.
They're going to try and attempt, but they're going to be disciplined as possible, because again, the counter initiation that Kakadot can provide with the first break combination might just be too much for TLPH at this point. But still, TLPH is holding on to a small amount of lead. They're trying to prevent an early aggressive start from James Banks.
So far, AP Bren are controlling things relatively well in terms of making sure that TLPH just doesn't start an avalanche in front of their faces. They're getting pressured by this Hilda, though. My goodness, he's getting outplayed in the EXP lane. Diversion.
They're not scared to show up here. There you go. Under turret goes down as well very easily.
It's things like this that makes TLPH one of the scariest teams. 4 minutes in, already 2 crucial diversion plays coming in from Sanji. And they're not just controlling the mid lane, they're controlling every single lane that they can have. TLPH now sets their eyes on the turtle. How is James Banks going to respond?
Feels like a lot of this is definitely going to come down to how they fight, but no fights happening right now.
Kyletzy secures the turtle. JP gets the catch onto James Banks, and TLPH with 2 kills to their name. Now they're trying to make quick word of Kyletzy. Here goes the Primal Wrath. Gonna do so successfully to bring down the young goat. And Shizu dancing in the middle, trying to work on Sanford. And Sanford out there, but a double kill coming in from Sanford.
Diversion?
Sanji's not even done! Sets his eyes on Choskirt! And now the chase is on. James Banks, he has the ultimate to bring down Sanji. Sanji, 5 minutes in, 7-3 kill scoreboard. We are in for a treat.
Now TLPH have started the avalanche. AP Bren has to be careful. They eventually got a kill onto Sanji there in the end. They got another one during the fight, but AP Bren have to watch out. If they lose another massive trade just like that one, TLPH will run away with this game.
Feels like AP Bren is just plugging holes in a sinking ship at this point.
Yep.
Oh
Good thing is, though, that James Banks was able to farm up. He is still level with Kyletzy, but Dare has completely lost the EXP lane matchup against Sanford. Almost double is the gold lead of the Apex Predator against Daredevil.
Oh, they sent out JP with the diversion.
They find him.
Okay, but they spot out JP, so no initiations yet coming in from TLPH. And so far, as long, oh no, Shizu also has 2 deaths to his name, so it's not looking good right now for AP Bren.
Bren slowly but surely getting some gold in the pockets of those who actually really need it. That's Shizu as well. Keep at least staying alive on the top side is already a big deal for him.
And you know who needs it more?
What?
Oheb.
Oh, 100%.
JP forced to use out the flicker. Dare goes in also, but dodges! The onward combination coming in from Dare. Now Sanford wants to go for more right after Shizu. Gonna bring down the Irithel. And now TLPH in the hands of Oheb. With his Salmon Force diversion. Sanji onto the backline once again as they bring down Dare. Kakadon caught in the middle by 3 TLPH members. And 3 is the number that TLPH will settle for as they bring down 3.
Bit of a womp moment there we saw. I'm not even going to highlight that anymore. It's just a very big error that really did result in TLPH taking so much.
Oh, James Bond goes in right after Sanji. But Sanford was there. Don't mess with my Sansan duo. Sanford making sure James Banks gets a warm welcome in the big leagues.
The Hilda was a tremendous pick. He's 5-0-4 right now. He beat his lane duo, and he's shutting down this fatty when he needs to.
Okay. Earth Shatter is there, but JP might be able to sustain it. Here
No
comes
way!
Oheb. Even after 4, he's going right now. He's going to take that one. Okay, Kakadon Dare will deliver the final blow, but here comes the re-engagement from TLPH. Sanford onto the top lane. Sanji, a San sandwich up against 3, but they're not going to continue the aggression anymore.
Or are they?
Oh, they might though.
Showing up.
Sanford is just flexing on them. Not much you can do right now to stop this Hilda. You don't have hard crowd control in your mid. Your hard crowd control comes from heroes who really need to wait for the right time to use it. In the Edith and the Badang, they can't just toss it out right away. So AP Bren will have to play a counter-punch style at this point. They're going to have to be patient.
I can't believe what Oheb did in the bottom lane. I mean, we're used to seeing JP saving Oheb, but in that case, Oheb was actually the one who saved JP, got a kill of his own. But again, Dare was still able to get a kill. Here comes the diversion up top. They might be able to slow down Kakadon. A beautiful start coming in from Kyletzy. Gonna force out the flicker of Kakadon. Now conceal. Coming in from JV as Sanford. Keeping AP Bren at bay. JV goes in. Catches Shizu. Throws it to the ground. Passes him off. Tosses him off over to TLPH as Kyletzy picks up another kill.
That was beautiful movement here for TLPH. Sanford specifically dipping and dodging and bobbing and weaving. Getting good amounts of attention from AP Bren, forcing more fights.
Okay, forcing out the Trove Skirt's flicker, and now they're going to set their eyes on this second lane turret. JP throws up Oheb to catch James Banks and Kakadon. Fortunately, it wasn't a bit too over-aggressive as AP Bren still lacked the trade.
They're just getting outplayed right now by Team Liquid Philippines. Everything's going right for them. Again, similar to the previous series, the rotations, the timings. We saw the diversion used by Kyletzy and Sanji to try and pick off Kakadon. They immediately converted that into a concealed play down to the purple buff. They found Shizu. And again, JP and Sanji are still on point. I've been saying this since last week. They are too damn good right now.
Too damn good. It feels like it should be an understatement the way they're playing this game so masterfully. So clean. And even in the moments where they feel like they should be going down, they're not.
Yeah. And right now, they're living up to their name as Kyletzy and Oheb are the top gold earners. And that duo is actually the #1 in the whole league.
In GPM, right?
Yeah, gold per minute as they're trying to work on the orange buff. And even prior to this, Kyletzy was able to get a sad sword, right, Renmar?
Yeah. James Banks in the bottom lane getting managed by the Hilda Well. Sent down by the ultimate of the Loyi.
Oh, unstoppable force. Luckily, Kakadon had the fist break, but Oheb says, it doesn't matter. I'm too OP. TLPH secures another kill, but AP Bren's going to make quick work of that Lord in the middle lane. And now another enhanced minions coming here. Conceal coming in from the cavalry. Oof. Beautiful Astral Echo coming in from Shosker, but Sanford doesn't care. He wants to zone out the members of AP Bren as they work on the middle lane, inhibit their turret. And now the flexes are on for the cavalry. Sanford leading the charge. Kyletzy clearing out the minions. Oheb goes in with his Zamet Force. As Shosker desperately trying to cast the Astral Recalls to try and delay the push of the cavalry.
They're going after them?
They're running. They're going for the counterpunch.
What?
Oh, Kakadon with a beautiful setup, but Sanji manages to stay alive. Unlike Oheb, going to be brought down by the members of AP Bren, but Dare was next as Kyletzy picks up another kill. 3 members are left to defend for themselves. They have enhanced minions in the middle lane. Is AP Bren going to be able to defend this?
TLPH. Look at them. Going in hard, throwing as many as they can. Oh. Backing off. TLPH, at least for now, will give AP Bren a breather now. Man, oh man. Non-stop aggression here, and I think AP Bren might have a small opening here while everyone's backing off, while everyone's low, because right now, 8,000 on the gold lead doesn't feel like it's close enough.
Team Liquid Philippines, they can still keep this up. But again, that's what we were talking about in the pregame. AP Bren, they can pull off plays that will surprise their opponents to slowly build out a comeback. Good conceal out of the base, chasing after. Dead was able to catch Oheb in the follow-up, also coming in from Shizo to make sure that they took down the gold laner. Diversion.
Oh, they're going to send out JB with a conceal. Unstoppable force used up onto Kakadon, but Kakadon was able to use the fist crack. Now no casualties yet for AP Bren and James Banks trying to flank from the lower right side as they also use the conceal. James Banks to
Oh my goodness.
Whoa, that was close.
Sanji. One combo put him at 40% health.
Yeah, that was a crazy amount of damage dealt out there by James Banks. AP Bren, they are not in the right shape to try and contest this. They cannot. It'll be way too risky. It's an 8,000 gold lead. They just have to concede it, back off, and try to defend with the next push of Team Liquid.
100% now, as we do see TLPH basically securing this next Lord. This is going to be Lord number 2. Yeah. But it's going to be pretty strong. And again, lots of crowd control on AP Bren. But if they use that to clear waves, to clear the big minion, the Lord waves, they might not have enough to actually win this fight if it happens in the base.
Speaking of not having enough, Irithel on Shizo, still lacking the items. Only built up 2 so far. Actually on the way, if I'm not mistaken, to a Windtalker. So not even going to be going after the Malefic Roar or anything with penetration. Decide to go for a full crit build on this Irithel. Windtalker just built, so that's 3 core items. Will it be enough for what has been a ballooned Team Liquid Philippines lead? The Lord marching in, always going to be healthy for Team Liquid. They're delaying the top. They're going to allow mid and bottom to push first with top one to follow later on.
It's going to be a powerful push here. They're going in.
Astral Echo going to be casted onto 3 members of the cavalry. James Banks trying to make quick work of that Lord. A conceal coming in from AP Bren. They're going to be able to burst down the Lord and maybe save an inhibitor up top, but JP's trying to look for a proper angle to use that ejector. Here comes James Banks once again to clear out the minions up top. Kakadon already used up the fist crack to make sure to zone out the members of TLPH, but there's a fat minion onto the middle lane. They were waiting for a huge initiation flickers in JP, but they're manages to stay alive. He throws out Kakadon instead, and they're gonna kill get a kill onto Kakadon and onto JP, and they're doing their best to try and manage Oheb, but the Filipino sniper's just too much for them to handle. James Buck trying to make quick run for Sanford, pops his immortality. 3 members are still alive for AP Bren. And shades of game number 1 yesterday, they are still alive. James Buck goes in right after the young goat, and they're able to defend the onslaught of TLPH.
Just barely. They're going to go for another move.
On the right side.
On the right side. Oh, they left Sanji, but Oheb goes in alongside Kyletzy. The baby cakes connection, KO connection, might be able to finish the job and deliver the blow to AP Bren.
Beautifully maneuvered from minute number 1. TLPH's cavalry ride to that 1-0 victory.
Signature Team Liquid play. Use the diversion outside of the map and show up in the base out of nowhere. They left Sanji alone in case something went wrong, so they'll have someone to defend. But it was more than enough for TLPH to end.
That was beautifully maneuvered once more. I'm so impressed by how well they actually know their win conditions and, like you mentioned, their backups as well.
Yeah.
In case something goes wrong. That was actually pretty smart when you think about it. Yeah.
They have plan A all the way to plan Z. But they didn't need a plan B because plan A was more than enough to take down AP Bren. I mean, that game was so phenomenal. To the point where when you were saying that it was just a second Lord, I thought it was already a long game because they already had 17 kills up to that point.
They were just playing around again. The Jawhead Low E combination very well. The pickoffs to JP, making sure they have it. It also really greatly helped that Sanford absolutely dominated in the lane. The Hilda, Dare had a hard time, but we got to see that when they can make a comeback, the Edith is actually also instrumental for AP Bren.
Yeah, huge MVP performance there from Sanford. Didn't even need to look at the stats. We know he did a lot of work in that game. Look at that, 5-0-6 on that Hilda. Basically just weaving in and out of the fight and giving AP Bren a hard time in making sure that they have map control.
Yeah, literally, it was tasked to go right after Shizu. We all know the timer of the Silent Kid is mid towards the late game, but Sanford made sure that even up to that point, he only had 2 items. And as you mentioned, Renmar even forced you buy out the Wind of Nature, and it was all started by Sanford with his amazing Hilda.
Dominating the Edith in the lane, and then just the man marking actually so immaculate there for Sanford, making sure that he's locked in on the Fanny when he needs to be. If ever he needs to try and get choke skirt, he should, but he really made the most out of what the Hilda brings to the table. The counter punish, and the fact that, well, yeah, Sanford just played a damn good game, no other way to put it.
Yeah. And I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. It felt like, you know, there's some answers for AP Bren, but it felt like a sinking ship. And every time, they were just looking for holes to plug, right? They were trying to look for ways to just save themselves, not really on the offensive too much.
Yeah.
Mostly on the receiving end of TLPH here.
I honestly also want to give my flowers to Daddy JP. I mean, he was the main reason why TLPH was able to snowball early on with those crucial ejectors, crucial unstoppable force, to the point that the unstoppable force wasn't even used to lock down a Shizu or even James Pack. It was used actually to bait out Kekedot's fist crack.
Break.
Yeah, fist break.
Yeah, fist
crack.
There you go. And when you actually bait out those skills, everyone else on the back end, especially this Oheb performance, it felt like it was easy to pull off, man. Yeah. Everyone's just running. See that? Everyone's just running. They're on the back foot, and they're just trying to not die.
Yeah, this is TLPH aggression and control at its finest, of course. This isn't the first time where we've seen Sanji do so well on the slow E, one of the priority bans previous seasons going up against Team Liquid Philippines.
Yep.
And his link up with JP, Carl as well. It was a very solid performance across the board. Oheb was able to manage the lane as well as he could. Sanford won the lane. Sanji, Carl, TZ, JP won the center of the map. Everything just went right for them, the fundamentals in terms of what you need to do for the macros. Even when you get to the itemizations, you see just how far behind AP Bren was. I really would have liked if Shizu built up more penetration earlier on instead of going for the Wind Talker. Understood why maybe the decision was to go for that. They get a little bit more magic crit, considering that the Berserker's Fury and the Haskell's go well with those first 3 items, and that their main source of magic damage, the Novaria, was still taking a while to be online.
Yeah, it really made it hard for the Novaria to actually clear out or get those crucial hits as well, because, you know, everyone from TLPH was just so darn mobile. Not just because of their movement, but because of the diversion as well, right? It was so hard to actually find people to hit.
Yeah.
And even if you do find them, they're so far away. They're always at the very edge of the Astral Echo.
Yeah, and even there came to a point where even Carl TZ was being sent out by the diversion, and Carl TZ is the one charging first, not even JP, with the stun coming in from the Suyo. That's why, one of the reasons why he's the rich guy and the carry for game number 1.
And here in this graph, I think it's very clear that there was some damage, or actually a lot of damage, being thrown out by the Novaria, but it was either being regenerated or being blocked out by shields.
Yeah.
or essentially the guiding winds were regenerated, wasn't really resulting to kills.
Essentially, the Novaria, as we mentioned before, was really just a way to be able to get vision into where TLPH are, but then that's just one little thing that it can bring to the table. It really was inevitable that that's what was going to happen in that game. Where in TLPH, yeah, maybe initially it's going to be hard for them to get the rotations they want, but they can just brute force through it to the point where they just have a massive lead over AP Bren.
Speaking of leads, bro, look at that. We got an MPL ID update where Light and Eman are leading BTR. They swept Alter Ego. Come on, let's go, boys.
So it's no longer Pamela. Finally, it's Light.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how you do it. That's how you do it here in our region. I love it. I'm going to definitely watch that. We can't watch it because we're working, obviously. But, but we'll watch it later. But let's go.
Yeah, you guys can update us by commenting what's happening in MPL ID.
Let's go rep it. they are repping really hard, and they did show up as well in the previous international. So I don't mind. I expect this to happen.
And you know what I expect to happen?
What?
I expect AP Bren to bounce back for game number 2.
That's a pretty big
I think there's a
statement.
possibility.
I like this.
But I'm going to stop it there. Only a possibility. Okay.
All right. Well, maybe there's something that we can find out, maybe dig out here in this all-access segment happening right now over there.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Kasama natin ngayon, walang iba kundi ang mga delegates from MPL Battle Trips. Hi guys, kamusta? How's everybody doing? Okay, okay, thumbs up.
Thumbs
okay,
up
I love it,
all
I love it.
around.
Of course, Hans and Jamie also with you. And together with us today are none other than the representatives. We have James, and of course, we have Alexei. Guys, it's so nice to have you here, right? It's nice to have you here.
Yes. Can you introduce yourself to everybody watching here at the arena and at home as well? Let's start with Alexei.
Hello, I'm Alexei. I'm one of the PIC for the Smart Battle Trips handling Community Heroes po.
Community Heroes, right?
Okay.
James?
Hi, I'm James Santos Pro from Muntun Student Leaders, and I am the PIC for Smart Battle Trips Week 2 po.
There you have it. Diba? It's so nice again to have them here. And I assume that we have a lot of questions for them,
I know,
for sure.
I love the energy. I love the smiles. So, tell us nga, what have you learned at Smart Battle Trips today? Let's start with you naman, James.
Ayun, yung natutunan ko po sa Smart Battle Trips Week 2 na to is yung different strategies ng mga teams and yung power ng teamwork nila, syempre. Pero yung pinaka natutunan ko dito, I think, is yung good communication po. Kasi I believe po na good communication is the key to conquering every challenges po.
I love that. Good communication is the key to
conquering any challenges
any
po.
challenge. I love that. Sobrang meaty learning from week 2.
I agree. I actually want to know, with the battle trips actually going on, di ba? Ano ba yung mga ginagawa nyo whenever you go here? Ano ba yung mga i-expect ng mga taong sasali sa battle trips whenever you guys go here?
Pag sa start po, sa bus pa lang po, may mga games po na pinoprovide sa amin. Tapos every games may prizes po na diamonds. Tapos, pagdating naman po sa arena, natutour po kami. Pinapakita po sa amin kung paano po nag-work yung behind the scenes po. Every tournament and yun po, may mga nami-meet po kami mga bagong friends po.
I love that. So Alexei, James shared kung ano yung natutunan niya dito. What about you? You want to share about your learnings from today?
Kung paano po nag-work. Kasi po dati po napapanood lang po natin sa TV or sa live kung paano po naglalaro yung players. Pero pag sa battle trips po, parang kahit yung behind the scenes po, yung mga nangyari po sa likod, pinapakita po sa amin.
Iba talaga, di ba? When you experience it here at the MPL Arena.
Agree.
So, how do they join?
Oo nga, paano ba makasali sa MPL Smart Battle Trips? I wanna know.
So, para po maka-join po sa may battle trips po namin, every Wednesday po, nagkakaroon po ang student leaders and community heroes sa page nila ng posting ng battle trips. Or pwede rin pong bisitahin sa www.muntunslplph.org/battletrips para makapagsagot kayo. Bale po, para po maka-join kayo, magsasagot po kayo ng quiz and kapag tama po yung sagot nyo, may chance po kayo na makasama po sa amin.
Love it. Easy to do.
You love to see it. Maraming salamat sa inyo guys. Did you guys have fun? Did you guys have fun? We love to see it. Kaya naman baka kayo na ang susunod na makikita namin dito lang sa MPL Smart Battle Trips. But as for now, we're gonna toss it back right to our casters. Bye-bye!
Battle trips, to be young, and to just hang out with your friends. Always so fun to watch, and I hope they had fun today as well. So if you ever want to join, you know what? They told you, just fill up a form, and you're here.
Yeah, I believe they learned a lot, especially from you guys. Because both of you, I believe, gave words of wisdom.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we told them on broadcast, never say you're going to do something if you're not actually sure you're going to do it up until a few months later. No, we didn't.
Oh, that was me.
That's you.
I'm so sorry.
Just in case you missed it. Just in case you missed it, that, you know, at least you still.
It's okay. No. The first time we shared the desk, I didn't get his reference, so we got each other back. We got each other back.
I'm so slow today.
It's okay.
It's all right, man.
You're getting used to the ambience on your head for sure. So,
Yeah.
For the meantime, though, smart. Right? It's really cold, you mentioned? It's really cool.
I'm loving it, honestly. Again, it's hot outside, it's cold inside, and all the more my head is getting exposed to
Look at
every
this.
weather.
The smart power pose. We're having it today. Put on your game face and make your smart power pose. Hey,
The guy on the right is more accurate.
do it. Copy what Oheb is doing, or else you will have good. You will have some financial
Oh,
things.
that's good.
That's one half of the Baby Cakes duo.
That's really. I'm not sure how that's gonna. How do you do this? How do you do this? That's not it. That's not it.
at all.
Wait, this is closer.
I think that's it. I'll take it.
With the mouth movements, right?
Yeah.
That's not a movement. That's a pose. Hey, you won already. There you go.
All right. Congratulations.
Congratulations, my man. I wonder what they get. That's an in-game code, but for what? Like, I'm gonna ask him later.
Yeah.
But yeah, stuff that happens here on site, you just get random. You win random stuff.
Yeah. Might even win something more than just diamonds.
Oh.
Who knows, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
A lot of stuff really does get done here. So again, tickets are always going to be available, or not always, but tomorrow.
Yeah.
They're still available. Twisted Minds and TNC are playing tomorrow. Omega, will they make a comeback? It's against TLPH. I don't know.
We'll see. Again, if you're letting TNC cook, and right now they're reaching new heights, who knows? Maybe Omega will have something in store for us tomorrow.
So maybe tomorrow you want to join us. You know you want to. If it's not raining.
Yeah.
Or even if it is.
Rain or shine, yeah.
Rain or shine. Side selection right now, we have a 33% win rate for the blue side. That is the game they won yesterday. They won on the blue side.
Yeah, that was a one time. So for AP Bren, hopefully we get to see them actually try something that TLPH did. Again, I really appreciate their bans earlier. They got really funky with it.
Bro.
Again, Fovius, Granger, Moskov as priority blue side bans. That was Team Liquid PH just controlling the tempo of the draft. They were willing to play into the Fanny, and they were just ready for it. They ended up, it really felt like Team Liquid PH ended up with a strategy and the game plan that they set out heading into that game number one.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier, right? They were a boss in that draft earlier. Wonder if they can pull it off again here, or maybe AP Bren just needed to be on this side, pull off some moves.
But that's the thing that concerns me because, AP Bren has to ban out the chip, has to respect the performance of Sanji Dului, and at the same time, they have to ban out Fanny because TLPH for sure is not going to ban out the Fanny. They're comfortable playing up against the Fanny if they're going up against AP Bren, specifically James Pack. So that's going to open a lot of power picks once again for TLPH.
That 100% win rate for TLPH. Again, not really losing out on matches yet, but I wonder if this might be a possibility here. Especially depending on like how good AP Bren does feel on that side. And again, Remmer's talking about like the bans that they pulled off in the game number one. It feels like they're going a different way here.
Yeah. Okay, Fovius Eve makes sense. Harith still really getting respected by Team Liquid. You're not going to rush to Granger, so I think we might be seeing a Suyo Joy trade for the first pickup here for James Banks. I'd like to see AP Bren try to have another go at the Joy. The last time we saw Joy for AP Bren, it was against TNC. It didn't fare so well, but unfortunately, it was just because the Joy kept walking into the Eternal Guards of the Vexana. If they are going to be playing into the Joy, which I might be leaning towards that considering they banned out the Moskov, they have to watch out for the Jawhead later on for TLPH.
Gold laners are a bit more open this time around, feel, and I don't know if you want to do you want to leave the Fanny out if you're TLPH here? Apparently not.
There's the answer.
Yeah.
TLPH still gonna respect the performance of James Paxton with the moves a while ago with the Fanny. Now first pick Suyo is available for James Paxton. That's what they actually picked up yesterday up against Aurora when they won game 1.
So if AP Bren decide to go to the route of the Joy, TLPH might be looking into a Granger priority, but they can also actually just rush the Jawhead if they want to. Because if it's Joy for AP Bren, it's Jawhead Suyo for TLPH, which AP Bren might want to avoid, meaning they might actually lean towards picking up the Suyo instead. So they pick up the Granger, huh?
Oh.
Well, they're going for range, okay, and they want a very comfortable spot there for Shizo so that they don't end up in a deficit.
I actually kind of like it, especially since Shizo feels like he was a little bit forced into the airfill earlier.
Yeah, but sorry, but I'm not a fan. The Joy's wide open, and you first pick the Granger instead. The TLPH get the low E. This map field will feel very small for a Granger.
Sheesh. You're right.
Show still available for Kekadot if ever he decides to go for it with their own, but they will select the Suyo.
You're gonna have to drive a very defensive roamer here just to maybe keep the Granger alive because of these picks.
I think it's something I want something a little bit more mobile for AP Bren's EXP lane. They might wanna. I want to see them consider the Hilda a little bit later in the draft. I mean, might be good to just go ahead pick up the CC, but I'd like to see them consider the Hilda, considering that Sanford played really well with it in the previous game.
There you go with the Badang again. Again, might be still, they might just play it the way they did in game number 1. Most likely.
So you secure a Jawhead here. Third pick, assuming that you still have gold laners later on in the second picking phase.
Jawhead feels pretty good, yeah. Feels pretty good, specifically on the slot. I really like that.
Or Louis Tigreal if they want to go with that route.
Send out the Tigreal bombs, right? All around the map. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
But this time around, they are the ones who play out the airfield, which, again, as I don't know if I said this, but it really has a good matchup against a Granger.
TLPH will have to start taking away the picks for Kekadot.
Yeah.
They can choose to ban. There's 3 roamers floating around. That's Jawhead, Cho, and Tigreal. Either of those 3 would do so well. Considering that they have the Joy on their side, they might want to consider banning or taking Tigreal as the priority. However, if they do that, they might want to consider a Valentina ban as well because AP Bren still hasn't shown their mid laner. However, the Valentina might actually be having a little bit of a difficulty against the lineup the TLPH is showing. But they said, you know what? We'll just take out the Tigreal instead of having to take out the Valentina.
Good respect bans here. I also wonder if maybe they might go for a take 2 on the Navaria. What do you think about that? It's a very spicy lineup rather. Why not?
So TLPH was actually the one who took out the Jawhead. Is Mathilda open?
Yes. Matilda's wide open. However, they don't seem to have the right lineup for that right now. If they decide to pick up a Matilda, that puts a lot of pressure on the EXP lane pick for Sanford to become the tank. I wonder if they are crafty. If they're feeling really interesting here, they can go Matilda Barretts. But center of the map might be a little bit too difficult to hold. You don't have hard crowd control. So you go high loss for JP instead.
I like floating the Barretts though, because it might make the Joy second guess.
Yeah.
Going for the attacks non-stop, like what we saw in game number 1. You don't want to see a Joy go crazy.
But again, if AP Bren decides to go for a Barrett, Sanford can actually go for the CC. Because still CC hasn't been banned out.
Yeah. Most likely, this will be a CC for AP Bren though. And then their mid laner. It'll be hard for them to go Farsa. I think they might just go Vixana here.
Yeah. To mitigate the aggression that Carl TZ can't do with the Joy.
Because you can't Lucas with the CC as still as an
Oh,
option.
Gatot.
Oh, I'm still okay with this too, yeah. I like Gatot, and then they go for Vixana. They need something a little bit tankier. And I think they're putting the Badang in the EXP, then the Gatot goes into the roam. If that's the case, TLPH can just pick up the CC now.
Yeah. That sounds like just enough a round of chaos for AP Bren to work out here. I like it. The team fights look or sound really good in my head.
I wonder if they'll consider Cho too, still open. They can flex it. I think Sanford also has a Cho option for him if he wants to. Or go for high loss XP, then put the Cho in the roam. Is it?
Lucas.
Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah, since there is no CC, they go for the Lucas for Sanford instead. Oof, this is gonna hurt. TLPH has a very good lineup, but AP Bren, I feel like, you know what? This is one of those, it's based upon the execution. But if AP Bren mess up the first two turtles badly, that time span, TLPH will run away with it.
I actually agree. They have a very explosive lineup here that can really blow people up very early on. That's something I like about this AP Bren lineup.
Again, TLPH, they've shown that even if you think you can go head-to-head up against their lineup in game number 1, they're just, the veterancy just really shows, and the experience. Renmar even mentioned this a while ago during the intro that it's all about Orahan. The aura that TLPH has over AP Bren. AP Bren cannot be affected by that.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's been a few games already at this point. I hope maybe they've gotten used to the climate. You know, they've gotten used to just being stared down by their opponents non-stop. Maybe, just maybe, AP Bren might be able to eke out a game win. But that's up in the air as we go into game number 2. Does feel like they have a good lineup, but can they execute it like Renmar said?
Okay, initial rotation should be quite even, typically. We have to look again at what the EXP matchup will be for Der and Sanford. Game number 1, Sanford was the MVP because he dominated the EXP lane and was just a nuisance in the map. Let's see if Der will stop that from happening this time around in game number 2.
There you go. AP Bren basically asserting or trying to stop TLPH from moving out of the map, making sure that they have some level of control, at least early on. And they also have a good vision of where Carl TZ is heading.
I mean, that's the initial goal that AP Bren has right now, is just to really take control over the river, make sure that Carl TZ does not get an opportunity to cross that map and try to go for jungle camps that he can take away up against James Banks.
Full crit high and Master Assassin for Oheb on the Irithel, plus the Festival of Blood onto Shizo. So Shizo's looking to sustain. I mean, naturally the Granger does really hurt. While Oheb, let's see how he'll be able to fare in the laning phase with making Shizo hurt. Unless Oheb's gonna go just, instead of aggro, he might just play really around getting the farm instead. Have to watch out for that too.
They're being very aware of these bushes, which I really like. Again, James Banks not falling behind with Carl TZ is very crucial.
Yeah. I like that you mentioned it because I actually like to highlight how JP has been performing even the past 5 games so far. So phenomenal. Knows his role. You've seen it a while ago. James Banks was actually looking for an angle to go for maybe an aggressive start for AP Bren, but JP with a ring of punishment, just making sure that no brush is safe for AP Bren.
Yeah, very forward. Look at that. JP close by. Carl TZ can also respond when he can, but it's a 4-man for AP Bren.
Okay, still not level 4 for Sanji and for
wow.
Sanford, but here comes a counter attack from TLPH. A good initiation. And the first blood drawn onto James back in Kakedot. Once again, TLPH turning things around. Even if there was the first man to set up, TLPH was ready for it.
You mentioned this, right?
Yeah, the explosiveness that you pointed it out as well. TLPH, perfect entry by Sanford on that. Lucas, Unleash the Beast, Flicker, found AP Bren in a terrible angle for themselves. Was able to get out of the wall set up by Der, and eventually that wall is what AP Bren was trapped in.
Speaking of trap, Carl T is trying to go for it.
Okay,
but again, I think Der is pretty good. This is a pretty good spot here.
But Kakedot doesn't seem to be in a good spot. He doesn't have his revitalize yet. He's forced to back away so far. Sanji and JP making sure that the buffs of Kyletzy are secure. No trades are going to happen for James Banks.
In terms of the items, nothing too crazy just yet. Dreadnought armor, though, already rushed by the Lucas of Sanford. So really maximizing the damage output that Der, Shizo, and James Banks can dish out in this portion of the game. Good itemization by Sanford.
Yeah, still amazes me how 700 gold can make such a huge difference
Yep.
onto the laning phase, especially for physical-based XP laners. So now, ooh, spicy.
But in the likes of Oheb, you know he wants more than just 700 gold. He's not going to settle for that. Oheb's, continuing to just rack up gold in the gold lane, even if Shizu's showing that all the Rhapsody is hurting so far. Later on, TLPH, if they continue to snowball like what Kyletzy is doing up against James Banks, forcing out the AOG coming in from KK for the save, but there's the Glorious Pathway coming in from JP to bring down James Banks once again. TLPH was always ready for every single thing AP Bren is doing there with a beautiful knock-up, plus the ultimate connecting onto Sanji, gonna bring down the mid lane of TLPH. Here comes Sanford, unleash the beast to zone out AP Bren. Oh! Shizu onto the bottom lane, got a solo killed. Oheb brings him down, and now TLPH making sure to zone out the members of AP Bren as Kyletzy works on the crab up top.
Even the cameraman didn't expect that to happen, man. They had full vision. Oh my goodness, AP Bren might have an opening here.
JP again with the Glorious Pathway. Sanji with a diversion. Down bottom brings Oheb with him. This might be a disaster for the Bees. 2 members are gone, make it 3, and even JP has a killing spree. Sanford flickers in with the TPs to zone out there, and TLPH are in full control.
TLPH are playing with all the confidence in the world right now. They know they are simply better than their opponents as it stands. Oheb fell to a solo by Shizo, but since Oheb was back in base, Sanji said, you know what, come with me, let's go to the turtle, using the diversion to bring Oheb there when he respawned. AP Bren again are just getting outclassed by a far more experienced team. You see, Sanji in the mid was waiting for Oheb to arrive. He casted it right on time. The moment Oheb got into the circle, they got teleported. Sanji just showing why he's such a master with this low Yi.
The reason why Oheb was able to reach the diversion because he casted the heavy crossbow while Sanji was casting the diversion. That's
basically jumped into the hole.
Jumped into the hole, yeah.
And that can only happen if you have really good communication, right? Pretty amazing that the timing happened that way. It was masterful.
Wow. Right now, it's just really thinking about the drafts aside. It's TLPH have to acknowledge they're just simply playing better yet again. Their understanding, playing around the low E, how they control the map, finding themselves in the right spots. Kyletzy reading the rotation of James Banks to meet him up top that initially started all of that trouble. TLPH can just there's nothing else to say. There's nothing to improve. They're doing everything so well.
Renmar, I have to ask you a question.
Yeah.
How are you feeling so far with the high loss? Because of this
game. It's better. They're revitalized and JP. Hey, diversion.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, no, they're not going to commit it.
Just trying to bait out some movements, maybe some spells here. But no bait taken by AP Bren.
Yeah, it's high loss is supplemented well. Think of the hands of JP. Again, with the experience that he's showing, we acknowledged the Jawhead earlier. We have to acknowledge what JP's been doing in the map as well for this one. Holding the shrubs at the right time, getting the right info for TLPH, stopping what AP Bren wants to do.
It's really good, and there's basically no way for a counter or retribution here. Kyletzy securing yet another turtle here for TLPH. Right after that, even more gold going over to the cavalry.
You know the wall of JP and Sanford is just too much for AP Bren. I mean, you have Suyo, you have Kekedot with the AOG that can infiltrate the backline, but the moment that Kekedot casts the AOG, for sure he's going to be gone. He's going to be dead because of the burst capabilities of TLPH. So far, it's looking hard for AP Bren, especially if this diversion manages to find someone. But fortunately for AP Bren, no one's home.
Very nice and very spicy. And you're right, it makes it so hard for Kekedot to actually do anything. Right? Literally anything. He can't cast his AOG, lest it be a defensive AOG. And other than that, if he tries to go for an offense, it feels like it's impossible to walk out.
Yeah. especially if he's zoned out by JP eventually. The Ring of Punishment is gonna accumulate a lot of slow to Kekedot. Might be he might get forced to pop to revitalize on his own. So right now, AP Bren, they're trying desperately to look for an angle to catch onto TLPH as Shizu picks up a Malefic Roar. So if the stacks pile up for the Silent Killer and they manage to hold on long enough to activate once again the combination of James Pax and Shizu, they might have a chance.
The good thing about the lineup of AP Bren, again, they have a strong composition for counter-engage.
Oh! My goodness! Kekedot catches 3, paired up with the AOG from Kekedot. They elevate and detonate to bring down 3. And now they set their eyes on Daddy JP. Gonna bring down successfully.
Oh, wow!
And a huge wipeout for AP Bren!
Just like against Aurora, it's a Badang Flicker combo. Then it was there. Now, it's still there.
He's making it moves. He's making it happen here for AP Bren. Just when they need it the most.
We were talking about the possible angles that AP Bren can do to infiltrate TLPH. The answer is simple. Literally flicker forward and go for the setup of 5-man diversion for TLPH, but they were too late. The objective was already secured by AP Bren, and they were able to leave the scene.
Man, just like that, like 8 minutes, 9 minutes worth of farming equalized by AP Bren. Beautiful set. Oh my goodness.
Again, it's the link up between Der and Chove's skirt. It's the exact same pairing, the exact same combo. Vexana and the Badang together. But TLPH, since they had the lead, all of that just led to an even ball game. Can AP Bren control the side lane minion waves well alongside the Lord pushing in mid?
Okay, JP can make a sandwich play alongside the diversion, but they're not going to use the diversion instead. They want to burst down the Lord right away. JP, beautiful cast of the Glorious Pathway to zone out AP Bren as TLPH makes quick work of the level 1 Lord.
Ooh, that Glorious Pathway really slowing down AP Bren so much that they were not even able to push out the tower. And now the top lane and the bottom lane minion waves are also going to get taken care of.
After that clash, I'm curious to know how much stacks Shizu already has. Because so far, I've been seeing him almost spamming the Rhapsody, the Death Sonata. So right now, the lead has actually shifted to the side of AP Bren. How big was the deficit that TLPH created before that clash?
It was like a 4K, 5K.
Yeah. Erased instantly.
Sheesh.
Look at the items.
Shizu.
Shizu, yeah, he has 4. It's 3 core ones.
Oh, spotted.
Beautiful, beautiful cast of that's another for Shizu. Now kick it onto the back line with the AOG. James Back's gonna pick up Carl Teasy and now conceal for AP Bren because they want to go for more. They want to fight it out. Sanford working on Chop's skirt. A beautiful setup from Kekedot to work on JP as he pops as a revitalize. Only the young goat was expended in that clash.
Big problem was the damagers were engaged here with Luca, so we weren't able to get anything else. But AP Bren showing their fangs here in this game.
Yeah, and now they look so comfortable after playing defensive for such a long time. Finally, they pulled the trigger once that Badang was able to get that set. And I believe they were also waiting for Shizu to be completely ready. Now AP Bren are playing like how TLPH has played for majority of this series so far. Again, going back to why AP Bren has been hyped up, why we were impressed by their win against Aurora, we're seeing it in action again against TLPH. Can they force another game number 3? This Badang has 15 stacks on the Thunderbelt, not that high just yet, but it could be getting higher now that he's caught up with the items. Oracle on the way to a Dominance Ice.
There really is something there, right? You can feel the potential, right? You can see it in their face. You can see it in their movements. They look like they're primed. They look like they know that they can win. They are not feeling like rookies at this point.
I forgot who said it yesterday, but they said that AP Bren actually loves pressure. Whenever their backs are against the wall, they perform better, and so far they're showing it. They might be able to take a game away from TLPH if they continue the discipline route, to continue to catch TLPH by surprise. Because it seems like AP Bren's the one doing the surprise, even if Sanji has the diversion for TLPH.
Let's see. Already used up a lot or some of their skills here, but everyone on AP Bren feels like they're still ready to roll. Diversion soft cooldown. Going for it right now.
They sent out Oheb alone, paired up with JP's glorious pathway to try and zone out the members of AP Bren. They're working on Shizu, the silent killer. Finally silenced by the cavalry. Shopskirt out of the picture. Make it 3 because Kekidon is gone as well. James back desperately trying to retreat alongside Dare, but AP Bren secures that Lord.
Very crucial take here for AP Bren.
Team Liquid Philippines decided to focus onto the Lord. Excuse me, AP Bren decided to focus on the Lord as TLPH will just burn right through it. This is why TL wanted to go for the heroes instead, wanted to go for the kills because they know even if AP Bren would get that Lord, they will not be able to push with it. Now it's Team Liquid doing the pushing, but they have to manage the minion waves in the side lanes.
The guts, the courage of TLPH. Imagine sending out Oheb in the backlines with the diversion in
on
the
his
most
own.
crucial thing. On his own with the Lord. That takes guts for the cavalry.
Yeah, he just ran through. He was dancing around the revitalize of JP as well. At one point, Sanford was able to provide space for him since Oheb smartly ran behind the Lucas. Crazy play by TLPH that worked out very well for them.
Okay, Shizu steals away the... Oh no, I thought it was Shizu who stole the orange buff, but Shizu definitely dishing out the damage onto JP. Gonna burst down by Chomsker. Here comes the Eternal Guard. James Bass gonna fall down as well. Dare! With Dare with a beautiful catch onto Oheb. Popping his Wind of Nature as Carl Teasy is left alone against 3 members of the Bees. 2 members are gone, Carl Teasy and JP, and now they're on to push to the top lane.
TLPH trying to save up. Oheb basically left Carl TC on his own. JP as well going down means it's going to be a bit of a more difficult defense here, but they are able to clear up enough. No fights in the next few seconds, but man, oh man, AP Bren are really hurting.
We pointed it out earlier, the strength of the counter engage. Look at all the tough boots on the board with so much crowd control being dealt by the 2 lineups. AP Bren, Dare, Kekidot, and Chovskirt have been online, especially in that last clash that we saw, maximizing their ultimates to dish out a deadly counter-engaged combo.
So far, AP Bren has been the way they approach the clashes. Imagine there's one big clash and they're so good at dissecting it into segments that they can actually pinpoint the proper targets that they need to bring down in order to win the clash. A beautiful pair by Dare and Kekidot to actually target Oheb, and at the same time, the rest of the members of AP Bren was targeting Carl TC. That's why they were able to get 3 kills up against TLPH.
Very nice here. At the very least, we got some stacks running. 672 on the Granger so far. So I would say he is primed and ready to go at this point.
I know Skypiercer pick up here for Shizu decided to go for a much more sustainable route. With this Granger pick, has to respect the damage capability that TLP and that Oheb specifically can bring out. But again, the Lord has spawned. This is the 3rd. 2 consecutive Lords was secured by AP Bren. Will this be the case again for the Bees?
They'll get ready for the next possible Lord here. Definitely ahead in the setup is TLPH. Don't forget, they have diversion. They used it already. Sending Oheb very deep in.
Oh, he gets spotted out! Shizu checked it! What a read!
Oh, Shizu showing experience. Even if they're just joining the big leagues now, they know the tendencies of a proven champion like TLPH. That's a wasted diversion already for TLPH. They have to face AP Bren man-to-man, front-to-front. They're going to get spawned out by Carl Teasy. Meanwhile, Sanford onto the back line. 16,000 HP for this Lord. It's going to be a retribution battle. Conceal stopped by JP's glorious battle. Paired up with the Revitalize. Here comes Sanford onto the back line by James Pack still. Secures the Lord. Oheb going crazy onto the back and to break down 3. James Pack with a Winter Crown plays surrounded by the members of the cavalry. Might be able to escape with a buy and sell immortality. But Sanford, Sanji, Carl says no. They will take down 4. Kekidot is the only one left.
I don't know if that Lord was worth it. That's 4 down on AP Bren right now.
A little bit of divine intervention favoring Team Liquid. Knockups on the Lord and key members of AP Bren ruined that team fight. And what a diversion to send Oheb to the back.
Diversion again. TPs to the front. Kekidot with a delay. He has an immortality. 5 seconds before Dare pops off. Sanji and the rest of the members of TLPH will once again reign supreme.
And here in the day number 2 of week 2, TLPH remains undefeated.
We get 3-2-0s. We thought we would get a third game. But once again, Team Liquid's Low Yi coming in the clutch with surprise angle play, sending Oheb to the back, and a little bit of divine intervention by the Lord, knocking up key members of AP Bren in the final team fight.
Man, that was divine intervention at its finest, basically allowing Oheb a beautiful hit on the choke skirt, making sure that the damage of AP Bren was also slowed down very, very much.
Again, I still, even if TLPH was dominant in game number 1 and 50-50 in game number 2, I still like to commend the progression of AP Bren, because for me it's also a win-win again. Just like what happened with Aurora, they're showing that they can go head-to-head with champions. So still a lot, there's literally nowhere to go but up for AP Bren.
We need to start seeing them play some lineups that can dominate from the early though, instead of relying on, well, so far it's been counter plays in scenarios where we look like the opposing team would just run away with it.
Yeah.
Seems like a defensive counter punchy team. When will we see AP Bren run away with the ball in the early game?
I guess we're gonna have to still keep our spirits high for that to happen, because it feels like it can happen soon, especially with the way that this game actually progressed, basically erasing a 5K goal lead in a matter of seconds. Very few teams can actually do that.
Even up against a champion like TLPH. But again, one thing for sure is TLPH, what a great start.
That's right. TLPH, I would love to hear what they have to say right now. Let's throw it over the stage.
Still undefeated, your cavalry of Team Liquid Philippines! Boys, congratulations. Another sweep na naman ang nakuha nyo. Oheb, I'm sure na nakita natin, nanonood ang nanay mo ngayon. I actually want to know. Right? With this victory, may chance ba na makita ka natin as the top 1 with most earnings in MLBB history?
Fake news yun, fake news.
Okay.
Fake news.
Mabuti na. Para lang magkalinawan. And now, going back to the game, right? Actually, hindi pala ako muna pupunta doon sa game. Since magkatabi naman ako, parang nahihilig kayong magkatabi palagi, Parang hindi ko alam kung bakit. Kayo, tatanungin ko kayong dalawa. Kasi may poll kanina kung ano daw ang tawag sa inyo. Yung isa, KO Nexon, kasi Kyletzy and Oheb. Yung isa, Baby Cakes. Okay? Para sa inyo bang dalawa, ano bang gusto niyo tawag sa inyo?
Wag na lang yung baby cakes. Parang walang angas pakinggan
So mas gusto mo yung KO Nexion?
KO Nexon. Okay, Carl, ikaw.
Sa akin din, KO Nexion lang. Ayoko nun, parang parang magjowa kami pag baby cakes.
Nako! Silang dalawa, KO Nexion.
You know what? Tanungin na lang natin yung majority. Hingin natin ng majority.
Okay.
JP.
Gusto namin yung may dating sana, maangas.
Okay. Parang may dating naman yung baby cakes,
Cute
di ba,
naman yung
JP?
baby cakes,
JP,
Diba?
gusto kong tanungin.
Baby cakes?
Kung ikaw ang
Oo.
papipiliin, KO Nexon o baby cakes?
Baby cakes ako kasi kinamit
Baby cakes. Okay. 1 baby
Sanji.
cakes, 2 KO Nexon.
What about
Sanji?
you? Yung totoo
baby cakes talaga.
Baby cakes talaga.
Sanford,
Okay.
eto na.
2-2. 2-2,
Okay.
Sanford. Nasa iyo ang bola, pare. KO Nexon o baby cakes?
Sa akin baby cakes kasi
Ay, baby cakes
Number 1
talaga.
fan ako
Oh wait, coach, what about you?
Sa akin, KO Nexion, mas maganda.
KO Nexon. Sige.
Pero
Iwan natin sa 3-3.
Oo,
Okay, iwan natin sa
3.
3-3.
Pero okay, kung baby cakes nga kayo, let's start with Kyletzy. Sino si baby?
At sino si Cakes?
Diba?
Tama.
Sino si
Tama,
baby?
tama,
Sino
di
si
ba?
Cakes?
Tama. Okay. Oo
Wala
nga.
si... Oheb's like, wala.
Sige.
Carl, ikaw
Oo.
ba si baby? Or si
Sino
Cakes?
si baby? Ikaw ba si baby? Ikaw ba si Cakes? Dad, ikaw na lang kaya sumagot. Ay, sige, Oheb, go.
Walang gawa-gawa lang ni Sanji yung baby cakes na yun
Sanji, ikaw pala.
Since ikaw pala ang may pasimuno,
Ikaw pala yung gumawa yan, Sanji.
ikaw ang magbigay. Sino si baby? Sino si
Ayan.
Cakes?
Si Carl yung cakes, si Oheb yung baby.
Oh, so si Oheb yung
Okay.
baby, si Kyletzy yung
Mabuti ng
Cakes.
malinaw.
Okay.
Mabuti ng
Malinaw na. Pero back to the game, no, Hans?
Grabe, ang hirap ibalik sa game.
Oo.
Pero sige, ituloy natin. Kyletzy, ito, seryoso na talaga. tuloy-tuloy yung win streak nyo. All of the stuff aside, all of the fun and games, ano bang meron sa secret formula nyo per se? Pwede nyo bang bigyan kami ng glimpse or do you guys just wanted to keep yourselves? Ano bang meron? Bakit ganito yung nagiging laruan nyo all throughout?
Para sa akin po, wala naman po masyadong parang formula talaga or secret. Talagang ano lang, parang nag-enjoy lang kami maglaro sa isa't isa, magkakasama kami. Tapos solid si Coach RC kasi talaga, makibanding sa amin.
Okay.
That's nice.
And you know what? Now that you're saying nag-enjoy lang kayo and you're doing so well, win streak kayo, week 2 pa lang, no? Ang lakas. Now, they're saying, Kyletzy, na Prime Kyletzy is back. Totoo nga ba or he never left?
Para sa akin po, hindi pa po. Kasi hindi pa po ulit kami naka-champion. Tsaka ang pangit ng game ko kanina, so babawi ako bukas.
Babawi siya bukas. You know, that is the makings of a champion talaga. Never enough. Always striving to be more and more.
Yeah, for sure. Multi-awarded champion. Kyletzy, I also want to know, kasi nakalaban mo si James Banks kanina. This is your first time going up against him in MPL. And he actually performed, really well going up against you. So, kamusta yung performance? How was it going up against the newest player dito sa MPL Philippines?
Nabigla din po kami sa playstyle nila na parang sama-sama ganun. Tapos ang tapang din nila maglaro kaya feel ko habang tumatagal mas lalakas pa sila.
Is there any message you want to give out to James Banks and the rest of AP Bren?
Nice game, James Banks. Galingan mo pa.
Wow.
There we finally have it. Once again, guys, still undefeated Team Liquid Philippines. Boys, you may now take your walk of victory. And you may now take your bow. My goodness, ang dami nating nalaman. It was a really good victory para sa Team Liquid. Nalaman na rin natin kung sino si Baby at sino si Cakes.
Yun eh.
Yun na talaga yun. Alright?
Finally, it's been settled.
Nalaman na natin. But of course, hindi pa dito nagtatapos ang lahat because we're gonna know what our casters think doon sa nangyaring laban na yun. Kaya casters, back to you.
Okay, I think I'm gonna have to vote. We're looking for like a really cool name, so I'm gonna go for Baby Cakes.
Yeah.
100% Baby Cakes for me.
To be honest, I think it
How about
has
you
a good ring to it. I really feel the aura.
Yeah.
The Baby Cakes.
Think about it when you're going up against them. Imagine if that goes to MSC. They're like, Baby Cakes. So what is this Baby Cakes? That's such a funny name. And then you get destroyed in-game by Baby Cakes. There is no coming back from that. Sanji will look at you, eyes closed, playing that low Yi 229 MVP. There's no coming back from that.
Oh my goodness. And 229 MVP on the low E means he's really doing something good. And again, Sanji, a prime supporter of the Baby Cakes movement. Really have to commend this guy for keeping his teammates, liable.
Yeah, you can say he's the founder, as admitted by Kyletzy.
It was all Sanji. And speaking of all Sanji, game MVP. I mean, again, one half of the Baby Cakes duo was being sent out by his amazing diversion. The guts to pull something off like that against crucial Lord dances. TLPH is really something this season 15.
Yeah, I really feel like even in a downward trajectory for some parts of this game, especially after this one, I feel like they recovered very well. They were able to really button together to fight it.
Yeah, I have to acknowledge just how good this play set up by AP Bren was. I thought this would come from a counter. It came from them taking the initiative, the vision provided. But at the end, it was TLPH taking their own initiative to surprise AP Bren, changing up their priorities. And of course, with what we mentioned earlier, sending Oheb to the back. Probably that was a Sanji call. Maybe that's why we're seeing him as the MVP. But you could really feel the effect of his low E throughout the series. And a harsh reminder to the rest of MPL Philippines as to why, as much as possible, if you're giving the low E to Sanji, make sure you're ready for it and you have a game plan. Or if you're not, just don't give it at all.
And it felt like there was a sort of a game plan, especially after like that 10-minute mark here, or 12-minute mark. But then again, TLPH is doing TLPH things, running over the opposition.
Yeah, especially their patented bait out the Lord. We're not going to go for the Lord anymore. We're going to go for the kills. The last Lord was second to the last, or last Lord was stolen by AP Bren, but TLPH went for the wipeout.
Yeah, that was second to the last one. It was a near wipeout they got afterwards. And that meant that AP Bren couldn't push with it. So it's just great veterancy showed up by TLPH and playing against. Playing with a lineup that demands a lot of communication and great teamwork with making risky plays as the low E. It was a good bounce back. Kyletzy admitted that he did have a rough game this time around. Some of his entries could have been timed better, yes, but in the times where Kyletzy was doing really well, you saw that AP Bren just weren't ready for him.
Yeah, it felt like they were on a demolishing machine. And that game was also very close in gold after 12 minutes. It's like it never really changed that much. So something really is happening good. Something good is happening here for AP Bren. We just need to kind of let it take form or let it take shape.
Yeah. This actually might be the lowest gold per minute game from Oheb.
Oh, good observation.
Yeah, 759. I mean, to be fair, this is one of the longer games compared to their fast games that we've seen in the past 2 weeks. 17 minutes, 41 seconds in. It was a real clear 50-50 game up to the late game point. But again, TLPH, with their veterancy, their willingness, and of course their immense chemistry despite just having a win, just goes to show that they can dominate still.
That's right. And domination is the name of the game here for TLPH. If you know, these guys, they're starting to patent their own style again. Of course, it's under TLPH banner, so it's like, you know, they're trying to put it together. It's a ube with a little bit of express, and we saw a lot of it here today.
A little bit of cakes also.
Yeah.
Cake on the side.
Okay, ube cake. Ube cake express.
Ube cake.
Rock hard. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Oh, yeah. No, let me cook. I will. If I only know how to bake cakes. Like, I don't bake cakes. I bake different things. I don't bake cakes. I want some.
Oh my goodness. Let's go over to a mic check here. See what they actually talk about. Clean as silk. Those calls really feel like they work together as a unit. They really feel like they have a lot of control on the map here.
Yeah, honestly, it's like that they're acting like they have one mind. I mean, amidst all the noises that they hear, they're still in sync. The skills are still coordinated. So, I mean, wow. Huge win for TLPH.
According to Crafted Jan, ganda acknowledge na pangit laro niya. Idol na idol kita, Carl. Idol din kita dyan. But yeah, I feel like, yes, basically he says it's nice that Kyletzy acknowledges that he had a bad game.
Yeah.
And he's still his idol. He still idolized the guy. So thank you so much, Crafted Jen, and everyone else who's commenting. Again, if you just comment down below, we'll read that as much as we can, especially if it really makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And that one did. That was really good. This is why he's a GOAT.
Imagine the community's just literally seeing Kyletzy grow up in front of their eyes.
Amazing. Yeah.
From being a kid to being someone very self-aware, being a proven champion, and now being a leader for TLPH. Just goes to show that Kyletzy has been in the league for so long.
Yeah. How old is he now? It's like in his 20s, right?
Just entered his 20s.
Yeah,
He just entered his 20s. He started off as a 14, 15-year-old. Wow.
There you go. Wow. And Pansiklaban, by the way, a big wow for our Bees and our Falcons leading the scoreboard. Kabarangay and the Mines are actually close by. With the Cavalry on an 0-3, what is happening to the standings? Renmar, this is happening season after season.
Yeah,
Have you noticed? The
Cavalry is struggling. It's a flip. It's a topsy-turvy town in the Fancy Kalaban.
Oh my goodness.
And I love it.
And
again, the action gets pretty good. The matches
Yeah.
the communities have before the show starts, or in the middle of them, it's so cool.
And then when you go over to the actual standings of the league, whoever made that transition is beautiful. This is what it looks like right now with TLPH, again, still undefeated next to Aurora. And they have more net game wins because, again, they have not lost a single game yet.
Honestly, coming into the season, even after SBS, I was not expecting the standings to at any point of the season look like this.
Yeah. People weren't expecting that at this point of the season. We're already talking about, oh, will Onic go 14-0, man? But that's not the case. It's TLPH and Rora running for the undefeated streaks.
Very interesting how things are happening right now here in week number 2. That is the reason why you guys really have to watch week in and week out, because stuff changes on a dime here. Like teams suddenly awaken, like their beasts have been unleashed or something, right? So maybe Lucas is doing something good there with some of these teams, but are things happening the way you expected to be? Comment down below. We always love to read your comments, and it's been a really fun day so far.
Yeah, we always take into consideration your comments. Again, without your comments, my hair wouldn't look like this. So guys, I just want to say we love you all.
That's true.
Thank you for making sure Egan went bald. I appreciate all of you, really. I really, really do.
And I appreciate you joining me, sir.
Thank you,
I didn't do this for you. I did this for me, Egan.
Just to
Get the
clear it
wrong
out.
idea.
Just to clear it out.
Maybe
for you guys,
Rockart will do
alright?
this for me.
We'll talk later. But for now, it has been a pleasure having you guys, and hopefully you guys enjoyed the games that we had today. We're going to throw it over to our host in a bit, but then again, that's it for me. I'm Rockart, this is Ingan, and we got Renmar. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more MLBB action.
You know what, Jamie? Today's games have been nothing short of a showcase of dominance, hindi ba?
Tamang-tama ka, Hans. Absolutely amazing and mind-blowing. TNC continuing their rise by beating the Barangay Team Falcons with their sweep, and TLPH proving they're one of the best with their win streak.
At syempre, hindi doon nagtapos because even outside of the games, merong mga nanalo ng napakaraming surprises courtesy of the MLBB's Golden Month celebration. Right?
True! Intense action in-game and outside of the game, yan ang mararanasan nyo sa MPL Arena.
At magtutuloy-tuloy pa tayo because MPL Philippines Season 15 is only at its second week.
At sama-sama tayo bukas, okay? Kita-kita taugma, ha? Para tunghayan ang
Lakas ng Pinas! See you guys tomorrow!
Bye!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game. Para to sa BIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP Racing, way reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hill, that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Wala kasang Pinas. We are laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak, crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like, beast of the southeast.